Up anybody there? What's going on? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Everybody's joining all at once.
I just came in. I don't know. Somebody else came in here when I came in.
No, I joined like 2 seconds before you did.
Oh, Beats, is that you in here? Beats, what you doing? Yo, Beats. Maybe he's sleeping. The hell?
What are you doing up this late?
Well, just was trying to get on the 24/7, and I wanted to quick talk to a couple people and then call it a night. And then I quick checked this, and I saw Kimbo or I saw Bo Beats in here, so I thought I'd see if he's around, just to quick see how he's been doing, and calling it a night. I ain't doing much, man. I'm just laying down, getting ready to shut it down for the night. Ugh. But yeah, I'm usually yeah. I'm a kind of a night owl sometimes, man. I stay up pretty late sometimes. Yeah, I guess Beats ain't around, huh?
Guess not. I'm not really doing much though, so don't feel bad about dipping.
I'm trying to check out your profile and see if we've had conversations before in the other stream. Are you in 24/7?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. I thought I recognized your name, but maybe it's just from the last 2 days when I've been popping in here once in a while.
Hey, man, maybe. I mean, were you on the original 24/7?
No, not the one that started by ODD.
Yeah.
No, I didn't come around until after that all happened.
I was
came
on
around.
the original.
Okay.
I was there for a little bit for the new one, but then I left.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know all the history of that. It sounds pretty crazy though. What was going down? But
Yeah, it's a little over my head. I'm not really sure.
yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah, it's crazy, man. How all this shit has started and things that have changed, and it's a lot of fucking crazy shit. A lot of just fallouts and people trying to come together to do shit, and then yeah, it's wild. I didn't realize like how drama filled this place has been in the history of all these servers and shit.
I know, right? You think a bunch of dudes just getting together being like, nah, it's not curving, wouldn't be that dramatic.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I've learned that a lot of people, not all of us, are in it for the same things, and it makes it difficult to maintain a healthy environment.
Yeah, that's true.
And I came into it a little naive, and I didn't realize either that it's not the place I thought it was. I thought it was a place of like-minded people on the same page coming together to create something, all with one same goal in mind, but it is anything but that. There's a lot of different agendas. A lot of different agendas. Some good, some not so good. But that's how it is.
There's the potential for people to kind of like get a little power hungry because they're trying to spread the news. And the first person to say it the loudest is going to be very famous. Almost, maybe even, martyred. Who knows? People have tried. They've tried to get the word out.
Yeah, and and see, I didn't really realize that that was sort of a thing where that is a possibility where once if it goes like that and it breaks that huge and it's in the people's fucking view like that almost on a daily basis and it becomes this huge fucking movement sort of thing. Yeah. Whoever is like the first guy to break through like that, that's huge. I wouldn't want to be in that position. I know that. But some people want that. When what they want it for, I don't know. You never know. It could be good. It could be bad.
Yeah, I just hope that whoever it does happen to, they don't really want it that badly, but they can still handle it. Because if you
Yeah.
don't want it, you're not going to be you're not going to be tempted by the extra temptation that comes with wanting it.
Yeah.
But if
Exactly.
if you're just in it for the truth and you're like, fuck, should have kept my mouth shut. Oh well, I'm here now. Might as well just keep saying it.
Hmm. Yeah.
I think that
Yeah.
would be a better position.
Well, yeah. And if you're in it for like the notoriety and the fame and the shit, and then it might not have the you're not going to take the extra steps to really get it to where it needs to be.
I agree.
It's like any kind of movement where people try to get together to enact a change. It when it's not handled properly, it really gets taken over by people that don't want change, and it slowly dissipates and it's gone. And I didn't realize that was this place. I didn't realize that these streams and this movement that was taking place. I knew it was kind of on YouTube. That's why I wasn't really that into following a lot of the big time people on YouTube. I was kind of leery of that. And see, I didn't really know that was going on 24/7 too.
Yeah, I
And I
mean,
was
I can't
confused.
really tell you what's going on at 24/7. I haven't been over there in a very long time. But
Well, I just mean how it's run, like, because you know how there's all these moderators.
yeah,
Well, maybe it was different when you were there. I don't know, because I don't know what it was like when you were there. So maybe it's totally different. I don't know. But okay, this is what I thought it was. I thought it was when I first discovered it. I just thought it was people about truth that were trying to help other people in their process of awakening and also build something to sort of start a slow snowball effect of change and awakening and um what else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. I thought it was almost like a, not a fucking retarded term, safe place for truth and for us to come together to try to build on. But then I'm realizing that that's not what it is because it's too easily could be infiltrated, and you don't know who's really for truth and who isn't in this forum and this server and that server. Because at any moment, an agent, you don't know who an agent could be to try to create division and fuck shit up and and I forgot about that. I didn't realize that. And for a while, I'm like, who's in charge of this shit? Like, who's running who's running the server, and why does it seem like there's a lot of like um what like uh, uh conflicting sort of back and forth that doesn't like make a lot of sense. And like who's in control? But I guess there isn't like one real person in control because if you do that you don't know who you could be putting in control. It could be a person like we're talking about that could be wanting to be the head of the movement that wants it for the wrong reasons. That could ruin the server. I don't know if this server's like that. I don't know really how this server works. Is there like moderators here and sort of the same structure or no?
no, it's like a totally different structure here. There are moderators, but they pretty much all have the same power. And this is definitely one of the more, I'd like to say, like, legitimate places to come talk about that kind of stuff. Um, everything that you were asking just now, like, who's in charge? Like, what? Why is this place so crazy? If it's being run by flat earthers, why can't anything get done? Why, pretty weird here. Like, all those questions are why I left that place.
Oh. Well, I mean,
And
I
I was
have
a
met.
moderator over there.
Yeah. I've met, some really good people there. Um, and so it's not like it's bad. It's just, it's not what I thought. And it's okay. I was just going about it wrong, and I was getting confused with some of the conversations I was having, and some of the things that I'm into and want to accomplish and do. So I mean, it was my fault. It's not the server's fault. I was just misunderstanding a lot of things. I was unaware of a lot of the goals and the purpose of um the conversations and shit and debates, because like I don't like debating. I thought, I never understood. I thought it was stupid, and I thought it was a total waste of time to debate a fucking lying glober. It's not going to get anywhere. There's not a declared winner. Like, why do people go to all these different YouTube accounts and do all this debating? And I was questioning a lot of people in there, and I wasn't really getting the answers I was looking for, but now I've realized what it's for, and it is, um, it does have a purpose, and it is pretty interesting to get all that on record and to keep doing it, and it could serve a purpose sometime. That's just not me, man. I don't want to be in that sort of area. You get into the debates and stuff,
Oh yeah, I've
the
been in it for a
hardcore.
while.
Yeah, you do, like, you go to the other channels, like the Glober channels, and like sit on those panels and do debates.
I've done them in the past. I don't do it very much these days because I haven't really
Yeah,
seen the point.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Mm. Uh,
We need
yeah,
more
some.
like feel good content where you just have a bunch of people, like videos of people having fun doing the experiments and just clowning and laughing uh, while being professional. That's what we don't need a bunch of fucking dudes like in the live stream. This is a good place to hone your skills. Don't get me wrong, and it's a great place to meet wonderful, like-minded people.
Mhm.
Don't. But if we want the movement to really, if you want the movement to really flourish, get it just a cute girl talking about flat Earth. Honestly,
Couldn't that be detrimental too, though? Because you're going to get people in it just to stare at the cute girl and not actually really be learning anything, and you're just kind of creating a
dude,
different
I
type of.
got A's. I got A's in some of the classes that had the prettiest teachers. I don't know what it is. I start paying attention more.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, shit, it's not. You gotta fucking try everything, shit. And I do see the value too. A lot of people are talking about, you gotta add some. If you're trying to reach more people, and especially young people, you gotta figure out a smart way to do it with a little bit of comedy mixed in to keep people's interest and to make it fun. But the problem I have with all that stuff is I just don't want to be a part of like a show, because that can get fucked up too, where what are we really trying to progress this, and is it too showy? Is it like WWE, and it's not really real, and we're not really accomplishing much, and we're you know what I'm saying? It's like, and then you get a bunch of people following these channels that aren't really about anything but creating just silly arguments and petty things, and it's keeping you trapped in there, and you're not really progressing or growing or really doing much at all. I worry about that type of thing. But whatever. I don't have all the answers. I don't know. I don't know what the best thing to do is.
Yeah,
But
me
that's why
neither.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna get involved in like any of. I don't want to be involved in any of that stuff, man. I just want to be a part of a forum where I can come and meet new people and not have to worry about petty bickering or fucking. I don't know, man. Fucking people trying to control things and say, hey, you can't say this, you can't say that, you can't fucking can't talk about this topic. And you come in here. This is you have to do this, you have to do that. Not that that's like a big deal in a lot of places, but it. I don't know. So it's a wild it's a wild thing to be into, man. And and I get like I understand you don't want to sort of like if you're talking about flat Earth, you got to be careful of how you're approaching it. You don't want to make a lot of baseless claims. That's not good.
No, you really don't. And a lot of people expect that when you tell them that you don't believe we're the globe, and they're like, "Oh, so the Earth is flat," and you're like, "Well, kind of, yeah." They just expect you to be like, "Well, explain this," and it's just like, well, we don't. I don't actually know. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
think anybody really does, and like people have trouble getting their head around that. It's like, well, I have an iPhone. I could just Google everything, so everything should be known. Uh,
yeah,
at the end of the day, there's a lot of idiots out there
yeah. Definitely is, man.
on both sides, though. So
Oh,
what are you
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
do?
yeah, yeah. And there's liars on both sides too.
Yeah, or they claim to be on the side.
Right, exactly. That's what I mean. There's a lot of clever people out there that they're really hard to detect and know. Am I talking to somebody that is really has good intentions? Sometimes it can be tricky, and it's like I mean, because this is the world we live in, man. Even outside of this, you go outside and you try to meet people. You never really know what you're gonna get. You could think you meet somebody and they're a good person, and you're friends with them for a while, and you find out, shit, this isn't the person I thought they were at all.
Yep, it happens. But I think flat Earth will have its day. I mean, it's only been such a small amount of time that people have really started believing this globe crap, and it's a fad. It's a long fad, but it is a fad.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. It does seem to be like it is picking up steam. It seems like it's well, unless I'm just in an echo chamber. I don't know. Because I know it seems to be gaining steam in other platforms like TikTok, but I don't know if that's just them sending me bullshit because I'm stuck in a weird algorithm, and it's not really reaching masses. It's just knows I'm in it already, so it's trying. You know what I mean? It's hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah, I agree.
Hmm, it's pretty wild. So you guys, you're not really here about trying to because there's a live stream for this, right?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah. So, but it's not like, are you guys doing it to get good content for the live stream for to chatting with Globers or anti-flat Earth people to kind of expose them and like sort of building a case for yourselves or for the community and like, you know, putting it out there for everybody to see, or is that not what you guys do here? You just sitting here chilling and trying to have conversations and like not really, I don't know, that like strong about it, or like, you know what I mean, or the so I don't really get, you know, if you get what you guys are about. I've only been here 2 days, dude. I've only been on, so I don't really know. I haven't had a lot of conversations. Um, what like the direction of your guys' channel is, if it has one.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be the best person to answer that, but I could give you what my basic understanding is. And a lot of it is, yeah, just having a free and open platform where everyone gets their piece and can say, you know, within reason, what it is that they think is going on with anything, really. I mean, there are some topics here that we obviously don't discuss. Against Discord terms of service or YouTube terms of service and streaming.
All right.
But even that, we like find a way to get around it, which use other words to describe things. Um, and I think there's a lot of room for expansion and growth in terms of the community uh, coming to this place specifically. We've tightened up the moderation a lot over the last month and a half or so, and so a lot of the Globers and flat earthers that are the most problematic, you know, I guess the most like unhinged. They just kind of want to go in circles and act crazy. Uh, they don't really come around much. So a lot of, I mean, most of the time when I'm here, it's pretty decent conversation.
Okay. So are you guys does it doesn't get like real aggressive?
It has, but I don't think it. I mean, in my opinion, you know, all the moderators have different moderating styles. I
Right.
don't necessarily enjoy listening to the super aggressive stuff. So if the whole room is into it and that's what's happening, I'll bow out. I
Mm.
don't have an issue. I can find something else to do. But if it's so aggressive that it's like bad audio for YouTube, like, you know, unlistenable,
Yeah.
we try to do something where, like, you know, a moderator unmute, they can't handle it. Or, it's hard to get people to behave, man. Crazy.
Do you guys allow the flat earthers in here that are members of the server that are allowed to sort of be in here and challenge things and speak about flat earth? Do you allow them to make baseless assertions and try to use that as evidence, or no? Do you guys stop that right away?
Yeah,
Or
I
you
would,
just
I
like,
would say so.
yeah, yeah,
I would
okay.
definitely say so. Yeah. I mean, I've heard flat earthers say plenty of retarded stuff, and I've said something, and yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you got it.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. How do you feel about the
Because
whole
it's all,
term, like, flat earther, like, and what it makes, you know, NPCs think, like a, you know, like a pancake in space?
yeah, I didn't like it at first because I thought it was detrimental to the ideas because it has such a negative connotation, and when you mention it to people, they automatically just think of the bullshit that they've been fed about flat Earth from like Flat Earth Society and the government, the fucking pizza floating in space idea and the edge and ice wall. So I thought it was bad, but at the same time, I think maybe it's good because it can it really triggers people, and I think sometimes I think triggering people is fucking good as long as you can make sure there's an opportunity to really teach them what it actually means, and that a lot of what they think they know about it is bullshit, and flat earthers don't actually subscribe to any of that shit. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this shit going around about. Because, like I said, I'm not, other than being just in the Discord, I'm not that active anywhere else. And I'm not constantly trying to like learn every talking point and learn all the ways to fight these debating globers because I don't give a fuck. I know that the globe is a lie. I can prove that it's flat with with tearing apart their claims that they make. But when it gets into like all the pseudoscience and learning how and all that shit, I don't want to go there. And so sometimes um I think people kind of treat you differently with that because they think like I don't know that you're not really. I don't know what the fuck I'm thinking of. It's hard to describe. You know what I'm saying? Mm, maybe not. So okay, for instance, what I'm talking about is this idea going around about and I forget who did this, and they did some fucking like demonstration of that the Earth might actually be moving things like going up or some bullshit like that. You know what I'm talking about?
I
This
have no
this
idea.
new
That sounds insanely retarded.
yeah,
And
I
it's not
forget.
new for sure because the Flat Earth Society has been saying that we're moving upwards at 1,000 miles an hour for a very long time.
Yeah, apparently some flat earther did some sort of thing and it's gaining steam again and people are talking about it and it's really triggering a lot of fucking people and I don't like it either. I don't want to because I think that's bullshit. But and I'm not interested in like trying to really figure it out and what it's about so that I can smash it because I don't feel like it's necessary. It's bullshit. You know,
Yeah,
there's no
it
there's nothing
sounds dumb.
there's not any people keep waiting for like new evidence and new things and things to really put final nails in coffins and I think that's already been done. I don't think there's really any new thing that's going to come along to you know what I'm saying, to really like, oh, that's it, end it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If it's dumb, it's dumb. And the people are smart, they'll see it. If they're not, then they're going to get fooled by it until somebody points it out to them. So for every dumb argument, there's an opportunity for somebody else to look smart by just pointing out how dumb it is.
Yeah, and I don't mean new evidence as far as to disprove flat earth. I mean people, even flat earthers that are out there constantly trying to seek and new observations and do new things to do like a final nail in the coffin. It's like, dude, it's already dead. It's you don't it speaks, the globe model speaks for itself. You don't need anything more than what they've already given us to disprove the entire thing. There's it's all there already. You're chasing your tail and you're feeding in to more because you know the Globers can keep coming up with different ways and different terms to explain their fucking bullshit, and it's just a it's just running around in circles, and we're chasing them around sometimes, and some of it seems a little silly, and a lot, and they change the narrative all the time, and then when they learn some of the flat Earth um uh ways of showing how what their claims are bullshit. They start using you know our weapons and trying to trying to get them into their model and be like, oh yeah, no, you know what I'm saying, they're trying to flip shit around all the time, like with like Harai. with the horizon? Is it optical? Is it physical? And they're always trying to go back and forth, and it's really funny.
Well, they're just going to have to keep pumping out a bunch of fake stuff. And every time they do that, there's another opportunity to point out how fake it is. I can't wait. I think that's why they're pushing all the alien crap, because they're going to say, like, oh, it's too dangerous to go into space because aliens can't stop crashing in the desert or some bullshit. Then they won't have to pump out as much CGI.
I think about that a lot too, and I think that could be a part of it too. I've been thinking about the idea too that they could be doing it to in case flat Earth gets too big and they can't stop it. They can then utilize it and come out and say, "Look, here's the situation. We had to, come up with this globe thing because back in the day, we discovered that there is other lands, and we had to protect you from it because there is, another race of our civilization, and they're a lot more advanced than we are, and we weren't ready for it, and they wouldn't allow us to get close to them until we were ready, or they were ready for us, and now this is the situation, and and it'll be okay. But as long as you follow our directions and we do this and you accept, uh, you know, we can't keep driving our cars because we're killing our environment, and you have to just do what we say. And once you do that, you know, we will get granted permission to go to these other lands, and there's cancer cure. I don't know. It could be any number of crazy shit like that, just to come up and stop the a flat Earth awakening sort of thing, and use it to make up just another bullshit story like other ponds or other lands to to keep people under control, or even that maybe aliens are coming from those other lands. There's so many opportunities and so many things they come up with. It is interesting your idea though, because didn't they just try to send a a rocket from India or something to the moon and land on the moon? And they were, I thought I saw like a live stream of the rocket sort of orbiting the moon, and it was going to land, and then the feed ended, and they said that, oh, we don't know what happened to it, and then they said, we think it crashed, but we're not sure. So I started to think, what you just said makes sense, because they can say, eventually they can be like, in sometime in the near future, be like, yeah, what happened to that rocket was fucking aliens blew it out of the sky and wouldn't let it land. And and so we got to stop this space shit because they ain't having it. They're not having it. I don't know. It's a good idea.
I mean, yeah, why not?
It's a really good idea. Because I think somebody just told me the other day that fucking Trump came out and said when he's president in 2025, they're gonna be planting the American flag on Mars.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, fuck
Oh,
off.
sorry.
Yeah, right. And so now they're doing these moon things right now. Yeah, and that's probably going to if that keeps happening, where these landers and rovers just all of a sudden they're out there and then boom. Oh, what happened? Oh, we don't know. Crashed, disappeared, went off we can't find it, or the stream stopped. We don't know. That's a very good possibility. And then they're going to say, fuck yeah, Mars. We can't go to Mars. This is what's been going on. Oh man, I'm gonna be honest, all them fucking hearings. What a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, those hearings would have been huge if that happened in like 1950. Churches
Yeah.
would be meeting, and people would be in the streets freaking out. But you know, you can rent pictures of somebody's butthole for like $3 a month. So nobody really gives a shit today.
Well, that's kind of, but it's interesting though because the UFO thing, that whole craze started back really in the 40s with that Roswell incident, and they made it all up to convince people that they were covering something up, so that people would believe that it was true, to believe aliens, and they wouldn't talk about it for years. Now they're doing this slow reveal, like what's 70 fucking 80 years later. And they're like, yeah, there is these UFOs. We're aware of it. We have some actual alien DNA or bodies and actual ships, and we have all this evidence that it is real. We know of it. Like, shut the fuck up. Now all of a sudden you're telling us the truth, huh? And people do believe it. There's a lot of people out there that are falling for that nonsense.
Yeah, they really eat it up. But you know what? The truth will have its day.
Yeah, definitely.
Some
The
people don't want to let it.
truth always comes to light, right?
Hmm.
Nothing new under the sun.
Yep. Are you a Christian?
Um, I don't know how to answer that. I am
Well,
not.
I only asked because you said a Bible verse, the nothing new under the sun thing.
Yeah, okay. I do believe in the Bible. I'm a Bible reader. I am. I believe in the Creator. I believe in the whole creation story. But I do not. I don't belong to any structured, organized man religion. And
That's
I
cool.
believe. I believe what the Bible says about those organizations.
Yeah, yeah.
um,
Neither was JC. He wasn't. Actually, was just reading from Luke. He got chased out of a church.
hmm
They tried to chase him off a cliff. He was
And
up in the churches saying some intense stuff.
yeah, and I believe in Jesus. I do. I absolutely do. And he's saved my life before.
Amen,
Um,
brother. That's awesome.
yeah. I've been in some dark places, man, and it took me a long time to learn how to trust him and actually have that faith to make it work for myself. And I discovered it, and I, I was amazed, man. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, I was doing this all wrong my whole life. I figured it out. That shit is real. Because I grew up a Catholic and went to 8 years of Catholic school, but that was really bad. I didn't learn a fucking thing, and it really turned me for a lot of years away from God and made me think there was no God. And I thought it was bullshit.
No, me
It's
too. I was raised a weird sect of Christianity as well, and came back to Christ about 5 years ago, and just now started going back to a church, not the original one that I was going to, but I decided to start going to Orthodox church. They
mhm.
seem to take Jesus pretty seriously, and they're not Catholic, so that's cool.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, yeah. I just felt like I'm reading the book and I'm praying to the big man, and I should just do it with other people as well. And of course, there's going to be weirdos in the church. There's going to be weird people everywhere,
Yeah,
but we
yeah.
we are supposed to the book says to do it. So
Yeah, I know.
doing my best.
I know it does, and that's why I have conflict in the way I do. I am doing things right now because I'm also I keep thinking that there's going to be this awakening and moment of change, and that if we just wake up, we can re-steer this ship in the right direction. But that's not what the Bible says at all.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's a lot of people don't really like what the Bible really actually says.
Well, it doesn't sound good, man. For a long, like it's gonna, according to the Bible, things are just gonna get progressively worse and worse and worse till finally it comes to a point where the big man's gonna say, "All right, here I come." You know what I'm saying? Here- and put an end to it all. But it's gonna be, according to the Bible, pretty fucking bad.
I mean, it doesn't have to be. Well, I mean,
You think it can be easier?
I think there's parts that are a little misunderstood.
Okay.
And I think that if you're doing the right thing, everything's going to be fine. And everything being fine might be you getting your head cut off. But if you understand it,
Yeah. Well, and see,
there's believe it or not, there's worse things than getting your head cut off.
right, and yeah, and what I mean is not, it's not a fear of death, because that is one of the things that I was relieved from when I had my um the veil lifted above flat Earth, and knowing where I am, who I am, where I came from. That fear went away because I knew ultimately whatever happens, I know I'm going to be safe with him again. It's like there's no fear because I'm going to be right back to. Anyway, the point is excuse me. The point is the part that just gets me is maybe not a quick death, and a slow, just seeing people suffering here for a while is, that would be worse than a quick. It's not the quick death, it's the suffering before is what I'm worried about, because I have a family, and I'm trying to figure out ways to help plan and maybe protect them, but you know I don't know if it's possible to protect them from some of that. It might just happen. I don't know, or maybe like you said, we're misinterpreting some things, and maybe it won't be as bad as it could be. I don't know. Nobody fucking knows, man.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot, man. I'm learning more and more every day.
Yeah, that's what.
If you want to protect your family, you have to you got to really go for it. In terms of just like having that relationship with God, I don't think we can really protect anyone from anything that's really um, really bad. I think the worst thing that can happen to somebody, the only protection you can get from that is from God.
Yeah,
You can't give that to them, but you can steer them towards it. You can tell them to stop running towards the flames for sure. But it takes, dude, you got to be so fucking smart about how you talk to people with this stuff, because like you said, it turned you away from the church for years. I've turned people away from the church because of how I acted as a young Christian. I know there's people out there who, when they think of a Christian, they think of me being fucking whack. Exactly. Yikes. Sucks, but I've repented for it. I'm moving on. I'm trying my best to be better.
Yeah, because now that you mention it, one of the worst things I'm thinking of that can possibly happen for me and my girl is our daughter. We could lose her. We could lose her to this fucking mind virus, this system, to where she is one of them, and that to me, I think is probably, it could be the worst probably the worst thing, right? In a future scenario, because that is happening to people in families. Families are splitting up, and brother and sister and mother and son and fathers are are breaking apart because of the things that they are doing. And like with the last few years, the Coco thing, fam- families were torn apart because of that, and still are torn apart and not coming
Yeah, dude.
together. You know what I'm
No, I
saying?
live it. I live it every day. My family's completely shattered. I have
Yeah,
all my family members are strangers with fucking shared blood types. That's all, and memories.
that's so
It's been
depressing, dude.
years.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sucks,
I miss my mom. I miss my sisters. I miss my aunts and my uncles and my cousins and my grandma. And it's yeah. I'm I'm the only one in out of all those people and everyone else. I am the single only person in my family that did not get it.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, dude.
You know, it says, dude, I got a really strong connection with God,
Hmm.
and I know that His plan is so good, and that if things weren't going according to His plan, it would be even worse than what they are now. You know, those people that I named, they might not even be around. I might not. I just know that whatever He's got planned is great, and my faith is massive. So it keeps me real positive. Like, imagine how beautiful the reunion will be. You know, that's hope is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, yeah, that's fucking magical. Think about. Oh shit, man, I'm so lucky. This is the more I meet a lot of you people, man, the more I realize how fortunate I am because I still have some people. I still have my mother and my father that are aware, and because I was able to wake my dad up of the flat Earth.
Dude, that
I'm still trying.
fires me up. That fires me
Yeah.
up to hear that. I'm stoked. That's really cool. Because the boomers got it the worst. Dude, they ate that shit up. The kids on the school ground were calling it the boomer removal in the beginning.
Oh, yeah. Fuck, dude, and I'm still having trouble trying to pull them out of the political system. And vote
Oh man.
because
Just say
they're
that
still kind of.
democracy is two wolves and a sheep deciding what's for dinner, and
Well,
that
see,
they've
they know.
imported a lot of wolves.
Yeah, they fucking know all that. They know, man, and it's like, but they're still. I don't know, because I was asking my dad the other day, "Are you gonna vote?" And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Why? Why are you?" Stop it, whatever. I can't push them.
Well, I have a very good friend that I respect a lot, and we're on the same page with a lot of things, including how totally legitimate voting in this country is, especially after the last election. And he's still going to vote. And I asked him why, and he says it's so that I can have an opinion amongst the folk, amongst the people. Because if you don't vote, and then you're trying to argue with somebody about politics, you know, you don't really have a great position to stand on in their eyes, which is understandable. But for me, I have no intention of becoming an authority on politics. I think it's
Yeah,
the gayest shit ever. So I completely, I'm not voting. And,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It's yeah. And I gotta share this with you too, and hopefully it'll bring you a little bit of joy. So my fiance is awake and aware with me, and I just red pilled my 15-year-old nephew, whose mother I'm estranged from. Um, my me me and my mother and father are estranged from her. She doesn't come around anymore. She doesn't talk to us. She's and it's not because of the last few years. It started way earlier than that. But it is part of the sort of, I think, um, what do you call it? The identity sort of politic thing. That kind of played a role in it. But I see him. I still have a relationship with my nephew, and every time I'm around him, I try to make sure to inject him a little, seeds, and then I'm constantly watering it a little bit until the last time I was with him, he he came to me and he said, "Hey, do you want me to like look or read any of those books you got on flat Earth?" Man, I can't tell you the excitement and joy I got when he told me that. Um,
No,
it was
that's mad. That's awesome, bro. That's
Yeah, dude, I was so excited. So I gave him some stuff, man. He looked it over and read it, and he came back to me. He's like, "Man, what's bubbles in space?" And I looked it up, showed it to him, showed him videos, and showed him all kinds of so much shit, dude. He's like, he couldn't believe it. Could
dude.
not believe it.
I got a good story. I got a phone call about a week and a half ago from an old friend who I hadn't seen in a while because I was living in another state, and we reconnected. I don't know. There was like kind of the spirit of despair in his voice when he called me. So I was like, well, what are you doing right now? It was like 11 o'clock at night, and I went over to his house and hung out with him until like 4 in the morning. He gave me just told me his whole Coco experience. Faking his V card to like hold odd jobs. Like his family just kind of talking to him. He wouldn't get it. All this stuff. Still just dealing even after it. It's rough. It rocked him hard. Just to see everybody lose their minds really affected him deeply. Um, and that kind of seeing that kind of trauma in somebody who was always like social butterfly, and now it's just that period of time, that lockdown really did a number on the social butterflies. I think some of the more charismatic people in the world, or maybe a little fragile. I don't know, but I've been hanging out with him now every other day. I'm gonna get him. He told me he's gonna come to church next Sunday. But yeah, and I've been talking to him about flat Earth and stuff too, and he's like very he's already yeah, the moon landing is fake. So this is a very easy skip for him. How he hasn't really come across it yet, I don't know, but yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, well, shit, dude. When I first, that's awesome. That is awesome. But for me too, when I first heard flat Earth to start my journey, I think it was like 2015, and I'm 45, so whatever. Do the math. I Up until that point, I never fucking heard flat Earth. I had no fucking idea this conversation was being had. And I was fucking shocked by it. Now, I had been red pilled. I've been red pilled early on and since like fifth grade by my grandfather about the fake moon landing. But we'd only gotten so far, and JFK and World War II. Like he'd been red pilling me my whole life. Um,
Oh, he
on the
red pilled you on World War II? That's tight. That's a
yeah,
big one.
yeah, because he was involved. He was there. And
Mine too.
he was in a position where he got appointed to. He was like the chauffeur, the driver for a big top dude over there. So he saw a lot of shit. He was exposed to a lot of shit. He
Was
liberated a
he?
fucking. Go ahead.
Just curious. Was he on the Allies or the Axis?
Allies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He so he saw some bullshit, and it really. So here I'll just real quickly give you a brief overview. I told you he was with close to some bigwig. He was involved in liberating a camp, and he got put in charge of a huge regiment of German soldiers. And everything he learned over there, by the time he got home, he was so turned off by everything in the military, he refused to even accept his any benefits or anything from the military. He was so he refused it all. He hated it, and he despised his comrade, his fellow brothers, when they came back, that would sort of flaunt their time and service over there and be proud of it and wear their little medals and put hats on and t-shirts on to represent the squad or whatever they were with. He was so fucking pissed. He hated those dudes because he knew what bullshit it was.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get to Flat Earth with him. I discovered that on my own. I think he knew, though. He was just slowly trying to um, work us to it, and then he died before we ever got to have the conversation. But so I've been on and then that's right. My learning never stopped, and I saw every everything you can think of, from Oklahoma to Boston to 9/11 to every one of them, man. I was there, and I was like, yeah. So it's been a crazy ride up until Flat Earth. I had this weird moment too with Flat Earth. I was like, oh man, finally it's over. Like, okay, like I get it now, and there's really no more reveals, right? No, this is fine. Man, was I wrong? Every day is something new.
Yeah, they're really pumping it out, and I'm it's at a point now where I'm really not sure how much of it is AI. I've completely stopped watching the news. Like people just, the way I find out about the news is people ask me, "Have I heard about this?" And it's getting kind of annoying. Like, but it's okay. I'm not gonna get frustrated.
Yep, I did the same thing, man. Not that long ago, I quit feeding into it, and even because I know it's bullshit, but I was still watching it to try to just be like thinking I'm gonna learn something, and because we watch it with different eyes and hear it with different ears, so we the things that they don't say we figure out, and the things they do say we do know what's really going on behind it. But it was still frustrating me, pissing me off, because they just spelt these lies, and I knew what the truth was. It was just making me fucking angry. So I was like, what? Why am I doing this to myself? Why am I watching this shit? So I did the same thing you did, man. I don't even watch it anymore. I don't even watch the local news. And I've been so much better for it and healthier and happier. I don't have that fucking bullshit weight, and shit. It's really good, man, and healthy. I've been trying to get my mother to shut that shit off too, because it makes her miserable, but I've not been doing a good job.
Yeah, man, I've just been like working, and then if I want to sit down, I'll read. And fucking reading books again. I suck at it, but I'm getting better.
Yeah, I'm trying to force myself into that too, because that was my introduction to Flat Earth, was books, because I wasn't really I wasn't an internet guy. I wasn't into any social media or YouTube, so I wasn't even really aware that there was a lot of shit on YouTube. So for the first few years, I was just trying to get all the books I could and read them all. And then I somehow stumbled upon YouTube and saw a video of Flat Earth. I was like, "Holy fuck, this is on YouTube!" And I found all the big names, and I watched some of their shit. And I was like, "Wow, this is amazing." And I don't know if you're aware of Robert Pisano, Planete Veritas, but I came across his YouTube page and was watching his videos. They really resonated with me. So I actually reached out to him and contacted him and talked to him, and he told me about Discord and 24/7, and sent me there and got me hooked up with a guy there who's not really involved anymore. But yeah, man, that's how I got verified. And that was in like probably 2020 or right before 2020. It's been a long journey, man.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know too many. I've heard a lot of the names, but I don't know too many of the YouTube guys.
Yeah.
I quit a 10-year career and like went to go work for this dude who owned a big property
in my city, and he built he manufactured parts for his crane company in his backyard and put me to work. So I went from making a lot of money. It was a horrible. I was working for Hollywood for 10 years. Fucking sucked, bro.
Oh, wow.
I got out of that. Just went to work for this dude, and day one, he tells me that we didn't go to the moon, which I was kind of already savvy to, but then also that the Earth is flat, and I was just like, oh no, I'm working for a crazy person. I went from working for one kind of crazy people to another kind of crazy people, but then he really kind of held my hand and walked me through it, and it was just oh shit, he's right. Smart guy.
That's wonderful, man. What happened to him?
It didn't happen overnight.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, we're good friends.
Oh good.
Yeah. I talked to him like 3 hours ago. I don't work for him anymore. I haven't worked for him for years, but we're definitely still friends.
So, do you know who Quantum Eraser is?
I do know who that is. Yeah, he showed up around the time that I left 24/7.
Okay, yeah, I figured because that's probably why. Because I think Robert Pisano was sort of a part of all that in the beginning, but he dipped out too. He dipped out but got me in there, and I just mentioned him because I know that I thought maybe if you knew QE, you'd know Pisano because I guess they were all kind of around there at the same time, but that was right as you left, so that makes sense. Makes complete sense.
Yeah. I had a little tiff with the ownership.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Just no, see ya. I don't want to be a moderator. I don't want to be here. It's just weird.
Yeah, I've heard. I mean, not in detail, but because I have inquired and asked questions like, "The fuck goes on?" Okay, because the reason what happened is part of my thing. I took a break for a while for 6 months or 9, whatever, because my girl got pregnant and I wanted to just focus on her and not on fucking Flat Earth or the Discord. So I completely left just to focus on her. And then when we had the baby, I came back and it was a totally different thing. It didn't have the same vibe. A lot of the contacts I had made and people I talked to were gone, and there's all these new people, and it felt like a new direction. And I was like, man, what the fuck? This is not what I remembered at all. I've been doing a lot of inquiry lately and trying to figure out what's going on. And apparently there's a lot of during the course of this thing, it's been a lot of changes and a lot of people leaving and a lot of infighting, but I guess that's normal though in anything. I don't know. It's just gonna happen, right? Fuck. I don't know. Maybe it's good too. Maybe it's supposed to be like that. I don't know.
I think that's the $1 million answer right there. Whoever's in charge wants it that way.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting though. I'm not gonna make any fucking, I don't know. I don't like making accusations and shit. Maybe you might know more than I do. I don't know. Well, no, I'm sure you do know more than I do. You've been in it a lot longer, and I'm not in that level of. I don't have that history with all these people like you do and a lot of other guys. And I don't, I'm not looking for gossip or I don't really give a shit. But it's just interesting because you have to know sort of the history of things in order to be aware of, where you are and what could come next, or you have to be aware of all that shit.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like I do have pretty good situational awareness, and I'm a straight up guy, and I like straight up answers. I was asking straight up questions and wasn't getting it. So, I don't stick around when things are fucking goofy. I don't try to make sense out of nonsense. I give somebody an opportunity to like explain to me why this is happening. Oh, that explanation sounds ridiculous and nonsensical, so I'm out. I don't have time. You know, that place got to what, almost 33,000 members, and then it got shut down, you know.
Yeah.
Like, whoops. Whoops, we like lost control. And then
Wow.
ever since it's just been down a spiraling, you know, pile. But you know what? Probably shouldn't be talking about him on the live stream. It's just out of respect, you know. There are good people over there.
Oh,
Like you said, you're over there. So.
I'm not trying to be negative. No, you're right. I don't want to start
I
nothing.
can only I can only be negative about it. That's why
Oh, okay.
I'm saying I probably shouldn't talk about it, you know.
Yeah, I don't want to do that because I don't want to I don't want to be involved in that. Because I do like it there. I like I don't know if I can find value. There's people there I like.
Yeah, I met a lot of good people there. I still know some of them. The owner of this server was a moderator over there. He's a cool guy. I don't know if he's awake right now. He's in the room right now, though.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I hope I didn't put you in a bad spot or anything.
No. It's all good, man. Just curious. Are you from California?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, man. Yeah, I
You
just
sound
like talking about
a friend of mine from the Bay Area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I've never been to California.
Right on.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, like I said, man, I don't know nothing. I don't know shit. I wish I knew more though, and would have been around in the early days. That sounds like it was an interesting fucking time.
Let me ask you kind of just like an off-topic question. If you could go back in time 10 years and convince yourself to learn a skill, what skill would that be?
Oh shit. Kill.
I mean, 10 years is a long time. You can learn you can get really good at something in 10 years, right? You know?
Mm.
I'm trying to answer that question for myself and then just start now. Like I'm 32. I'm going to be 33 very soon. And I just want more skills, man.
Yeah. Trying
Like
to think
I'm
of
fucking jack of all trades, master of none. Kind of. I haven't really had the opportunity to just fucking hone in on one thing for many, many years, except for being in Hollywood. I did that for 10. And I feel like I wasted my time. A little bit.
Well, so you learned something from it, right?
Yeah, but I feel like I'm just kind of drawing a blank on like what's a like, you know, I don't know. That's why I asked you like what's a skill that you would go back in time and convince yourself to learn?
I'm still thinking about it. I'm trying to because like there's things I wish I was better at. Like I wish I was better at memorizing information so that I can regurgitate it like in this forum. I wish I was better at that. I don't know if that's a skill that you can just teach yourself or if it's I could just be bad at memorization. You know what I mean? Because I have sort of had a problem with that throughout my life with like school and shit. And I didn't do well in school because I was terrible at memorization and regurgitation. Yeah, man, what maybe be better linguistically and better vocabulary and a better speaker.
Platypus.
What's up?
Yeah, I mean, that's a difficult question to answer only because depending on your perspective, like if you look at it like worldly, Like what kind of skill worldly wise, right? Oh, I could have been a trucker, or I could have been a plumber, or electrician, or a teacher, or whatever, you know. But like that's something that I fight myself over because I wish that I would have got my CDL, my trucking license early on. I wasted my 20s goofing off, smoking weed and doing this and that. And I could have been building my resume up, which I'm doing now. I got my CDL, I got my 2A1C hydraulics license. But you say you're turning 33, where I'm 34. You know, and I feel like I wasted a lot of my life.
No, I hear you.
But
Go ahead.
But right, this is what if I encourage people to look into themselves and in the greatest scheme of things, it doesn't matter. Everything is vanity, bro. Everything is vanity, and what you need to work on is acquiring wisdom, right? The scriptures talk about acquiring treasure that doesn't rot, right? Like I don't know, man. It gets philosophical, but yeah, go ahead.
No, I hear you. I'm the one answer that comes to my mind, other than a trade skill, because I mean, I guess I could just technically, you could say any trade skill, like electrician, whatever, and I guess that would be a good choice if that's something that interests you. But the only thing that comes to my mind is like learning a language, learning another language. If I had started 10 years ago, I'd be 10 years, proficient at least. And I know learning another language helps with your memory and all kinds of stuff, and it opens up a whole group of people to speak to and to relate to.
That's
So I'm in
interesting.
the process. I'm in the process of learning Hebrew. I already know English and Spanish fluently, but I do. My goal is to one day be able to speak Hebrew fluently. I know it's almost impossible to basically, after you go through puberty, to actually dominate a language to the point where you won't have an accent anymore, right? But I just want to be able
That's
to
not.
communicate.
I wouldn't say that that's exactly accurate. I after the age of 20, I've started learning a bunch of languages, and I haven't stuck with all of them. Usually I'll go hard for like 6 months and get like kind of conversational, and then I mean, a lot of it for me, just straight up, has to do with women. Like you speak another language, if you speak her language, it's so much easier. So for me, it was Spanish, Portuguese, German, Russian, and Arabic that were the languages that I was interested in, and I've studied all of them. But lately, I've really been trying to study Russian. That's for church, because I've been going to a Russian Orthodox church.
Cool. But yeah, like the whole flat Earth thing. Like you guys were talking about 24/7. Like I've been part of 24/7 forever, but I'm not active there. And every time I used to go in there, bro, like a couple years ago, it'd always be like I got to get muted, or it was always like infighting. And I feel like the same thing here, but I think people just enjoy fighting. I think that they enjoy debating and the intellectual arena, right, where people get to face each other intellectually and see who's the smartest in the room. I don't really like that energy. I don't know why we can't just like come together peacefully and talk about reality. Why does everything have to be like so contentious? You know what I'm saying? And then people like that. They like the energy of the fighting, so they feed off of that. And if people ain't fighting, then people ain't interested. That's just honest truth, bro.
No, dude. I've been arguing with way more than just people on Discord for years. Like I was trained for the flat Earth sort of rejection from society, because I was super into politics when Trump was getting elected.
Like when he came down the escalator, I was telling all my friends and family, like, he will be your president, and just arguing with them for months. And then it happened, and we argued some more, and now I don't talk to people. And like, that's pretty much the same story that happened with Flat Earth, where like, brought it up to a bunch of friends and family. Some friends saw it, some friends didn't. You know, some friends were like, "Oh shit, it is flat," and then created more schisms. I don't know.
Now, a lot of the problems I've had with any sort of forum in this topic isn't the forum or isn't the people in it. It's always been myself because I've been naive and just my idea and what I thought it was wrong, and what I thought, it's all me. It's not anything to do with. It's not 24/7. It was my fault when I was having conflict with some people and I didn't understand. Because I was wrong. You know what I mean about certain things. It had nothing to do with any of them, or it was really myself. And because, like I said, I like being able to go everywhere and talk to everybody. I don't have a problem with anyone. And I'm not going to be heavy into the debate arena, so I can stay clear of a lot of stuff, man. I just like talking to people and having real conversations, and that's what I'm about. And I forget sometimes, like, things are live streamed and stuff, so people are always listening and looking for anything to jump on somebody about, and everywhere you go. So I'm gonna try to, like, if people want to have conversations about certain stuff and they're worried about demonetization or getting booted off streams or getting doxxed, like, I'm happy to get off of live and I'm start having some other conversations not on live so that it doesn't fuck up the live, and not to fucking gossip either and talk about nobody, because I ain't about that. Platypus, oh no, did he leave?
No, I think he's here. Oh yeah, he's out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. I'm glad I found this place too, though, because I'm always looking for new people and new venues to reach out to and talk to. I don't know why I wasn't told about this place sooner.
I don't even know how I found this place, dude. I got invited. Somebody invited me. They thought I'd be a good fit in here. It's
Yeah.
one of the only servers in the server list that I have on Discord that is active almost 24/7. It's the only one.
Cool. Yeah, I don't really have that many. So and I just got this a couple days ago, man. Somebody invited me from 24/7. That's in both. He comes over here and is over there.
But the thing with Flat Earth is that it becomes like people get obsessed with it and it becomes their identity. And then that's when it starts getting really weird for me, because I'm like I'm a flat earther, but that's just one of my that's just one thing. I don't identify as a flat earther. Like, that doesn't make up who I am, and people let it like become who they are. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think their priorities are messed up, because the shape of the earth is just one of many mysteries of this realm, of this existence. And people dwell way too much on just that one thing, and they miss the bigger picture. right? They missed the looking into all the mysteries. And that's why I branched out. I don't have just flat earth servers. Like I have a bunch of different servers, dude. Like, but the flat earth is the only one that seems to be perpetually active.
Yeah, that makes sense, dude. That's a good point. For me, the reason why it happened to me that way is because it had a huge impact on my life and really steered me into a good direction. And I kind of started looking at the heliocentric lie, and I was thinking, you know, that had a major negative impact on my entire life and put me in a really fucked up position. So that's why I kind of really got into it, wanted to get in it hard to help people and try to help push them in the right direction to the awakening so that hopefully maybe they can have that same experience. Um, you know what I'm saying? So that's kind of why I thought that it was super important. And I also thought that I think that lie really helps hold a lot of the other lies together that we're are forced upon us in the outside world. Um, there's so many deceptions out there.
Yeah, like you can talk about evolution and creationism. There's a lot of aspects. We don't just have to talk about flat Earth. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like
Yeah,
people just, if for whatever reason, that's the one that seems to be the most awakening to them. But like, I, and my critique of flat Earth in general is that people lose focus of the bigger picture, right? And they only focus on that one subject, and they dwell on that one subject, and they exhaust that one subject. When life is so much more meaningful than just flat Earth. But I understand that there's always going to be cliques. There's always going to be hobbyists that are like, niche hobbyists that only focus on one thing, right? But my main critique of the flat Earth community is to branch out and look at like the bigger picture, like who created us, right? Why are we here? What's the meaning of life? Like these questions have to be answered um, before you die, right? Ideally, in my belief system, you have to be able to figure these things out before you die. Yeah, good. You figured out the shape of the earth, but keep going. Don't stop there, right? Keep
Mhm.
going. Don't lose focus. It's like almost like when people do DMT or they do psychedelics that people like Joe Rogan talk about that once you get to this area, the entities are like, oh, don't lose focus because everything's so like swarmy and everything geometric patterns. It's like, don't be um captivated by the light. Don't lose focus. Like and they get captivated by the dome or the firmament or whatever, and then they forget about everything else.
Yeah, I mean, that happens to a lot of people where in everything, right? I mean, like you can too much of anything isn't good. You got to be able to, yeah. You're right. You gotta really dip your toe in a lot of different ponds, man. Can't learning and shit and expansion of new ideas. That's good. You can never stop like learning things. You always got to keep trying to go as far as you can go. I think with everything, man. Yeah, but I'm sure some people do get stuck. I've gotten stuck before in my life and things. I was stuck on fucking ancient aliens for fucking years, like a dumbass.
Hey, that show is propaganda. I enjoyed that show, dude. I enjoyed that show thoroughly, but it's definitely a lot of cap on there. A lot of
Oh,
capping on there.
I know it's horrible. And I didn't even start out with the fucking show. The show didn't exist when I first learned about it. I learned about it from books when I was very young. I forget the guy's fucking name that started all that. But man,
Zachariah
I was
Stitcher.
reading those books and I was like, oh. No, it was somebody else. It was
What's it called? God damn it. Trying to remember the name. Von something. Von Von Eric Von Doniken? No. Is that right?
I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
I don't think I said the name
Von
right.
Doniken.
Chariots of the Gods. That's the
I
name
know
of the
who
book.
it is.
Yeah, Chariots of the Gods is the name of the book. And it's all about that shit. It's about the fucking alien race that came down and fucking created the pyramids and created civilization. And that's where that all started from, was those books. There was like several of them.
Yeah, but the thing is, bro, don't feel like you wasted your time studying that stuff out, because now that you have an understanding of that stuff, you can better combat it, right? If you think it's fake, you can combat it now.
Yeah,
I've
right.
looked into all that stuff too, right? But it actually helps me in my worldview to understand why we're here, how we got here, right? And what's true and what's not true, and then with the deceptions. Like, this is what I mean, that more than flat Earth, like, all this stuff is exhilarating to me, fascinating to me. The idea that whether you believe that we were planted here or seeded on this planet by an alien race or not, I don't believe that. But even that idea, to study that idea out, is exhilarating for me.
You're right. And I believed it back then. Now I know it's bullshit. But I guess you're right. It's a good thing I went through that, because now I'm not going to be deceived by this bullshit alien thing. Whatever they're doing with that, this UFO shit, I'm I'm not going to be fooled by it, right?
Yeah.
Man, it's good meeting you, man. It's good talking to you. I think I'm gonna dip out because it's getting late, and if I keep
All right,
on here, I'm gonna be on here all fucking night. I gotta get to bed. Take care, brother.
Night.
Can hear you, fan, Kevin.
God, what's up, Jake?
Morning. How are you?
I'm great. How you doing?
I'm okay. Those buds I bought for $6 or something. They shit. The microphone or something is wrong. Need to invest some more, huh?
You need to spend like $30 for at least a
By the
decent pair.
way, I bought the auto level. Some
Okay, awesome.
Chinese stuff.
I don't know why you did that. It's not like people are like lying about it.
Well, I bought it. It's on the way.
Okay, that's awesome.
I'm waiting delivery.
I wouldn't know. Did you buy it off Wish for like $3?
I bought something that the specs is like Bev's auto level. A little less maybe.
Would you buy a dumpy level?
Auto level. Dumpy level, yeah.
Is it dumpy or an auto?
No, auto.
Oh, nice. Good for you.
Now I need to work on the neighbors here to get on the roof.
You need to work on a what?
On the roof, I have a tower here. I want to get permission to observe from the roof.
Oh, nice. Adam. Hey. You better settle down, mister. You got breakfast too. I know.
There's not much I can do here, so just look at the horizon. Maybe take time lapse in the morning to see the changes, how it changes during the day. And then during noon, 11 to 1, do more accurate observation of the horizon. See what we get. The tripod, though, is aluminum. It's not ideal. I'll have to carry some weight to hang on it to stabilize it.
All right, guys, how we doing?
Popping, Jeremy. Just about to go down.
It's about to go down, bro. We've been on a straight fire. I mean, we're consistent overall, but we've been on fire for like a week now. I think we capped out.
Yeah.
He's on fire. NBA Jam. We're bringing the '90s back, baby. There's nothing more. There's no more to it. We're bringing the '90s back. I think we capped out at like 65, 70 yesterday or something between the YouTube and the VC, putting up nice numbers.
See. Somehow it's weird. It doesn't seem like that. Like it just seems regular busy. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't seem like it's out of control like that. That's crazy.
I know. Some people are just listening, you know, which is fine. It's fine if you just want to listen. But yeah, we've been putting up nice numbers, good convos, good fucking convos. That's what it's about. It's having these discussions in a nice, coherent fashion.
Listening to you and Cheik, that was a great convo.
Really, Snacks?
I was like, how's this dude gonna interrupt you every sentence? Like, how's that happening? That's amazing.
I know. The mods get no respect. Who was saying that the other day? The mods just get no respect.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're a mod? Fuck you. What are you gonna do?
What does that mean? You're a regular? I don't know. Like they're like, what are you here just to say that? Like, I don't think you do anything. He's getting more mellow. I got my eye on him though. It's all right. It's all good.
It's my last day of work today, this week. All right, and then I'm about to go to the Poconos.
Oh, it's about to
be
be
lamping. That's right. That's right. All you can eat lobsters. One night, only one night, but that's all good though. That's all I need.
I'm gonna like crash it. I'm gonna show up there. I'm gonna find like the one place in the Poconos got free lobster night or whatever.
I think they all do it. It's like standard.
What am I fucking missing?
Poconos. Yeah, it's like standard Poconos. All you can eat lobster. They get some good acts and shit too. They have like a stage and a nice little theater. I don't know, theater. It's like an auditorium. I don't know. You know, a stage, and it's like a nightclub kind of thing because there's a dancing thing down at the bottom and shit, and they get some good acts sometimes. One night there was a Drake cover band. They were fucking good. They had some good comedians and shit.
Trip there. Nice area. I don't know if it's country. Is it country?
The Poconos, yeah, it's out in the woods. With hills, mountainous regions. Oh, one year we went to go. There's a shooting range out there. So one year we went to go shooting. We went with another couple. It's like a couple of shooting. We went with another couple. I thought it'd be fun. We'll go shoot some guns off. Bro, we drive a half hour through these up and down, left, right, turning, mountain, curvy fucking roads. The place is packed. The line's out the door. We're like, yo, fuck that. We drive back. On the way back, though, we stop and get this greasy-ass pizza and chicken wing shit. And then we drive back to these windy, turning up and down, left, right, hilly roads. And then I was just and then everyone was just sick for the rest of the day. Like I didn't do anything for the rest of the day. Why is my earbud dying when I just changed it though? Check. Next, say something.
Yeah, said something.
All right, I hear you now. I hear you now.
All right. Like check accomplished. Yes. All right, you're good. Your buds are all. You're all butted. You're all butted up.
I'm all butted up. Yeah, I'm all butted
Yeah.
up.
Dude, this was like a short summer. I'll say that.
This was a long fucking summer for me, bro. I thank God it's over, dude. Summers are rough for me.
I just mean the weather, you know? It wasn't like it could still be hot now, but it's not. Weird.
I mean, it's a little rainy out now, but
It feels like 2 weeks away from them be like, oh, that's the fall right there. I feel it. You know what I mean?
no, we got time, bro. We got time. It's not even September yet.
No, it's just
We gotta,
it's making me think it's gonna be cool. That's all.
we got a couple weeks of summer left. There's gonna be a lot of hot days left, bro. You know how they do it. It'll snow one day and then it'll be summer the next day.
Yeah, I guess I just miss like the incredible humidity, like heat wave that'll happen here, almost like every summer. And I don't think it really happened here this year. Like it was humid for a little bit, but it wasn't like it used to be like 2 weeks or something like that. You're like, oh my gosh, could it just rain?
I know.
That totally didn't happen. But that usually makes me hate the summer, which makes it feel longer, which makes it feel not short. But it feels short for me.
And,
Well, they're supposed to have that, you know, in the metonic cycle. You know what I mean? There's like longer years, shorter years. Although I never got really a straight answer from anybody about where we are in the metonic cycle. But yeah.
it's the metonic cycle.
I don't know. Could be climate change. I don't know what's doing it, but yeah, like almost no snow either. You notice that? Like I don't think the snow maybe stuck to the ground like one night. You know what I mean? And that's totally abnormal for winter.
Bro, back in the 80s and 90s, I remember the snow being
Oh my god!
wild.
Right?
Like
Is it because we were
wild.
short? It's because we were young then? I don't remember. I don't. I just remember it being so much snow, like it was just insane. You know, it's like living in the mountains or something crazy.
Yeah, bro. No, it used to be nuts. I know. I don't know if it was because we were short though in the 90s and 80s. Like we were like basically like midgets. So if there was like a decent amount of snow, it would have felt like a lot of snow.
Yeah, like 3 feet. It's like, oh my god, how did all this snow come down?
Yeah, it's like up to your neck. In the 80s, you're like 3 feet of snow. It's up to my fucking neck. You can't even stand in it. One time I jumped off a balcony into the snow. The second story balcony because there's just so much snow. I'm like, yo, I'm just gonna jump off this balcony.
It's awesome.
That's the type of shit you could do back then.
Where will the fucking snow go? It's crazy.
I don't know. We're losing water, bro.
It's not like it rains more, you know, like during the winter. I don't know, man. It's weird. We would catch. We would always catch like every fucking. It's like every storm that ever touched or sniffed Florida like hit us too. You know, like every tropical depression, you know what I mean? Like just one after another, week after week, it would go down. Not anymore. I can't. That's weird. You know. People be like, oh shit, I gotta go to the store and buy a bunch of shit because it's about to be rainy. You know what I mean? There's gonna be a hurricane. but like I can't even remember when the last time that happened was. Is that weird?
I don't get hurricanes.
No, you probably wouldn't.
I did once. We did once. I was actually driving through the city in it, and there was like a telephone pole that was at like a 45-degree angle, and I was like, "Oh shit!" So I drove under it really fast. There's some Final Destination shit going on. Other than that, though, we really don't get shit like that. Maybe we might get a little every once in a while. Something will come through, a little tornado or hurricane or whatever, and swipe some trees up. But we don't. It's nothing bad in general.
Oh. Yeah, it's just weird. It's like a weather pattern in this area. Like my whole life, it's been going on, and then just like I don't know, probably around like 2000, it started like changing a little bit. You know, as far as I noticed, it's like wow, this is like a long summer. Like oh my god, like it's fucking December and it's still like 65 out or something. You know what I mean? Some shit like that. I think that was like
Yeah, you're like
2000.
glamping in November. It's like November.
Yeah,
You're like chilling stuff.
yeah. Maybe it'll be like that this summer. I don't know, or fall. That is. Anyway, it's like no amount of pollution is explaining that shit to me. You know what I mean? No. Oh yeah, I threw away too many takeaway boxes. That's not. That doesn't square with me. How the whole fucking weather system just changes. That, that's whack. Something is going on, right? The weather is changing. It's just not. There's just no explanation that's good, really. They're just saying like, "Oh, you're throwing away too many pieces of garbage. It's your fault."
Yeah, when I was a little kid, I was drinking this apple juice box, little juice box, with a
Yeah,
little straw,
juicy juice.
and I was no, I can't, I don't know, I don't know. Anyways, I
Monster.
was drinking this
All right.
little juice box, whatever, a little juice box, a little kid drinking a juice box.
I like details. All right, go ahead.
Dude, I was like 6, 7, I don't know, and I'm drinking this juice box. I'm like, how many juice boxes are there? I'm like, how can we all be having these juice boxes? And I'm like, where do they go? I'm like, this is a lot of stuff going on here, right? Like, how can everyone have a juice box? That's so many juice boxes. Where do they all go? I don't know. It didn't seem feasible when I was a kid for everyone to have a juice box.
Yeah. If you have like multiple juices like in a day sometimes,
Yeah, I crushed like 3 juice boxes in one day. Just be home crushing juice boxes. My grandma come home and be like, "Where's all the juice boxes?" And the garbage can was just full of empty juice boxes. Fucking got busy. I was watching GI Joe, Transformers, drinking juice boxes all day. That's what's up.
Oh man, they're probably still around those boxes, right? Like it's like foil and plastic and cardboard and plastic and there's a straw. Your shit's probably still out there.
Juice boxes?
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying the one I had when I was 8?
Yeah.
I know. Probably just in a landfill somewhere around my city or something. Somewhere.
I'm gonna go find that shit, Jeremy.
It's probably like stuck in the sewer somewhere. I don't even know what it looks like. Was it green? I don't know.
So we gotta go find it. Like, yeah, we found a juice box. It might be the one. Yeah, we'll stop the search here. Good show.
You're saying, bro. We be making wild stuff, bro, and then just like chucking it. Like, how can we do that nonstop, day after day? This shit's gonna come to a crashing halt. There's no way we can keep that up. You just can't do it. Everyone on Earth cannot have a juice box every day. You're gonna, I don't know what's gonna happen. We're just gonna be walking on empty juice boxes. Listen, what I'm more interested in is how do we lose water? So you have a cup of water. How do I make that water go away forever? Not into water vapor, because then it's gonna come back, right? We can't turn it into water vapor. I got 2 ways so far. Let me know if you have a third one. The first one's electrolysis, right? That'll get rid of the water forever. And the second one is sonoluminescence. That'll also get rid of the water forever. Maybe. You have a third way to get rid of water.
It can't reform. It can reform and turn back into water. Even
with hydrogen.
Yeah. So you
No,
just
but
burn it.
you do it.
Turn back into water.
Wait, what happens?
If you just burn the hydrogen and oxygen, it'll turn into water.
If you just burn it?
Yeah, if you just like light it up, it'll just turn back to water.
Yeah, but if you just let it go in the air, it's gone.
Yeah, if you let it go in the air, it'll just, I guess, be air.
It'll just be air, yeah.
But eventually, right, it could turn back in. But anyway, I get your
what's
point.
That process called? What's that process called?
Rewaterification.
No, there's another name for it.
No, that's not a real name.
But the thing you said?
Yeah,
it sounded good. It did sound good though. I'm gonna give you an A forever on that one. That was good.
Okay. Maybe I'll use that later.
That was good.
Okay.
Yeah, that was good. No, that would have you would have got anyone else with that, but I know the other name of that. I just can't. Somebody else would be like, "Oh yeah, that's it. That sounds good." You get people at it. But and then sonoluminescence.
Yeah,
sonoluminescence.
How does that? Does that also do electrolysis to the water or something?
Bro, it has to. JA said he did. I mean, okay. JA said he did. JA said he did spectroscopy on sonoluminescence. Not him, maybe, but they've done it before, and they get hydrogen. So that's got to be what's. It's got to be what's like. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's not Maybe spectroscopy doesn't get rid of the water. I don't know. I don't know how you could be getting hydrogen spectral lines and not be using. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. If you get the spectral lines, you got the stuff. I mean, according to them.
Yo, you know what I am? I'm a doorman for cats. I can't tell you how many times I let cats in and out of the house all day. Get in there, kitty. Watch your tail. Watch your tail. Oh my god.
Tails and stuff like that. You gotta watch out for these guys, man.
What, cats?
Yeah.
My cats are like mentally challenged or some shit. One day the fucking there's people outside beeping their horn crazy. I'm like, yo, what the fuck's going on outside? My wife's like, our cat's laying in the middle of the road. Don't go out there. I don't want them to know it's us. I'm like, they know it's our fucking cat. It's always all over the house, sitting on fences and shit.
It's hilarious. Yeah, that that might be mentally deficient for a cat, like sleeping in the middle of the street. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. They just don't give a fuck. They're like, this is my road now.
All my cats were like evil geniuses, that like knew everything that I loved and then would like pee on it because they like resented me.
The one cat's dope. It's a straight killer. That should be bringing home rabbits, bird, all types of shit. She's a savage. Then the other ones are just like, the one of them got trapped in a cage. The neighbor's like, yo, if this cat killed one of my birds,
Cat here, and I went away, and somebody was moving out, and it was their cat, and I didn't know till I got back that the cat like never made it. They like couldn't find it. So this is like 2 weeks after, right? And this cat is just it's in my place, but I can't find it. It's just hiding in like behind some boxes and shit, just like on survival mode or whatever for 2 weeks, not even eating any food. And I'm like, I would hear it like in the middle and like maybe at like 6 in the morning, I'd hear like a meow, just one, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, that sounds like a cat, or actually it sounded more like a baby, because cats can kind of sound like that. And I was like, I was just impressed as fuck that this cat's still alive. He like was in survival mode, didn't even know me. You know what I mean? I was like, hey, what's going on? He's like, hey. I'm like, you're out of your mind. Cats are crazy, tenacious bitches. Sometimes I like the overweight cats though. They're a lot of fun. Extremely fat cats, extremely obese cats. On the next Maury. Is Maury still even on the air? I don't know. Might be a dated reference. Like a cat paternity test. I mean, there'd be a lot of deadbeat dads in cat world. You know what I mean? But if you could have a litter of like 6 kids every time, I mean, you probably would too. Man, our race would be so fucked if we could have like six kids at a time. That would be so messed up. It'd be like one time. That's all the sex you're doing. You can't afford to. You could have 12 kids just for having sex twice. It's crazy.
yeah, you couldn't even do it, bro. There's no way you could handle that. You'd be like that one family where all their names start with a J, and they got like a school bus they got to roll around in.
Makes it easier if everybody's name starts with a J. There's so many fucking kids. We got 32 of them. Oh man. Yeah, cats are cool animals. I wouldn't want to like have another cat pet, But I almost feel like it'd be fun to breed them, but then you have to take care of them. So that'd be a deal breaker. Probably piss on my
They're
stuff.
filthy animals. Cats are just filthy animals.
They're gross. They're gross. And the litter boxes, no thanks.
People think cats are so clean because they're always like licking themselves.
Mhm. They literally act like their shit doesn't stink, and yet it does, actually pretty badly. You know. So I don't know what. It's like they're so privileged. I don't know why cats got this privilege, cat privilege. Just want to lick my paws. No. Hang out here while you open doors for them. They can't even open doors, Jeremy. All right. I just had to get that out. Got a lot of post traumatic cat stress. Life's tough. I've seen some shit. Cats, man. But no dogs. I have no experience with dogs. It's just other people's dogs. My view on dogs is that I would own a dog, but maybe only a German Shepherd would be, and that's more of a utility thing. They're crazy too. They'll go out and just like fight and scrap and come back with all kinds of bloody fucking shit and claw mark. You know what I mean? Just all nuts. Like they likes to scrap. All right. What we got going on for Coriolis week here, Jeremy? You got any plans?
Not yet.
Too busy with work. You're not planning the episodes. Coriolis is so dead though. All this shit's dead. All these globe proofs are just so beat, you know? Quote unquote proofs. Only like strange people could believe the globe at this point. You know? It's like if you believe if you believe in the globe, it probably means like you think that raising your voice is gonna make your point more strong. You know what I mean? Like that kind of.
Keep talking. Comfort yourself.
I'm just saying, you know, it's like sometimes your proofs aren't that good, but like if you say them louder, then they are better. You know.
Do you have a reasoning to tell me why my proofs are not good?
I'm just saying that they're better when you raise your
You're
voice.
just saying that's the problem.
That's
Comfort yourself.
Maybe
Make yourself feel better because you know you have no argument, zero. So you need to say
It's like opposite day.
you don't have. Well, I have an argument and you can refute it. You don't have logic, you don't have math, you have nothing. So what you say only
That's some
idiots
shit talk.
believe it's a globe.
That is just shit talk.
Right. So go on, keep talking. What is known as
You don't have shit, Chike. All you have is
as monologuing. Keep
fallacies.
monologuing.
All you have is affirmative consequent fallacies. You have no. Your math is all made up. All your proof sucks.
Jeremy, I told you, I bought the auto level. All this bullshit is gone.
I'm not monologuing.
From now. Oh no! You sat here talking to no one, to yourself.
Yeah,
That's called monologuing. That's the very definition of monologuing.
I was baiting you into a conversation, and it's 100% successful. So don't even trip, dude. Come on. Don't call me monologue. I wasn't monologue. I was doing it for your benefit, so that you could like butt your shit in.
We're not conversation.
He's got an auto level. Okay, Stack.
Yeah, and if it doesn't work, he just raises it.
On the paper, I have it.
You need an auto voice level.
That's pretty good.
Jeremy,
yeah,
Jeremy, can you open fund me for me?
Open a fund you for you?
Yes, because the fund me is GoFundMe is not available here.
Try go fuck me.
I don't do that, Chike. What do you need? Like $5?
It's 250 total, something like that.
250 for an auto level. That's it.
With shipping and everything, yes. Tripod and a staff. Even a staff, 3 meters, I think.
Where do you live? Transylvania?
Fucking Israel. What's wrong with you?
Israel. Oh, my bad. I thought you were in Transylvania.
Did you not sleep tonight?
I slept. My neck's a little stiff. Why? What's up? I'm good. We're good, Chike. We're about to torch the globe today. That shit's getting torched. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna melt down on the globe and then make a statue of me.
You make a prediction? Are you making a prediction? Are you making a prediction now?
Yes, I'm predicting we're gonna melt all the globes down and make a giant statue of me.
Write it down. Post a message
I'll write it down.
in
All right,
chat
write that down, Snacks.
and pin it or something.
Or something.
Don't worry, I got Snacks writing it down.
Yeah, right. I'm writing it in peanut or something.
What's up?
They said in peanut. Well, I'm writing it. I'm trying to write it down.
Write it down. Write it down, but use like glue and pasta.
Okay. All right, it's macaroni art time. All right, doing it.
Yeah,
glitter,
macaronis and pasta. Yeah,
I'll do glitter just to underline words.
Do you know what even?
Yeah, underline it.
You even know what to write.
Can we have a good day, Chike? What's with all the hostility?
No hostility.
We were just like kicking it, and then you came in.
Well, the guy was sitting here monologuing.
He was monologuing. There's no one else even in the room.
Yesterday I was muted. Yesterday I was muted when I was talked over by you. By you. No, you don't talk over me. Jeremy, mute him immediately.
All I'm saying is, like, I know that it was just me and Jeremy talking, and I'm talking about fucking cats. I was talking about cats and dogs. So I was like, oh, here's Chike. Let me just start.
Jeremy, you're going to let it happen, huh? You're going to let it happen, Jeremy? Are you a mod here or what?
How am I even over? You're not even saying anything important yet. Like, I'm just trying to correct you.
It's not up to you to decide what's important and what's not.
He's interrupting me.
I was talking. It's your cue to shut up.
He's monologuing now, Jeremy.
Jake, please don't monologue.
You preaching me now when I'm overtalked, Jeremy?
Jake, just relax.
What's up with you?
Relax.
What's up with you?
Talking Jeremy now.
No, Jeremy.
Jake, just relax, bro. Relax.
Like you're over talking yourself.
Then I was lectured by Gio that I am the one talking all the time. When I'm politely answering questions for people who are asking me, what you want me to ignore them?
Okay, just relax. What's up, Killian? How are we doing today?
I'm relaxed. I'm good.
I'm good, man. I'm just trying to clean up these airwaves a little bit so a message can get through, and perhaps we can all jump on the train of messaging and begin an awesome conversation. So, happy Wednesday to all that's listening. I hope today's great. Earth Awakenings, YouTube. Let's go get it cracking.
Let's fucking go. That's what's up. Let's go.
I actually enjoyed my little conversation with Chike yesterday regarding perspective. I actually think we made some progress, and he actually stated that he's not claimed the globe at any point, which is pretty damn good considering the fact that he presents his little picture showing mountaintop ranges that wouldn't be possible, as he states, quote, across a flat plain. Perspective, baby.
Yeah, but how is it says it? Refutation does not require a replacement or something like this?
That's 100% correct. Now, the thing about it is if we can't observe any parts of the actual globe claim script, that is like the Earth rotating, claimed axis, claimed curvature, things of that nature, when they don't show up, the only thing we can do is be intellectually honest and take the fallback position, which is flat, contrary to round.
Run away. I'm talking about the shape of the Earth. I don't care if it rotates. Don't care if it's a globe. I don't care if it's a globe. I don't care if it's triangle. Flat it is not. That's the bottom line. That's my argument. I take my argument, not other people's argument.
Chuck, do you realize that when you start, hang on one second, let me just say, I'll withdraw after the snacks. Let me just say that by me stating what I just said, and then you coming in right off the hop, like hot to trot, stating, no, that's not the case. That's a hand wave dismissal, which is not appreciated, not within the confines of conversation. Snacks, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to interrupt you, Killian. I was just trying to let Jake know that he's running on. You know what I mean? It's like if you are about to end a sentence and then you keep going, and that's all. I'm sorry, I wasted time here. Sorry.
No, and don't apologize, dude. You're totally good. Greatly appreciated, man. I think that's the big thing is like, let's be clear and concise. So when somebody makes a valid claim or something that actually is worth investigating, Simply stepping up to the mic and saying no, that is actually considered to be a hand wave dismissal. It's not fair to the person that's speaking for some glober, I say that respectfully, of course, to just step up and say nuh-uh or no. This is why we get annoyed when we're having the conversation and somebody just steps up and says nuh-uh.
Okay, did you make a positive claim?
That's just it. Regarding yesterday's conversation, I explained how perspective works because that's how you ask, or that's what you
I
asked.
don't recall. I don't
right?
recall.
That's fine. You don't have to recall. That's totally cool. That's basically Glober talk for wake up, reset, like a
Well,
washing
the
machine,
stream
and do
is
it all
there,
over again.
and
Hang on, I'm not finished. So, from a standpoint of this conversation that we're having right now, I haven't made any claims at all. I've just stated that perspective is what we need to honor before we actually start looking at the curve. I'll withdraw at this
okay.
point. Thank you, boys.
I'll agree 100%. Have you explained the perspective ever? No, you didn't, because everyone can go.
Are
You
you
can look the other.
tight,
Hey,
buddy? I took you back to
I
grade
was talking.
three.
I was talking. I was talking.
No,
I
you
was
just asked
talking.
me, and I was coming
I
to the
was
mute
talking.
button.
No,
To
I didn't
no, I'm
finish
gonna keep
talking.
talking.
I didn't finish talking.
No, that's not cool, dude. Because you asked me
No,
yesterday
that's
how
very not
perspective
cool. That
works.
when I talk, you
Guys,
talk over me and don't stop when I pointed to you. That's
all right,
rude.
Dude,
Chike, finish it up. Hold on, Killian. Chike,
okay.
finish it up. Be concise. And Killian, you go next.
Everyone can
Be
go to the
concise.
stream of yesterday and see that you didn't explain perspective. So don't tell me yesterday I did it, because everyone can see you did.
Buddy.
You-
Okay, hold on. Chike, honestly, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we can back up the tape to yesterday's show, right? And we can remember that I took us back to grade 3 with our teacher, and I explained to you how I learned how perspective works. Again, if we need to talk about it, we have an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. We turn it on
Okay.
landscape. Hold it, no. You asked me how, I'm explaining it again. So you draw a black line straight across the page. That's what our teacher asked us to do. Then we draw a little small black point, and we start drawing out our lines of reference from that little black point. And all of a sudden, we get to start developing with vertical lines and lines of perspective something called a cityscape. And we start to realize that as perspective starts to work with the horizon, that things go away from us, they get smaller, they ramp up, i.e. the Sagitah, we can actually address it and see it, right? Which is the item going up to the horizon line as it goes away from us. And then somebody on the opposite side of that observation point, being the perspective line or horizon line that we're looking at, will see that the object is getting bigger as it comes towards them. That's how perspective works. Thanks. Again, I'll withdraw.
Okay. So first, let me apologize. I don't recall the teacher part, but I remember we agreed on some aspects of perspective. I remember that. So my apologies. You're right, and I was wrong. Sorry. I remember we agreed on many things about perspective. Now, the problem is I'm not high enough. I need to get high.
I mean, even in the globe model, you have to have perspective as one of the mechanisms for where the horizon appears. You have to. There's no getting around it.
Did I claim you didn't? All my
I'm
calculation,
just
all
saying
my
every time you
presentation.
guys bring it up. I'm just saying every time you guys bring it up, you guys act like that's some crazy nutcase shit.
No, all my arguments include perspective. I told you if I use the tangent function, perspective is there included. Did you take into account perspective? Yes.
All right, Chike. All right.
It was funny how Kosher caught me with the hookah, huh? This hookah, I don't know, it's maybe 20 years old.
But
Can
just as
smoke
long as
it.
you understand that I wasn't monologuing, and that literally I just like saw you pop in,
Snacks,
and I
hold
was
on.
like,
Snacks. You're monologuing, bro.
oh,
Ask you to be
come
concise,
on, I
please.
wasn't even interrupting. Jeremy interrupting me. You're interrupting my monologue. Stop.
I've been monologuing for the last 5 minutes. I didn't realize I was on mute though.
Yeah.
Lucky for you.
So I threw up a picture that has some pretty awesome observations in it. Which let me explain to you, because see, with this picture, I actually took it myself, so I can state what the contents were. So right in front of you is a guardrail on the 5th floor of a balcony of an apartment or a condominium. Now, the guardrail itself, 42 inches in height, above a finished floor, which has a height of approximately 55 feet. Off in the distance, we see a water tower. I have no idea how high that water tower is. And off in the further distance beyond the water tower, we have a horizon line where the floor meets the ceiling. And we also get to see clouds disappearing as they, quote, ride the ceiling off to where the floor meets the ceiling in the horizon line. Question being,
So,
where's the drop?
punchline,
Where's the drop, though?
the clouds. What the clouds do on the horizon?
What?
Do you really think there's clouds touching the horizon?
Well, here's the thing. Based on my observation of the primary clouds, that means the clouds that are directly ahead or at the top of the picture, if you will, as those same clouds drop down to meet the horizon line in the background, the clouds seem to get smaller as they disappear off into the horizon line. Is that not something that you would anticipate is taking place?
Well, I expect they will get smaller. I don't expect them to touch the horizon.
So you don't anticipate that as the sky falls off to meet the ground off in the distance, creating the horizon line, that those clouds would not continue to drop off into the distance as the horizon line drops.
Yeah, give me an estimate. Give me an estimate of the cloud's height. Let's assume they're all the same elevation.
Dude, I can't. I wouldn't be intellectually honest if I could even ascertain what the height of the clouds were.
I don't know. Really, you can tell if it's a mile, 4 miles. They're right above you.
No, see, the point is that I know that I'm observing the sky, the clouds, the water tower, and everything at the point where I took that picture. Now, the thing is, when I go across town to the next part of where that horizon, let's say I go to that water tower as an example, and I take another observation point and take another picture from that water tower, I know that the horizon line will present further out in that direction. Let's say I was facing north and I traveled north towards that water tower. I took another picture facing north, that the horizon line would be further extended out, and the same idea with the clouds meeting the horizon line would be the thing that I continue to observe again when I change my observation point from where I was to, say, the top of the water tower.
All I want to know is the elevation of the clouds, so I can have an estimate how far they need to be that we will see them touching the horizon, if Earth is flat.
And I wouldn't be intellectually honest with you if I could give you a number. I have no idea, dude.
Okay. You'll have to ask an expert what kind of clouds are they and what elevation you usually find them. Otherwise, I have nothing intelligible to say other than, yes, that's what we expect to see. Exactly right.
So are you saying the clouds are dropping due to the curve of the Earth, or are they dropping due to perspective?
Both. Perspective is there always.
I notice when I pull out my camera and take a picture that it gets a different field of view than that my eyes have.
Depends what zoom you choose.
No, just like pull out your phone, look at something, then look at it through the camera and tell me everything's in the same exact spot as when you're looking at it versus where the camera is.
Different lenses. What can you do? Different aperture. Of course, you will have different field of view.
Yeah, so then a picture proves nothing. Thanks.
No, it does prove. As in this field of view, that's what you'll see. But you think you and me see the same picture? No. Our pupil may be different sizes.
Lens is what's changing it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought that when somebody has astigmatism as an example, which astigmatism is a flattening of the eyeball, that is what in fact would change the aperture of whatever they're looking at. But the human eye is based on the same measurements and would be receiving the same type of information. Now, when it comes to cameras taking a picture of things, let's forget about the actual lens shape for a moment. It's just the idea of how perspective and projection works. When you take projection lines and project them onto flat surface, you lose perspective. With I guess the thing that you're picturing in the foreground, things in the background seem to fall victim to perspective based on the relationship with the foreground item that you're picturing. Take, for instance, example, a building. Building could be 100 feet in front of you, and there could be a 300-foot building behind it, and that 300-foot building would be smaller compared to the 100-foot building in front of you. Again, perspective.
Impression.
Your terminology is not good. You'll be perfectly able to say who is bigger, who is smaller. One will be higher. Maybe the smaller will be higher in your field of view. The bigger will be lower in your field of view. You still be able to tell unconsciously, because your brain does it anyway, that the bigger is bigger and the smaller is smaller. This reminds me of one of Bev's crew that went to prove that if you take a picture of a circle from the side, it still looks a circle. And he took a picture of something on his ceiling. Well, that's look nice. It looks circular, huh? But when you draw a circle around it, you see it's oval. So he fails because his brain tells him, yes, it's a circle. Even if you see oval, it's a circle, because I know I'm looking at an angle. But I think it's a circle. And it's not. If you compare it to a circle, it's clearly not a circle. Where are you, Stark? Stark has this picture.
Said that the thing that is closer to you and bigger is bigger. No, it's not as big as the thing that's behind it that looks smaller.
You're conflating two terms: angular
No, no, no,
size,
no, 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 no,
angular
no,
size, and
no, no,
size.
no, no.
Yes, you do.
I'm just trying to understand what you said.
What I said is that you see, he said the bigger will look smaller than the smaller. No, it wouldn't be look smaller. Your brain will interpret it as bigger anyway. However, it will lower in your field of view. That's correct.
Lower in field of view is, I think that's going to be related more to the angle that your camera's pointed and where its center line is. But yeah, if we're just talking refrigerators here, as I'm staring at one, is that if you have one close to you, it's going to appear bigger than one that's 40 feet away if you take the picture.
If I ask you which one is bigger, you'll point the bigger.
The
the
one
one
that's
who is
closer
lower
will appear bigger. Yeah.
No. If I ask you which of these buildings is bigger, you will tell me the right answer.
I said the one that appears bigger is the one that is biggest to me.
One that has a bigger angular size. Yes. Your brain will not interpret it as bigger.
You can't. Yeah, we're just talking really about optics. You know, I mean, if you want to get into like
Then I'm
trig or
telling you
something.
the right terminology. Angular size. Don't say
Yeah,
bigger.
but you're talking about something that's consistent and that you know that none of these values are changing. You know.
Yes.
You can approximate angular size, sure.
I say don't say bigger. Say bigger angular size.
I don't think that's what you said when you explained it, which is why I'm asking you about it and what you meant.
Yeah, I think he misspoke on that one. I think you misspoke, so you might want to clarify what you were trying to say.
Exactly that. Don't say bigger. Say bigger angular size or larger angular size.
Hey, Chaiki, is it possible that you're having a problem understanding this photo and you're like misrepresenting the actual argument and everyone else might be giving a good argument?
Possible. Like I said, I can only perceive things the way I do. It might look different from someone. Why you had to start speaking when I was about to finish?
I'm tired of hearing you.
Why are you tired? I'm tired of you. I keep my mouth shut.
Tired of hearing you.
Are you tired of like
Since the possibility exists that you could be wrong, you need to stop.
Bye-bye.
Stop
Bye-bye.
presenting.
Bye-bye. Don't ask me questions.
Entitlement is thick.
Hey man, are you guys looking at voice chat? Because I think I posted a picture that would help things out. It's a picture of a hallway, really simple. Because we know all those doors are approximately 6'8" in height, because standard door height is 6'8". And it's funny because as those doorways go down the hallway, they get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. But we know when we walk towards each of those doors that they measure 6'8", because the contractors that installed them from millwork drawings that were prepared by the interior designer, which showed the height of the doors being 6'8". Perspective is a killer when you don't understand it.
I think that perspective only applies to art. You have to be an artist to understand perspective.
God, it sounded like pirates over here. Arty, R, R. Where's the R?
I mean, but that, I don't know. We talk about angular size, but we're getting away from like the idea that things actually compress optically. You know.
Yeah, it's very simple. Did you guys see the Witsit and Kai versus, I forgot what the, Jake and whoever, the debate? Can you guys hear me?
Word up.
I'm guessing nobody saw it. Would you like to give us a rundown if you did see it?
Well, one in particular was towards the end during the Q&A. They were explaining perspective and giving like the railroad like pictures, like hallway pictures, things like that. And the people defending the globe, like they could not admit that the street lamps or the railroad track or whatever, that it was going down. Like it looked like it was going down. They could not admit it. Like it was insane. It was like second graders like could say, "Yeah, street lamps are going down," but these grown adults couldn't admit that it to you it perceives to be going down. Just like what Chike's doing right now.
Yo, the horizon legit has to be curved on a flat Earth. Like, I don't know who thinks
Bro,
it's not curving.
legendary. Our horizon is in fact curving. We just don't realize it. The funny thing is, that guardrail picture, when I compare it to the high altitude picture of the sun, bro, those pictures look pretty damn flat from left to right, showing the horizon. I don't know where a curve shows up. Hell, the drop doesn't even show itself from left to right. What's up with that?
Yo,
Crazy.
just picture it. Picture it. You got a hula hoop, right? You put the hula hoop eye level. That shit looks straight, right? Looks like there's a straight line, hula hoop line in front of you. Then as you raise up off it, though, it starts to curve because you're seeing in a circle. So from really down low, unless you're like completely flat with it, which you can't even do that on Earth. Can you? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know,
Yeah,
but
yeah, it makes a flat circle in front of you, like you're saying, right? So it's curved like a quarter is curved if you lay it on a table.
no, but I'm saying when you raise up off it, though, when you start to raise up, that's when you start seeing a curve. Like I found this out when Brandon was debating Mr. Sensible over the Blue Mage balloon. I went and did like this little experiment in my break room at work. I set a whole bunch of like cleaning solution bottles up in a circle, and like I got level with the top of the bottles, took a picture, and it all looks flat. And then, but when you raise up, it starts to become a circle. You can see the curve. Now, that's not obviously not like globe curve. That's circle curve. You know what I'm saying? It's not spherical curve. It's circular curve.
Yeah, it's what I explain with my tortilla all the time. Your field of view is like a tortilla.
Like there's no way it can be. There's no way it can be. It can be a straight line once you're up off the circle. Like even somebody just standing on Earth. Like maybe if you get super low and your eyeball is like touching the water or some shit, maybe you can get flat. But Once you stand up or raise up any amount, it should be curving, circular curve.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Can you tell me the numbers? At what elevation above the horizon should I start to begin to see the curve? Which will
So yeah,
not be like
that
looking straight ahead at it. Because remember, as high as we go, the farther the horizon is, and that
Fine.
changes everything. So, how high above the horizon I need to be to see the curve?
How high above the horizon?
With the
That
normal
doesn't make
camera with
sense.
my eyes. Well, it does. You said if you're at our level, it will look straight. If you go above it, you will see the curve. I want to know how much above the horizon you need to be to see it curve.
Above the horizon.
That hula hoop that you were holding.
Yeah. One millimeter.
The hula hoop doesn't change its size, but when you look at the horizon, you go up, the horizon goes farther away. It's not a hula hoop. So I'm
It's
asking
still a
how far
circle though.
away from this hula hoop that is called horizon, how high above it you need to be to see its curve.
Guys,
When you're
he's
looking,
asking Jeremy Roy quick. He's basically asking for the idea of how high we need to be up before we can see the actual edge of the flat plane. And here's the problem: we don't have that advantage of altitude gaining. If you look at the picture that I posted up, you see the sun, and again, you see where the floor meets the sky and completely forms a horizon line flat from left to right. We can't gain enough altitude to be able to perceive the edge. This is why we say the observations that we have suggest an infinite plane. We can quickly retract the idea of an infinite plane because we know we're in a closed system based on our use of this medium that we breathe.
Yeah, like when you look straight forward, you're looking the furthest distance. Anything to your left and right is going to be a little closer to you at that point. So, is that the circle you're talking about, Jeremy?
yeah, we see in a circle, right? You turn around, you can see 360 degrees all around you. See in a circle.
And
Right?
Jeremy, I
We all
posted up. Sorry, dude. I was just gonna say, I heard you talk about it earlier. I posted a picture 25 minutes past the hour that shows exactly what you're referring to. Sorry, thanks.
see. Let's bring it up here. Hold on. 25 minutes. Yo, Riggs, don't spam. What the fuck is that? What are you doing, Riggs? Oh, I see it. That's why I kind of agree with your guys' circle of vision dome thing that you guys are always on about. I kind of agree with it, and I kind of don't. Because we can see farther than that, though. Like the ground is a circle, but we're seeing stuff past that. You know what I'm saying? Like if there's a building, picture like the CN Tower or something. Like you can get
Shout out to
farther. What's up?
Jeremy. Go ahead, dude. I
Like,
just said shout out to Canada when you said CN Tower.
oh, no doubt, yeah. So you can see the circle of the ground, but then you see the CN Tower past that. It's past that circle of ground that you see.
I think that's because what happens is on the ground your field of view is limited more than when you look up. So I would actually suggest that you see in a sphere with your feet being the bottom of that sphere, kind of. Because when you're looking up, you're looking through less atmosphere, taller buildings and stuff you could see. That's why we see the top of the boat, the bottom of the boat disappear before the top of the boat, because the bottom of the boat's in more turbulent air than the top of the boat.
Well, my last few debates, I've had the ballers like denying that the ground ramps up due to perspective, bro. So they don't understand any of this.
That's literally the Sagitt's
I was
that
just
we're observing, right? The Sagitt's as being the actual drop over that distance. Is the items ramp up to the line of the horizon, and then they go down and on the other side of that horizon line. And we can confirm that if we have two observers on either side of a lakefront, as an example. We know as the boat disappears from one guy, it starts reappearing for the other guy, and it does the exact mirror relationship.
I was just talking about your debate with Kai against those two Globers who were coping hard when you're trying to explain perspective to them.
Yeah.
I mean, even in the Glober's paradigm, you got to use perspective to explain where the horizon is. There's no way around it. So, like when they laugh at us for talking about perspective and shit, it's like, dude, you have to use perspective when you're talking about shit in the distance.
Well, yeah,
If
that's why
perspective didn't cause it to ramp up, then the horizon. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
No, I'm like robot, and I'm in a bad spot. Go ahead. Go.
This is why I had them like all freaking out yesterday because they can't decide what to say. When I'm like, so if the Earth curves down and away from us in all directions, then why does the horizon rise with altitude? And they start claiming that it doesn't. So it's like, okay,
Tell
well,
him.
if we just
Tell
have
him,
to
Jesse.
lie, if we just have to
Exactly.
lie,
We
we have
don't
to just
lie.
lie, yeah. And we have to just lie about basic facts, right?
If I
And then they said,
disagreed with you,
buddy, can you calm down? Can you calm down? Then they were saying, oh no, the ground rises as you increase in altitude because of perspective, but not the horizon. I'm like, oh, isn't the horizon where the sky appears to meet the ground? So if the location of the ground is rising, then how would the horizon not change? Like the stuff they're saying now is so retarded that they've actually regressed over time. If they, what can you do?
because I agree with you. Because I agree with you. So the stuff I say must be
You didn't say
stupid, right?
anything right then, dude.
I said I agree with you.
You agree that the
Eh,
horizon rises with altitude?
Of course, it cannot not obey the laws of perspective. Perspective
So
always included.
So you agree that like $7 that were all laughing at me, claiming I'm stupid, and that the horizon doesn't rise with altitude, that they're just wrong?
I don't know what they said. I need to hear. Basically, yes.
Oh, I just told you what they said. Yeah, they said that the horizon
Basically,
doesn't.
yes.
Okay, yeah.
If they
Okay.
said that the horizon does not rise because perspective, they're wrong.
Okay, so we agree then that due to perspective, the location of the horizon changes?
Of course.
Nice.
You
Okay.
don't state if I agree about facts.
That's what I'm saying. I thought it was such an obvious fact that I wouldn't have like 10 ballers fighting it for an hour, but this is where we are now.
Well, I haven't seen the fight.
Okay. Earth is life. Ben Delight or whatever.
Where?
Homie Don.
You have a
Yeah,
link to a
all
video?
no, just go to no. It's in the text, bro. These people are scared to talk in
I
the
don't
chat,
read
bro.
text. Come on, I don't read text.
Okay, I'm okay. So then we agree that perspective changes the location of the horizon. So that's what flat Earth says the horizon is.
The globe just the same. Only on the curved surface. Same thing as the flat, just on the curved surface.
Are you saying that
Which
on a
has to be
flat
taken into
surface?
account.
Are you saying that on a flat surface the horizon wouldn't rise with altitude?
No, it would behave the same. On the curved surface, you need to take into account how much it drops. At the time he obeyed the laws of perspective and raising, supposed to be raised in angular elevation. because
Yeah.
the ball is dropping away from you. You can't have that on the ball. Just need to take into account all the variables that affect your observation.
So in both the flat Earth and the globe, right? Like as you get higher, you're higher above the ground. So it's going to be below eye level, but it's going to simultaneously start to rise towards eye level because of perspective.
No,
right?
because the position it rises according to to perspective is more or less linear, and the drop is not linear.
Yeah, but the problem is in reality, we don't see this relationship that the globe predicts. We see that it's consistently not there. That's why the
Well,
globe always invokes refraction.
no, we don't invoke refraction. Refraction is there.
Yeah, do you know what invoke means?
Yes, we don't invoke.
Yes, you
The
do,
refraction
dude.
is there. The refraction is there. You want me to ignore it?
No.
We can ignore it, and we'll see that we get the wrong result.
What you guys are claiming that refraction does is not there. You just make it up.
By the way, that's one of the tests I'm going to do with the new auto level to see if the prediction of the refraction are correct.
Yeah, you would think you guys would have already done that since it's 2023 and you've all been religiously saying it for 7 years.
Well, I hear a lot of talk. When I'm asking for data, I don't get it.
That's how I feel. I've been asking for the data that confirmed the refraction claim for 7 years.
I think Larry has it. He measures the refraction all the time when he do measurements. He must.
No.
He must know. He must know the refraction. He was observing it. Otherwise, he fucked up.
He didn't measure the refraction. What he did was look at the location of objects or the horizon, the distance, and then they did the math of where the globe claims it should be. They did the difference and said, okay, there must be this amount of refraction. That's not measuring refraction. That's just begging the question.
No, that's not how we do it. Listen, I'm not well versed. I'm a bit fuzzy about this. Not sure. We need Larry here to clarify, as always. But he does it by comparing the reading from different elevations, and then he knows from each. Well, I don't know the technique. I'm not a surveyor, but then he can calculate the amount of refraction that was at that layer.
Exactly. Yeah, I talked to Larry about this. You're talking about Larry GPS?
Yes, Larry GPS.
Yeah, I talked to him about this. So what he does is he measures the difference in what the globe predicts and where he sees the horizon or objects in the distance. He does the math and says, okay, there's this amount of refraction. That's literally what he does. That's what he told me. He told me he does that.
Maybe he does that, but maybe he does other things too.
Maybe he doesn't.
And in the world, maybe that's why I need to talk to him.
All right, bro.
I don't want to say he said something that I got wrong, that I forgot. Better talking with him again. Larry always answer.
That's what's up, bro. So we agree that perspective can change the location of the horizon, and that the horizon is just an apparent location.
No, not can. The sky, it will.
Right. And that the sky appears to meet the ground, and that the ground ramps up and the sky ramps down due to perspective.
Well, the ground ramps down also, not just the sky.
No. Due to perspective makes the ground ramp up.
On a flat surface, but our curve become so visible at the far end that those places, the effects of perspective are very small, because you need to move great distances to make a difference, right? Let's say you want half the size, you need to go twice the distance. And the curve is so steep that it's easy to see. So you'll need vast areas to have effect of perspective, while you'll need the short distances of curve.
Watch this. Let's call the homie down now. And I'm saying not. I'm not talking about on a flat surface. I'm talking about on the Earth. What we see is that the ground ramps up. It's just a fact.
No, we see it curve down. I'll bring measurements.
No, we literally see the ground ramp up on the Earth, bro.
Yes, to certain distance we do. To certain distance. In the picture I bring, you clearly see that actually he's on the hill and looking down. That means it's a slope down, and everything, instead of going down, rising up in the field of view. We see it in my picture. Until the
Look, there he is,
horizon.
right
Then
there.
the horizon. Then suddenly there is a horizon, and we can't see the ground anymore.
Look, can you read the chat for me, Charlie?
Who's chat? Branch chat?
You know what's funny is I've done that. I've gone to the beach, taken a drone, and rose up and did that little thing like that you show with it, and it freaking definitely rises. But the interesting part is if you shoot towards the horizon, you get the same exact effect without changing altitude. You can't even tell the difference between the two videos.
Yeah, if you just change the angle of view, the horizon changes. Hey, Jackie, can you read the live stream text here? So I asked the homie Don, does the horizon rise with altitude due to perspective? Yes or no? No. You owe me 1,000. He thinks I owe him $1,000 because I said that it
Hold
wasn't.
on. I bring my picture. The original of the origin.
No. Let's just address how ridiculous what this dude in the chat is saying. Then I said, does the ground rise with altitude due to perspective? Yes or no? He said no. So, and this is what the vast majority of the ballers were saying yesterday. Now, we just agreed that that's ridiculous, right? Yeah. This is what I find weird is that, like, the ballers can't call out their own. No, we're not changing the subject to your picture that you chopped off the left side of.
Oh, forget the left side. I'm showing you that in my picture, everything rises up to the horizon in the field of view. Curve or no curve, it rises up until we don't see past the horizon. Everything, even though it curves down, still rise up in our field of view. I'm supporting your position.
Yeah, so don't you find it weird that so many like ballers that have been here for years have to deny that it's doing that? Why would they have to do that?
I don't know. Same reason, perhaps same reason that flat earthers deny us its globe.
No.
Who knows?
No.
I'm not a psychologist.
Yeah, I find it really weird. All right. Anyway, man. Because like what we can all establish on the Earth, right? He said the only reason it's ramping up is because there's a hill, even though that's water in the background. There's water behind the tower. That's water. Where the windmills are, that's water.
Yes, that's the sea. Until
Right.
it fades to the mountain and it become horizon. Until then, it rise up.
Yeah. So
That's the water.
the ground looks like it's ramping up because of perspective, just like railroad tracks. If you flipped them on their side.
Yes, perspective is there. Can't escape perspective.
I wouldn't think so, man.
Well, you can't escape it. Doesn't matter. It doesn't mean you will see it, but you can't escape it. It needs to be there. It doesn't need to. It's there.
Yeah.
wouldn't
So,
argue.
but here's the point, though. You gotta know the point. This is the whole point, right? So, like, on the Earth, what we know for a fact is that the ground rises due to perspective, the horizon rises due to perspective. As you go increase in altitude, things rise up, right? Simultaneously, you're getting higher above the ground, so it's below your eye. So it drops below eye level physically, while simultaneously perspective is rising. Okay? That's what we know in reality. We know that the horizon is just an apparent location. We know that it moves around throughout the day at different altitudes. It goes up and down, right? We know that it's just an optical effect. We know for a fact, globe or flat Earth, that the horizon is apparent and that it changes due to optical effects, right?
Tell me, when someone goes around the corner, is it an optical effect? We see it in our eyes, so it must be optical effect. But the fact is that you can't see him because he went around the corner.
Yeah, but that's right. So if I go around the corner, I can't see. But on the Earth, I can see around the alleged corner. And what's
No, you
funny is
can't.
like,
You can't.
no, brother, man, we can. When we pull out infrared, we can see beyond
No,
that corner.
no,
Yes,
you can't. Yeah, I want to
dude,
see.
Chikey, buddy.
Bring me
Hit me back.
any infrared video that you want.
Okay, well, I'm in my
You know,
car,
once
dude.
it's gone, it's gone.
All right.
Infrared is worse, you know, because infrared
Yeah,
has
sure.
less refraction. Has less
I
refraction.
agree with you. So then let's see if we can agree. Okay. So let's say that a globe predicts we can only see 30 miles, right? Or say 20 miles. But then we have a lighthouse that's 30 miles away. That should be below the curve of the Earth, but we can see the lighthouse. Do you agree that the globe's answer is that it's refraction and that the lighthouse is being refracted up over the curve to make it look like it's there, so that's why we can see the lighthouse?
Yeah, because refraction is a thing. When
Okay.
they build a lighthouse, they tell you it will be visible for 50 miles. Will it be
Okay.
visible for 55 every day? 50 miles every day? I don't know. Maybe sometimes
No, that's
40,
not.
maybe sometimes 60.
Yeah, because it's not always clear outside.
No,
Like I
because
went to Key West. I went to Key West, and there's a viewing station in Key West on the ocean. Okay, there's a viewing station, and you can look out and see a lighthouse that's like 38 miles away, and it should be blocked at like less than 20 miles. And there's a huge
so
sign there that says you can see this lighthouse. It's known to be the lighthouse you can see from as far away as anywhere, the furthest south in the United States, because Key West is like the furthest southern point in the U.S. And you can see the lighthouse. But let's
how
just stay
high?
on point.
How high is the
The
lighthouse?
lighthouse, I can remember 50 feet maybe. Let's just stay
That's
on subject.
nothing. No, you can't see it from everywhere.
I saw it with my eyes though. But let's just stay on
Uh,
subject. So
where
say
is
the
this fucking picture? Where is this picture? Go find your hard drive.
Okay, real fast. Can we just stay on subject? Say the lighthouse should be blocked by the curve, but we can see it. Well, the globe's answer is that it's refracted and lifted up above the curve. Okay, your response was yes, refraction is a thing. Okay, cool. So if I pull out infrared, that means I should actually see more of the lighthouse blocked because it's cutting down on refraction, right?
Right.
Okay, so if I pull out infrared and I can see more of the lighthouse, that would debunk the globe, right?
Okay. Yes, that's it.
Thank you. So then we have
Thank you. You need the smoking gun.
yeah. So but I'm saying we have a test that we can agree on, right? Because like I'm about to move to Florida and I'm gonna buy a really nice infrared camera, and I've seen it myself. I've looked at a boat with the
Oh,
P900, and
you're going to waste your money on this.
listen,
It's a
bro,
mod. Every camera is the infrared camera. They'll change. They will remove the filter. They'll make it external because you might want to take pictures anyway sometime. And that's all there is to it. You just remove the infrared filter. Every camera has infrared filter on the sensor.
Okay, buddy, listen.
Because it's
I've
annoying.
looked at a book, buddy. You've admitted that if I pulled out an infrared and I could see more of the lighthouse, it would debunk the globe. So
yes.
we've agreed on a test. Okay, we've agreed on a test. If I can see further in infrared and I can see more of the objects in the distance when I use infrared, that proves the Earth's not a globe.
Yes. And don't waste your money on it because you will lose twice. You'll prove the globe, and you lose the money on the camera.
First of all, it wouldn't prove the globe, but it doesn't matter. My point is, I've actually done this. I've looked at a boat, and unfortunately, I was trying to find my video, and I have like 1,000.
Pull up the
Dude,
video.
I've looked at a boat with a P900, and then I had a tripod set up beside it with an infrared P900. Right, so identical cameras. One of them's infrared. Dude, I could see more of the boat in infrared. I went to NASA in Cape Canaveral, right? Kennedy Space Center. There's like a 7-mile stretch of a body of water. It's a viewing station for rocket launches. And there's this giant replica, this big red replica rocket. And then it comes down to a shore, and there's a little sign on the shore. And the regular camera, I could only see like the top half of the sign, right? Because it was like blocked out by the Atmos, and then the water looks like it's rising up. When I pulled out the infrared, the water location was different, and I could see more of the sign. That's just 7 miles away. I could see more of the sign in infrared.
No, you didn't.
Oh, I promise I did, bro. And the Globers
I don't care what you promised. I say you didn't.
The Globers told me that it's because the infrared can see through the Atmos better.
If you did, you'd already post the link to the video, but you didn't.
Honestly, when I did this,
seeing through the Atmos better. Hold on, what's it? Seeing through the Atmos better and seeing things higher or lower is two totally different things. Like if you're looking through infrared and the sign's lower or higher or whatever, then you know what I mean. That could destroy their whole their whole model of how refraction works.
But they didn't do it anyway.
The location of the sign doesn't have to go higher or lower. You just have to see more lower. If that's what you're saying. Yeah, you have to see more of the bottom. Right. Whatever looks like is being obstructed.
If it's being loomed up because of refraction, then with infrared we should see the sign lower if they're metal.
That's correct. Yeah, which means you would see more of the sign blocked. Right. Like
yes, more of the sign should be blocked with infrared.
So we understand the principle. We understand the principle.
Yeah, I was definitely talking, Chuck.
So what? Who cares?
So what do you mean? Who cares?
Who cares? You don't care. Why should I?
Yeah, stupid guy, Jeremy.
Yeah, exactly. What's it? If you look at it through infrared, the sign, you should see less of it because it would be cutting down on the refraction, cutting down on the looming in their model. Yes.
Yeah, I've seen it on a boat. I've seen it. I haven't got the video, Jake. God, I wish I'd have saved it. But I've definitely seen it on a video where you see the supposed what these guys think this bloody sphere edge is. But you see the water, how it climbs whatever it is, and in this case, it was a boat. He swaps the I don't know if he swapped the lens or the camera, but he goes to infrared, exactly same shot. You can see more of the boat. I definitely saw that.
Yeah. So like they're just gonna say, and this is true, right? Like you can see through like occlusion, like atmospheric obstruction. You can see through it better with infrared. So, like, say that you can't really see the bottom of an object, but it's because it's just the Atmos blocking it, and then you can see it. They're going to claim that it's just the infrared seeing through the Atmos. But if, say, you're looking over a body of water, and the water looks like it's blocking something in the distance, but then you pull out infrared, and you can see the object again, and the water, it doesn't look like it's blocking it, that's that debunks the globe. If you can see more of the bottom of objects in the distance with infrared, it debunks the globe. And we have like 100 flat earthers meeting up I think this month in California to do one of these observations with a bunch of infrared and a bunch of regular cameras. I'm going to Florida, and then I'm going to buy infrared and do this. And there's no way out of it. That debunks refraction claim. Once you debunk the refraction claim, it debunks the globe. They have nothing. Now we have thousands of pieces of flat Earth evidence.
With it, when you go, get them. When you go, get the cameras at exactly the same level, bro. Get like a little 10-foot water level or something, and have them exactly at the same level, because you know what they'll try to do.
Yeah.
With it. Do you really want a meme? Thanks, with it. Every time you try to bring such an evidence, you get thanks with it for proving the globe.
Yeah, can you name one time that's ever happened?
Well, you haven't provided any video yet. How can it happen?
That's not true.
No, I'm talking about general, about your fellow Globers, flat earthers, because my picture is not my picture. It's Don Gio picture. He brought it to me. He gave it to me. It's present.
Yeah,
So
you know what's super funny
Gio.
though? Okay, but you know what's super funny about like the thanks Bob and stuff like that? In all situations, the Globers have to lie and misrepresent the people. I wonder why that is. I wonder why they had to misrepresent Jared. Why didn't they show the first test that leaned more towards the flat Earth side, and even the test they did show leaned more towards the flat Earth side? So why'd they clip the first test out, then go to the one where everyone agreed it was inconclusive and that they needed to keep doing it, and then claim that he proved the Earth was a globe? Why did they leave out the fact that Bob went to different altitudes and got a different reading? And then people made up some excuse now about why it changed with altitude, claiming it was because of the pressure, when actually there's been a test done over 5 million times by Dayton Miller that's been replicated even with radio waves. It's been replicated in the 21st century as recently as 2020, that the actual fringe shift detected with interferometry changes with altitude. It changes with altitude. And it changes with the time of the year. So when the Michelson-Morley test was replicated over 5 million times, 5 million, it consistently showed a fringe shift, which the globe claims should not happen. And the fringe shift changes and gets greater with altitude, meaning the closer you get to the sky, the more fringe shift that you detect. But it's easy to leave all that actual verifiable context out and make some dumb low IQ hit piece on Netflix, and the ballers go around repeating it. It's wild to me. It's like you guys have made a conscious decision to avoid the truth. And what I just said will never be rebutted, dude. It'll never be rebutted. 5 million different times, dude.
Yeah, how do you do it? How do you do a test 5 million times?
Dayton Miller's just like a freaking psycho, bro. He is, dude. And look at this. I got these quotes. Let me find them. I got these quotes from Albert Einstein talking about Dayton Miller. He says that if what Dayton Miller showed is true, relativity's done. And then they waited till he died, because while he was alive, they constantly tried to come up with excuses why his tests were showing what they were. And Einstein has one quote from 1921 and one quote from 1925 saying, if Dayton Miller's correct, then relativity's wrong, which means for 4 to 5 years, Einstein couldn't figure it out. He's like, oh man, this is no good. But then once he dies, they're like, oh yeah, Dayton was wrong. And this has been replicated in the 21st century. So what they do for Michelson-Morley replications now is they change the length of the arm, they change the medium, they change the sensor, they change the interferometry method, they change everything until they dwindle it down to closer to zero. And then they claim, oh, see, confirmed relativity. They have to cook the books. But whenever the people replicate in the 21st century without cooking the books, and they use the same arms, they use the proper medium, blah, 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 they find it again, and it varies with altitude, and it varies with the time of the year. Right. I mean, this is so bad for them. I'll show you guys what Einstein said.
I think my issue is it's like listening to Alan. I understand like 50% of it. So I struggle to keep up, because it's not really subject to my interest.
Let me put it really simply. So
Well,
Michelson
wait, one sec. When he did this, the Sagnac effect, he's obviously using a beam of light. He's not using a laser beam because they weren't invented yet. So, could you walk me through that?
Yeah,
Using a whole bunch.
they use light beams.
Yeah. How does it just sunlight then?
No. They just used a light source, but they just concentrated it as much as they could for a light beam. It was like the closest they could get to lasers.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and so they shot them perpendicular to each other, and they expected to see a fringe shift, because the Earth is supposedly orbiting around the sun. But they didn't see. Well, they saw a little fringe shift, and then Einstein was like, "Oh, well, that's not actually there. That's just instrumental error." And it actually read 0. If it just looked like there was a fringe. And then he said because matter contracts in the direction of motion and time slows down. So even though one of the light beams technically had to travel further in the reference frame of the sun, you can't tell on the Earth. Okay, so Dayton Miller set out to replicate. He wanted to figure out what was really going on. He's like, okay, instrumental error, they claim it's because of the temperature. So he changed the temperatures, he changed the materials, he introduced radiant heat sources right beside it. He did all this stuff to test that and proved it wasn't instrumental error. Then what he did was he went to different altitudes. And he said when you get higher, he did most of his tests like on mountains and stuff. He said he showed and documented over 5 million times that when you get really high, the fringe shift is greater. That you actually detect the ether wind more the closer you get to the sky. The fringe shift gets higher proportionate to altitude. And what he also showed was that the fringe shift changes in relation to the time of the year, meaning that the equinoxes, the fringe shift correlates directly to the equinox. So whatever's happening in the sky is causing the fringe shift. That cannot be the case on the globe model. So what that shows is that there is actually a motion above the Earth, and it translates down to the Earth. And as you get closer to the sky, the effect gets greater. And at different times in the year, the effect changes because there's a clock. What they call seasons is based on the elliptic path of the sun at an angle. So it has to maintain this angle. So it seems to have to speed up at certain times. And you can actually detect the effects of it moving fast. It's absolutely insane. It's a complete death blow to them. And then this was replicated in the 21st century. This has been replicated recently as 2020. And with all kinds of different methods, even using like precise radio wave measurement. So not only did they lie about Michelson Morley and claim there was no fringe shift, it's just instrumental error, and then Dayton Miller completely debunked it. They showed that it correlates specific to altitude and time of year, which shows the only explanation is that there's a motion in the sky and that drift can be detected, that light propagates more effectively in the direction of the drift than against it. It's just over. It's just game over. All right, I found the quotes.
I just got delivery organic amaranth oil. Got it recommended the other day from this girl, Jackie. Nice girl. Yeah. So I don't know. I was just learning about that. Squalene. Weird. I don't know if anybody knows anything about that. But yeah, the when you say 5 million times, Austin, it doesn't sound realistic to me. That's not why. I just think doesn't seem possible. I don't know. But like I said, I don't really understand it in the first place. So
okay, well, he just did it multiple times. He set them up. He set them up doing them at the same time. He just did them throughout the day multiple times, and he did them for many, many, many years. So
yeah, how many years? Because that would be many years, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, some people claim it was 200. I've seen something say 200,000 times, and I've seen 5,200,000 times. So let's just say it's 200,000 times.
Yeah.
It's still ridiculous. Look, here's the quotes from mine. My opinion about Miller's experiments is the following. Should the positive result be confirmed, which it has been, then the special theory of relativity, and with it the general theory of relativity, in its current form, would be invalid. experimentum summus judex, which just means like experiment is the judge. Experiment reigns supreme in Latin. Only the equivalence of inertia and gravitation would remain. However, they would have to lead to a significantly different theory. That's Albert Einstein in the letter to Edwin Slosson, July 1924. 4 years before that, he said, quote, I believe that I have really found the relationship between gravitation and electricity, assuming that the Miller experiments are based on a fundamental error. Otherwise, the whole relativity theory collapses like a house of cards. That's Albert Einstein in a letter to Robert Millikan, June 1921. That's where you get the Millikan experiment. And so he says this in 21, and then 4 years later, he's still saying, well, if his positive results are correct, then my whole theory's wrong. And then here's Dayton Miller in 1928. He said the effect of ether drift has persisted throughout. After considering all the possible sources of error, there always remained a positive effect. And he's not just saying this, he documented it. He did everything. Every time someone was like, oh, it must be the heat sources, the ambient heat, the ambient temperatures, the different materials, he manipulated every variable anyone came up with or that he could think of to show that it wasn't instrumental error. It was an actual real positive. And it's been replicated since then. And now I'm going to get the actual replication, the list of all the replications. Like the Earth is stationary, don't make it weird.
I mean, how fast are these stars going then if they're going round? I mean, they must be going at a heck of a rate.
Yeah, they are. They're going fast, bro. But we also don't know the distances, right? They'll claim that anything past Neptune has to go faster than the speed of light. Dude, everything could be closer than what they claim Neptune is. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so like say that it's everything's moving around the Earth. They claim that anything past Neptune would have to go faster than the speed of light. That's because of the distance away from the Earth. So as you get further and further from the Earth, to do a circle around the Earth, you would have to go fast, right? Like if everything's moving together, say 15 degrees per hour, well, you have the same angular speed, 15 degrees per hour, you have the same angular speed, but you would have a different tangential speed. As you get further away from the center, the radius gets bigger and bigger, which means the circle that it's going gets bigger and bigger. It would be like drawing a circle and then drawing another circle outside of it, another circle outside of it. They keep getting bigger. So the stuff further away has to be going faster than the stuff closer so it can all move together, right?
Yeah.
So they're claiming that anything past Neptune would have to go faster than the speed of light. But that's because they're just assuming their distances. Now let's just replace it with a plasma fluid-like medium that's kind of like a superfluid, doesn't have any viscosity. And let's bring everything way closer. Well, then we're fine. We have no problem at all. And we don't even have a problem with the speed of light. The speed of light isn't even a real thing. There isn't a finite limit to the speed of light. But anyway, there you go. They're going fast, but not as fast as they would say.
Yeah, that's why I was showing the pictures of the drop of water with the vibration. People assume that, oh, well, it's this and it's this. Well, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a vacuum. That's what we've been told, but it might not be. It might be like the Bible says. It might be water. I don't know. So,
you have Galev here in 2001. Ethereal wind and experience of millimetric radio waves propagation. He used radio waves to measure to the millimeter to show that the Michelson-Morley fringe shift is a real thing. That's 2001. 2002, he did another one measuring ether drift velocity and kinematic ether viscosity within the optical waves band. Then in 2004, James DeMeo, a dynamic and substantive cosmological ether. And then in 2004, Wang did generalized Stagnac effect. And what's funny about him is he did a linear test So their excuse was that, oh well, Mickelson Gale Pearson is just because it's a rotation. It's not linear. He did a linear test and showed the fringe shift is there in 2004. And then you have one here in 2006, 2014, 2018, 2020. So, dun dun dun. I know that was a lot. Sorry.
No, it's all good. I want to know what Alan did. You know, Alan was fucking. He was on fire last night. Oh my god. What? I mean, what was he studying before? I want to know that. I'm gonna ask him. You
Hey,
know,
Jeremy,
what
what do
led
you
him to
think?
that?
Jeremy, what do you think about this, bro?
Hold on a second.
No.
Yeah, I was just thinking about like you know, why I like history and well, it's for lots of reasons. It's because, well, for me, I was studying the human condition because I was so fucking broken. I had to figure out why I was broken, and so I had to look into all kinds of things about psychology and mechanics of ego and that kind of thing. Well, then I started looking into history once I'd felt I'd gone to the limits of that sort of thing, and then I found that I just enjoyed looking into the characters. You know, just seeing, and also it helps obviously, you know, seeing how we got into this mess in the first place. You know, this is why they need to obliterate history because it leaves you rudderless, so to speak. So I found myself enjoying learning about the characters of history. So in that respect, that's what I sort of meant with Alan. I want to know how did he get to this place? What was he studying before?
Yo, check this conclusion, dude. It says, I don't actually know the answer to that, but it says, in the 17th century, science accepted a hypothetical ether, a concept originating in ancient cultures and expressed in metaphysics. However, scientists were initially unsuccessful in explaining it on a materialistic basis. This led to discrepancies, inconsistencies, and misunderstandings, which resulted in the ether's historical rejection by mainstream science around 1900. Nonetheless, concepts of a neo-ether survive and offer both simplicity and unifying explanatory power. Because the ether has deep roots in ancient perennial wisdom, where it is considered to lie beyond the ordinary physical realm and connected with divine creativity, bringing a neo ether into science may be one step toward healing the rift between science and spirit. The neo ether might be seen as a bridge between the physical and spiritual realms, re envisioning the vacuum as the divine plenum could form the basis of a pantheistic cosmology. The neo-ether, as a proposed primordial substrate at the foundation of fields, matter, and sentience, could lead to a unified field theory with truly novel applications. This could bring about a golden age of understanding and abundance. Oh no. Not abundant.
Always abundant. Yeah, if it describes it being a part of intelligence, I mean, what really, you know, that's the thing, because everybody's struck on those terms and the words. They can't fathom the idea of intelligence and memory being something. You know what I mean? Being a part of
my
something
bad.
like that.
My bad, guys. I was talking to my boss. What do I think about what?
All the replications of Mickelson Morley all the way up to 2020 that showed the fringe shift is real and varies with altitude and throughout the year.
It varies with altitude. I didn't know that. Well, that's
Yeah,
not
the
right.
fringe shift. Yeah, it gets greater as you get higher.
Remember
Yeah,
way back when?
Oh God. Go ahead, Democ.
I'd say, remember way back when we kept asking them to do it up at the top of a building, down below, and the third floor for all their tests and measurements, so they can actually get a variable. They can manipulate all those variables and take them out of the equation, but they wouldn't do it. They do it in a school and enclosed. You know what I mean? Like Blue, he only does it one way. But go ahead. Not exactly the ferrometry thing, but
Why
the
would
like
it?
the stuff they do.
Why would it vary with altitude? And is this something they're admitting? They admit it varies with altitude, or
Oh well, yeah. I mean,
That's the
there are modern tests that have shown that it varies with altitude, and that's what Dayton Miller. It would vary with altitude because you're getting closer to the sky, and what you're actually detecting is motion of the sky. While the globe model claims that there is nothing to detect because you can't detect the Earth's orbit, and they claim the seasons are because it orbits, obviously. So as you get higher to the sky, you detect more of a friendship with Michelson-Morley because there's motion translated down from the sky that moves above us. So as you get closer to it, you get more of an effect. Obviously, that doesn't work on the globe at all.
So
Well,
they just put the light at a constant. Then I'm just reading it on Chat GPT. The
yeah, they put
mainstream
light at a
info.
constant, but it still didn't work, bro. It didn't work because they have to say the friend shift isn't actually there. They have to claim that nothing's there because of length contraction and time dilation. Because if you can detect the effect, you would detect a very specific amount of friend shift based on the orbital speed of 30 kilometers a second, and that's not what we see. So they claim it's just an effect that is, or just an instrumental error.
It's always something and nothing with them, isn't it? No matter what you do. If you want to do it, they're like, no, do it this exact way to get our result because we say so. Look forward. That's it. Do this. You can't do your stuff any other way. You can't do the interferometry up in a ship. You can't do it in an airplane. They can't do the Foucault. They can't do nothing up in different elevations because they know it varies the result 1,000,000% right above where they started, which would actually know everything they said.
Historical progression is really funny because it's like first they're supposed to get a much bigger fringe shift and they get a smaller fringe shift, but then with the new explanation they're not supposed to get any fringe shift. So then they're like,
Yeah,
it's first they want the fringe shift but more, but then they don't want the fringe shift, but it's
yeah.
still there and it's changing
Funny.
with that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like still there with radiometric down to the millimeter measure. So have fun with that one. Yikes. Yo, I want to say this because my people might find this interesting. In that paper I just posted, it has Thomson's model of the vortex atom. Of course, J.J. Thomson discovered the electron, quote unquote. In the second half of the 19th century, William Thomson, actually, it's a different guy, aka Lord Kelvin, attempted to reconcile the concepts of a continuous universal plenum with Newtonian atomism, which resulted in his vortex theory of atoms. He considered the ether as a fundamental ideal fluid that was incomprehensible and without viscosity, and then applied hydrodynamics to model atoms as stable vortices. Thomson based his theory on the Helmholtz theorems that describe the motion of such a fluid containing microscopic vortex filaments. It is mathematically modeled non-dissipative fluid. Dissipative? I don't know. These rotating structures can neither be created nor destroyed, but can interact with each other, comparable to smoke rings moving in air that rebound when colliding with each other. In 1867, Thomson mathematically analyzed rotational and translational motion in an ideal fluid and condensed Helmholtz's three theorems into one, showing that circulation is conserved. Later, Maxwell incorporated these concepts into his famous treatise on electricity and magnetism as a refinement of his earlier hypothesis of the electromagnetic field modeled as small vortices in a light-bearing medium. So that's exactly what I think it is, and I've never read this. Yeah, atoms are actually just little vortexes within the ether, and so then you get a torus field with a little vortex, and then they claim that it's some piece of material that's 99.99999% empty space. But no, it's just a vortex in the ether, in my opinion. So, oh, there's a theory that can unify everything and actually make sense. There's no way we can even entertain it. Blasphemous.
I was just flicking through Brian's logic because last night after I'd looked at, maybe I did unsubscribe from it. I don't know, or maybe because I think sometimes find I've been unsubscribed from a channel. That's where I thought anyway back in the day. Like I'd subscribed to a flat earther, and then all of a sudden I'd be unsubscribed, and I'd be like, "What the fuck?" But anyway, either way. So yeah, I subscribed to his channel again, and then I watched a couple of his videos, and you know, it's interesting because there was a minute when he was mentioning the you know the sorry, I don't want to change the topic, Austin, if you want to carry on with this, but he was talking about these air, you know, the densities of air, the changing density, and he was talking about it due to the sun, this air pressure gradient. What do you know anything about that?
Yeah, but it's not. There is no density in the air. There is a gradient. There's a gradient of
the
electricity.
gradient.
Yeah,
That's what I meant.
yeah, it's an electrical gradient of voltage. What is the light? But go ahead. Just think real quick. What is that light coming from? When you light something, you give a spark, you ignite the offset of gas or any fuel or anything burnt or spent, or the ignition. Think about that. But go ahead. Yeah, the sun is voltage.
Well, I was thinking about it in terms of you know, Dell's crazy claim of the Earth moving up, and I was thinking about sort of a pressure gradient from that, and so it was interesting to hear Brian talk
It doesn't
about the
have to
sun.
be the Earth moving up. It can be the something else coming down. You understand, like the
Right,
ground function.
of course, Demo.
Yeah, yeah.
We can entertain ideas, right? We can
yeah,
entertain ideas, even now, no matter how silly they are. We can think about them at least and say, "Oh, well, yeah, that's interesting." Think about it in that way. So it was interesting to hear Brian's logic talking about, well, this density gradient's due to the sun. Does anybody know anything about that? Because I could understand temperature definitely played a part.
It's due to the sun and the air and everything because it's a change in the equilibrium that, like of the medium you're in. So like each layer of the medium is affected by what it is on how much is on itself and how much is reacted by other things. So light shines through each one. The way it shines, the angle it shines, how much is there, you're going to get a different reaction. You know, through the closer, you're going to get this reaction. Further away, you can get this reaction. Just like a magnifying. Remember, things don't have to act exactly the way you think they do. They can be the opposite. So a magnifying glass can be cold at the top or not as hot, but then when you focus that light, it turns to a laser beam far away, at a distance, not up close. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's transfused through that glass. Our air is the same thing as that glass. It acts the same way as a static field of glass. It focuses shit. So everything, there's going to be an effect on everything. So think about like the displacement of the helium balloon in the car, right? You go forward, the stuff is going back. Now, what if something's coming down, right? But it's not like what you think it is. It's just like an electrical differential exchange, right? So the helium balloon might be going up with the exchange or down with it, right? It might not be a falling effect of a planet or a falling effect of us in general. It might be an effect of an exchange of how the fucking energy's introduced and put back and introduced and put back. You understand?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It's very nuanced. I don't know what the right word is. It's a very complex dynamic system, isn't it?
Well, to be simple, it's like recharging the battery. Just choo, 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 choo. It doesn't have to be us falling. It can be the electrical differential doing an action and a reaction to give you that, you know, experience, you know. And I hate to be like that, to say it's this but not that, like a damn sound like a Glober, but in a way that's how you know, you got to do it because this is what we've been given so far. So far as we know, you know.
Yeah. I don't know if I can drink this oil. Organic amaranth oil.
Hey, Timok.
Yeah.
How many rockets do they shoot into space per day?
None.
I mean, they shoot them in the sky, don't they?
Rockets can't go past 130,000 feet.
What do you mean? They just go out of the atmosphere, right?
I mean, they go in the sky. That's
No,
what
they
we
go
see.
up in the air. Yeah, they go up in the sky and they come back. Right?
Well, they only come back when they're done with their mission, right?
Their mission is to try to go up higher than 130,000 feet, right?
Okay, yeah, maybe. Have you heard of Operation? What was that operation where they were shooting nukes up into atmosphere?
You mean they were shooting rockets? Hold on.
Operation Fishbowl, yeah. Operation Fishbowl.
Yeah, but hold on. I'm not worried about it.
Dominic.
Listen to this. How do you shoot a nuke up into the sky that isn't a rocket?
Operation Fishbowl was an operation after. It was an inner operation of Dominic.
What was their nuke?
Yeah.
What was their nuke they shot into the sky? That's what I'm worried about. We want to focus on exactly what's going on here, so we can't just say, "Oh, well, frogs were shot into the tree." No, we want to know what the nuke was. Was it a big rocket shot up and exploded?
What was that? Go Fast Rocky. Remember that one? How high did that go?
Hold on. You're going too fast.
D-Mark, we were talking about
Please stop
getting
trying to
faster.
leave the thing I'm trying to point out here. I'm pointing out nukes are fake.
He was
Nukes are
talking
fake.
about
They're
the Go
just
Fast
rockets.
rocket.
Now, hold on, please.
Yeah, that went really high,
That's
didn't
a
it?
baby.
The
It's a
Go
baby
Fast
rocket.
rocket means a lot to me, you know. Like the Go Fast rocket is one of the reasons I became a flat earther, you know.
You sound passionate.
Yeah, but you just brought up nukes. Can we? What topic are we talking about now? You
Go
asked
Fast
me about a
Rocky.
nuke, right?
Operation
The
Fishbowl.
Fishbowl, Project Fishbowl, right? Is that what you asked me about?
Mm-hmm.
So what they did, or whatever, they had a lot of different ones. Doesn't really matter what the project was. The thing is, what do you think that they shot up in the air, right? When I say I'm shooting something up in the air and I'm doing operation whatever, what do you think they're shooting up in the air real high?
Nuclear bombs, because I think nuclear
What
bombs
is a
are
nuclear
real.
bomb?
It's when they split atoms and it's a reaction.
So they shot an atom up there?
They kill the atom up there.
How did they get it there? What did they shoot it with supposedly?
With a rocket.
Oh, a rocket. So they send a rocket up full of fuel and it explodes, correct?
It's not the fuel that explodes. I think when it's at altitude, it already disposed of most of its fuel. So it's just a chain reaction of atoms breaking. What causes the nuclear bomb to explode?
What do you mean when it went where it went? We don't know how high it went. We weren't the ones that set it off. We don't have a marker. We don't have a reference. We didn't make the video. What I'm asking is they sent up a rocket, correct?
Yes.
So when everybody says, what's a nuke? Just say it's a rocket.
It's a
Case
rocket
closed.
with a warhead. You know what a warhead
Cool
is, right?
story. Yeah, it's called a rocket.
You know
You know what a rocket is,
rocket
right?
from
It's a
Germany
big
also
missile.
has
It's
a
a
warhead,
bomb.
right?
It's a big bomb. Stop acting like you don't understand. A rocket is a big ass bomb.
It's not a big bomb. It's a nuclear bomb.
A rocket now is a nuke and an atom splitter.
What the fuck you mean, man? A rocket is just something that's propelled.
So it's nuclear explosion and atom splitting. So it's the Oppenheimer nuke. Okay, we got you. So the rocket is the most powerful thing you can throw up in the air and come down and drop on me and kill me with, right?
A rocket is only a means of propulsion. Like it's
So
a way to send your charge up into the air towards a target you set. Like there's the rocket and there's the warhead. Like you know when they bombed London with the V2 rocket, it had like the rocket and it had a warhead.
No, I don't believe none of that dog shit. Listen, what I know is that, hold on, I don't have to stop. Stop talking over me. I don't have to believe that. Listen,
man. You ain't gonna talk that
it's a lot of bullshit.
to me, man.
Will you shut up?
Oh, okay.
Can I talk?
Okay, let's just calm down a bit.
Guys, can I talk? The GoPro rocket, is that what you would use to defend your nation with? Or would you use a big one, buddy? You would use a BB gun or you're going to use a 12 gauge? Which one do you prefer?
I'll use the rocket, thank you, not a little GoPro jank fake thing that you think is something, right? That's not a nuke. That's
Well,
not an Operation Fishbowl thing, is it? Are you all right?
I think they used the Minuteman. Like that was one of the best.
So you use a little bitty bomb, right? Give me that firecracker. I'm gonna go against this other nation. I'm gonna use this firecracker against this other nation because we like smaller things
not
that don't do nothing.
Firecracker. It's a nuclear
Yeah, so
warhead.
it's a nuke. We're gonna split the
Guys,
firecracker.
let me know
at
when
'em.
you guys had enough of this rambling nonsense. All right, and I'll
Let
shut
me
it
know
down.
when we can.
You
I want
guys
to know how I
good?
can split
You
the
want this to keep
firecracker
going?
at them. I want a baby one. Yeah, the little one, so I can defend my country with it. The baby firecracker rocket nuke, the little GoPro one. Now, are you trying to compare that to a big rocket that's a nuke that you just compared to a nuke and an atom? And this isn't nonsense, Jeremy. They think nukes are magical other things other than a rocket. They think that a bomb is other than something different than a rocket they supposedly are going to space with. They're getting on a nuke. Do you understand? That's my point. They're riding an atom bomb. Do you want to ride one? I don't.
D-Mock, do you think atom bombs and nuclear bombs are real?
I don't have to think anything. I know for a fact a rocket's the biggest bomb you got, buddy.
Rocket is a big
I know
bomb.
for a fact.
Can be.
You got one bigger?
Large rockets are large bombs for sure. They can explode. Bombs explode.
That is a kind of interesting topic, Sonic, don't you think? If you want to join in and teach me something. Like they split this atom and then I think is it called nuclear fission or something like that? And then all this energy came spilling out. So and they use that energy and they can have like a positive thing or it can have this deeply negative. That's a kind of interesting topic if you want to educate the audience, because I'm not sure about nuclear bombs either, to be honest.
Have you seen that documentary where there was these soldiers that were talking about they witnessing nuclear bombs going off because they were like the soldiers that were placed there to be like test subjects?
Yeah.
Do you remember that the one quote they said about them like covering their eyes and then they could see their bones through their eyes because of the nuclear waste going off or something like that?
I mean, that's
called
a hell of a
big
claim.
flash of light. That's the same thing that happens in a room when they do an X-ray. Next. So you think there's a nuclear explosion in the X-ray room for the hospital every day? Don't think so. Next.
Well, nuclear bombs in itself are fascinating, man. Like,
yeah, they don't exist. That's how fascinating they are.
That's what you're saying, but do you have any concrete evidence to back that up? Or
Well, what about? Yeah, they're a lie, and you don't know what they are. You can't go get one or make one in front of us. You can't make a
I'm just asking for some solid evidence, D-Mock.
Yeah, making one would be the
evidence. Give me some
yeah,
solid
making
evidence
one.
about nukes
Making
being
one.
fake.
Making one would be your evidence. You making one. Stop lying unless you can produce this stuff that you claim you know all about. Why do people claim they know about how building birdhouses, but then they never even touched one? Stop lying, please. You've never touched an atom. You've never touched any of the material. You never touched that pretty little blue rock,
Well,
right?
D-Mock, you never touched a virgin, okay?
Listen, I don't know what that's got to do with you making stuff up about atoms or nukes. Listen, you're not splitting an atom. Stop lying to people. The quicker we stamp this and nip it in the bud, the quicker you guys can stop lying. We got to stand on something, or else everything just is both things and all things, and I'm stupid, right? I don't think so, buddy.
No. I don't think you're stupid. I just think that you're trying to walk away from the problem. You know, like there's a
I'm
nuclear
trying to figure out
holocaust.
what a nuke is or an atom bomb from
D-Mock,
scratch.
there's a nuclear holocaust on the horizon, and you're just trying to wave it
Yeah,
away.
that's a cool
like it's
story.
nothing,
Yeah,
you
we
know?
can keep telling stories. Yeah, that's why we always have a shit show, because you guys don't ever want to demonstrate fuck all. You want to tell us and make us believe a story. Yeah, we know you clicked your heels 3 times, buddy. How do you mess with an atom? How do you split that? What do I get to go split? How am I splitting it? How did Oppenheimer do it without a big nuclear plant?
He used a butter knife. Come on, everybody knows that. D-Mock. He used a
So
butter
he went to
knife
the
and a
Geneva
hammer.
Convention with a butter knife and split the
Yeah,
atom.
he put the
He
butter
took
knife
it there
over
and
the
froze it.
atom. He got just between, just right in the middle of the atom, because you don't want to be one side or the other because they'll slip off. They're little slippery suckers, those little atoms. So you right in
How
the
big?
middle. He got a real super accurate theodolite auto level measuring device. So make sure
Well,
he was right in the middle of it based on his
well,
perspective
how
with
big is
regard
the?
to the horizon. And then he hit it with a hammer really fast. And it split in
Well,
half.
see,
And
this
then
is what.
suddenly all that energy that resides in the atom was released. And it was just, it glowed so bright it burned his face off.
Yeah, and he's still alive. The guy who
Yeah,
split
without a
nukes
face.
and nobody knew how to
Without a
do it.
face.
And
You ever seen the
can I
movie?
finish my sentence, man?
You ever seen a
The
movie
guy who
without a
split
man without a
nukes that didn't
face?
know what he was doing. He never did it before. Nobody ever did it. He lived after he split that nuke. And then he brought you one in a little package. How big was the nuke package? How can we carry? What's the smallest package we can carry a
Yeah,
nuke
but
in,
his
like a
face
little
was
present?
gone. Even though he
Like
lived, his
Santa
face was
Claus?
blown off. He had no face.
The
That's why
smallest
he's
one has been
gone.
dropped in Hiroshima.
Is the
That's why
building still there? Is the city still there? Was
No.
everybody still alive when he first was playing with nukes and splitting them? Apparently, he can make a baby one that doesn't hurt nobody. Can we get a couple and so that you guys can produce little one, little big one, bigger and bigger?
Wait,
Can we
how did
do
he
a
make
little
the
bitty
baby?
one?
How did he make the baby? Did he mate with another
Yeah, I don't know how you make any
Oppenheimer?
of them. Apparently, you can't tell us. We can never see. It's magic, right? You got to be the guy behind the curtain to make a baby nuke.
I think he was an extinct human species that mated with a pig. That's why they called them the ditch pig.
So would it make sense that if I took a little piece of rock, I would get a little reaction, and if I took a 1-ton rock, I would get a bigger reaction from that Xanic? So where's the little baby atom being split from the little piece of dirt or the little rock you got? Just a little piece of it.
I think it's all magic.
Right. Or else you would shut me up right now and say, Democ, here is one piece of a speck of a fucking quantum or a mole or a piece or a sand grain of this rock. Here's what it does. Here's what 15 sand grains does of it. Here's what an ounce or a pound of it does, Democ. You don't have that because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about because it's all magic, right?
Don't imagine.
Do
Nobody
you
knows
speak?
what those things are.
Do you speak French, Democ?
Well, where's the little nuke? Where's the little nuclear power plant at? Where's the little bitty one? Where's the one that's only 10 inches big? Yeah, where's the miniature
Democ,
one?
that's an interesting point. That's the answer.
Yeah,
That
I
could be the
fucking
answer.
know. I know it is.
Merci beaucoup.
That could be the answer to our power
Oh my
problems. These
God.
miniature nuclear reactions is actually getting serious again. I mean, we're going kind of crazy.
Yeah, get
yesterday.
serious. Come on.
Yeah. So actually,
Yeah,
that's a good
you
point.
can't split an atom now all
Democ,
of a
let me
sudden.
finish
Now
this
you
sentence.
can't do stuff
Democ,
on a small
all we've heard
level.
is you talk. Democ, all we've heard is you talk for like the last half hour. Just take a breath.
Yeah, let's stop lying.
All right. Okay, great. We'll stop lying. There's a concept.
Wait, Xanic. What are you actually going to explain here?
Well, why did you interrupt me right there when I was about ready to explain what I was going to
Because
explain?
I'm wondering what you're going to explain.
Well, you'll know if you shut up and listen.
Okay. I'll shut up and I'll listen.
Yes. We don't need to hear about your French lesson and anything else and challenging
Sacré
on
bleu!
Democ.
Putain.
Yeah. Okay. Oui. Frenchie. Listen.
Okay, cut this stuff out, guys, or give me a headache. Come on, let's
I
get
know.
to the
I mean, it's just
topic here.
ridiculous.
Why did you have to interrupt,
I had a
man? He
a
was
quick
just
side note.
about to tell us about it.
Hey, guys, listen, come on. Democ made a point, and there's actually some truth to that. There is something to be said for smaller sized nuclear reactors. In fact, that might be one of the solutions to some of our energy problems in the future. Small, more regional, more personal nuclear reactors that can power houses, that can power buildings. This is where things are going to. They're trying to compact the nuclear reactions and these facilities so they can be more portable and also more and smaller in size.
Have you ever heard about lithium power plants?
Lithium power plants, no.
Like lithium is an element that is like way less radioactive, but it still produces a lot of energy. So like it's way better than nuclear energy, but
Lithium
it's
isn't
lithium.
radioactive. Lithium
I think it's
lithium
to
is
some degree it is.
no.
Well, if it's fully non-nuclear or radioactive, then it's the best bet.
What do they do with the lithium to create a nuclear reaction?
Same as nuclear.
Same as uranium.
Like the rods, like in nuclear power plants they put like nuclear rods, but in lithium power plants they put like lithium rods. They're way better than nuclear. That's all I know.
This is kind of interesting. I was just asking Chat GPT because I always thought about these two bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and they seem to be people and wildlife the same week. I thought, oh, that's it. They can't go to that place for time, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So anyway, I'm just reading this here. It's talking about how, and this is interesting. It says that the altitude, the height of where they detonated these bombs made a big difference to how much radiation is on the ground. I never actually thought of that. But you see, in the first the fallout, it says nuclear fallout refers to the radioactive particles and debris that is produced by a nuclear explosion carried out in the atmosphere. These particles can then settle back to the ground, causing contamination and potential health hazards. So in the first bit, they're telling you, oh, they explode, and then they settle to the ground. In the second one, it says altitude of detonation. The atomic bombs were detonated at a relatively high altitude above the ground, above 1,900 feet or 580 meters for the bomb over Hiroshima, and about 1,650 feet over 500 meters for the bomb over Nagasaki. This altitude limited to the amount of fallout produced compared to the ground level detonations, as much of the radioactive material was dispersed into the upper atmosphere rather than falling directly to the ground. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? I never thought of that. They seem to contradict themselves a little bit, though, don't you think? From the two, because they're saying, oh, they're going to the sky, but then they come down to the ground. I don't know.
I don't think that bothered him, the fallout and all these things. What they were looking to achieve is maximum destruction.
Oh yeah. But what I'm saying, Jack, I was skeptical because it seemed to me that there was people right after the event, like a week. I thought they wouldn't be able to go near that place for a long time. You see, and wildlife's fine. Everything's there's lots of living things, and I thought they'd all be affected by this fallout. But so that's why I was so.
Like a bomb is way different than something that happened in Chernobyl.
Yeah.
Well, the amount of material wasn't that big there. I don't remember the number exactly. I think 9 kilo for the second bomb, and the first one I forgot how much. And that's all you have to disperse. It doesn't become too radioactive during the explosion. The first one was very, very inefficient. Second one maybe more, but they had all this take. I read somewhere they had to invent a new time term called jiffy. Don't know exactly how much is it. That's the time that takes the whole thing to occur. After that, it's just pressure that coming from there, but the process finished.
I mean, my thinking on it is, which is, I'm open to the fact that I could be wrong. That they just stuck a lot. I don't know what, like a dirty bomb. They just, I don't know, stuck a load of TNT together.
That's very different because we know that Chernobyl kept pushing fallout for a very long time, but this process takes tiny fraction of a second, and that's it. It's over. You don't create new neutrons. Nothing happened after the explosion.
Do you guys know how England got into the Manhattan Project? You know the Manhattan Project, right, Andy?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Little bit.
Are you English?
I am, yeah.
Did you know that England actually made like a TNT bomb and said it was like a nuclear bomb, but it was just TNT? But they only did that to get into the Manhattan Project during World War II.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there was something like 0.1 kiloton. They tested to see, first of all, TNT, how TNT it will look like, and then they can tell by this how the bomb will look like when it's X time TNT. I saw they built some boxes and boxes and boxes of TNT. They put them together.
Do you still get a mushroom cloud?
Of course, 0.1 kiloton.
No, I mean from loads of TNT stuck together. I mean.
Yes. If you stick a lot of TNT together, like any big explosion will make a mushroom. So
right,
that's what England did. Like they made a TNT bomb and they said it was a nuclear bomb, so they could join the Manhattan Project. But they never had a nuclear bomb themselves.
Well,
I saw a video that compared the size of explosion, because I think they finally did a 0.1 kiloton weapon, like the tactical weapon, and they compare it to the TNT.
No comprendo.
Yeah,
they set off 0.1 kiloton TNT, normal TNT, and then they drop a bomb that it's equally in power. And they just compare the flash, see the difference, if there is a difference.
I mean, to me, it's possible, and I'm not saying it is this way. I'm just saying it's possible that it is a bit of trickery going on. As in, we've all seen the nuclear bombs where they show the houses and the where they blow them through, and then the trees, and we've all seen those images.
Yep.
And they could be little models, right? That could be a Hollywood trick very easily.
Could be. Yeah.
And
yes, you want to try it yourself? You want to set one out?
No, but the thing is, way I looked at it is in terms of energy, the fear that they put across in the Cold War with everybody get under the tables, all that stuff, and that's the way I look at it. It's a narrative that they can say, look, we can destroy a continent. Never mind this little building. We can destroy a continent. That.
No one can destroy a continent. You remember
what I mean?
the monster?
We could destroy a city, Chaiki. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's for sure. Did you see? Do you know the monster bomb that the Russian built? They built a 100 megaton thermonuclear nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
They scale it down to 50, and they dropped it somewhere in the Arctic.
Oh yeah.
For the show, I think it was seen in London.
But
wow.
Andy, do you think nuclear bombs are real or fake?
No, I don't. Currently, I don't think they're real. But I'm also open to the fact that I'm quite ignorant on the topic as well. So, I always hold my hands up and say, well, I don't know too much about that. I mean, I talked to a guy like a chemist who seemed to know his stuff, and he sort of walked me through the fact that nuclear bombs weren't real, but he said hydrogen bombs were real, which were really weird. And then he walked me through that, which is still a nuclear bomb, I guess. But yeah, it's just the idea of nuclear fission. I really don't know enough about it, guy. So I have to hold my hands up and say, could be. But to me, I look at the overarching sort of energy that was put out at that time. And this idea that we can, the enemy, the quote unquote enemy, could destroy us in one foul swoop, So that's the way I kind of look at it. because that's what the megalomaniacs like to do. They control through fear, don't they? So they send out this terrible energy, and then when people are in fearful, whatever, they make bad decisions, etc., etc. It's a knock-on effect, and so yeah, I look at it like that rather than. I mean, the devil's in the details, I guess. I should learn more about it, Turtle.
Could you stream something? You're able to stream stuff, right, Andy?
Yeah.
Post a link in Livestream. Like it's really fascinating how these atomic bomb veterans are talking about the subject. All right. Yeah, that's the one.
Sorry, hang on. Here we go. In 46, well, yeah, like so is.
Well, why you put the speed? Wait, can you pause it?
Yeah.
So at this point, we have to think like, are these people liars?
Yeah.
Or are they real? Like, is this a real story or is this a lie? Because they could be paid, like.
Well, they look genuine so far. I'll say that.
Same. $57. This is shit I was talking about, man.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys? What are we doing? What's the topic of conversation?
Nuclear bombs.
That'd be a heck of a thing to see. If you could see your own bones and that.
you guys watching a video or something?
I think this Russian war was going to stop Russia from launching a moon lander. Nah, These guys got priorities.
No, they're too invested. Can bail out.
What's that, Chuck?
Said they are too invested. They can't bail out. We say, I spent all this money all these years, and now I will not go.
They said Ken Wheeler.
Are these guys claiming they're the ones from the tests in the 40s and 50s?
Yeah, basically.
57.
Yeah. They're too young.
1957.
They're too young. My dad's like almost 90. He was born in 46. They're too fucking young, guys.
Yeah, this is 4 years ago, it says. So,
It's consistent. It's consistent.
They would have been
How old
30,
was-
born in the 30s, maybe 40s. No, they wouldn't have been born in the 40s.
well, let's
let's
assume they were sort of in their early 20s, right?
Then they're born in the 30s.
They
would be over 100 years old right now. They're way too young.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting.
No. Let's round it off to like if some dude was 20 years old in the army in
That's kind of
1960, in 1960, so they would be born in 1940. If you were born in 1940, then you would be like 67 years old.
Oh,
like almost 70.
So these guys are lying.
No,
they're
no.
actors then.
No,
They're too young.
No, they're not too young.
The tests were in the 50s, right?
Yeah, they were talking about 57 or something like that.
Yeah.
Or was
they'd be at least 20 something.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then they were born in the 30s. And then that would make them close to 100 years old, or 90 something.
Yeah, they would have to be at least 18 to be in the army. So that's the least number you can go with, yeah.
If they were 20 years old, they'd either be 1960 or 1950, so somewhere between that.
So chuck this video out the window. These guys are lying through their teeth.
Yeah, you'd have
Check
to
out
be.
check out the one I.
Sorry.
Just check out the one. Share the one I just posted there.
Oh yeah, well let's have a look.
Watch.
Oh, that Tsar Bomba. Oh yeah, the biggest bomb ever exploded.
Tsar Bomba, yeah.
Russia.
The Joe Rogan one, absolute.
Yeah.
The Moab, mother of all bombs.
Well, that's a conventional bomb, I think, the Moab.
Yeah, that's true. The Moab is conventional. It's non-nuclear. That's like to say Moab. Why is Hollywood always around during secret missions to see first bombs? Who can film any first?
I said these little complexes, when they look at these little houses, they just look like models to me, and I think that's what they're trying to say here.
China. Have you ever seen the Chinese space program? No?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Did you see the mark? Did you see the mark?
Turtle, you sound like you're half asleep, bro.
Cause I'm always there. Almost there.
Are you You got a fentanyl issue or what?
What was that? The cut.
Well, what kind of question is that? Can't you just have me have my fun? Do you
All
really
right.
have to be a dick about it?
Just be careful, man. That stuff's powerful.
What do you mean? Call me an alcoholic?
A little worse, but yeah, something like that.
It's very close, I have to admit.
Yeah, that's dodgy as shit. I don't know. Yeah, I've always thought those little where we see the buildings like vaporize and blow away or whatever. I always thought they look fake.
Mm.
We have to go by what they tell us and what we see. So they tell us this nuclear stuff is a bomb, fine. Then they tell us this nuclear stuff has radioactive waste that has a half-life of so many 100,000 years. But then when we see what they say is a nuclear fallout, we don't see that. We don't see that in Chernobyl. We don't see that in Japan.
Well,
So
we still see a radioactive fallout, especially in Chernobyl. You can detect radiation all around the place. But like the amount they say it is and the amount it is, that's the difference. You can debate
hold
about
on. They say that when a site gets contaminated, cannot live there for hundreds of thousands of years because of half-life of this and that and the other.
Yeah, and that's not
Have
true.
you seen Hiroshima? Have you seen Hiroshima lately? One of the cities that got nuked?
Hiroshima and Chernobyl, you can live there right now. There's no issue. There's a low
That's my
amount
whole
of
point.
radiation.
That's my whole point.
Montreal, can you maybe mute Nacho?
Well, that's not up to me. Who muted him?
I don't know. Some cunt. Some piece of shit. We need Nacho. Oh, he's gone, never mind.
Yeah, that's why I was reading that thing on ChatGPT. I wanted to know the explanation, SE, for this, because I was always thinking about that with Japan. The fourth one on here, the third one was altitude. The fourth one's wind patterns. Check this. Wind patterns also played a role in dispersing the fallout. The winds carried the radioactive particles away from the cities rather than letting them fall onto the areas that were already devastated by the explosions. This contributed to reducing the immediate impact of fallout on the ground. That sounds a bit touchy, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you another thing that doesn't make sense. They say that when a nuclear bomb goes off, you get electromagnetic radiation, which renders vehicles, anything electronic, useless. Right? We've all heard that?
Yes.
No? We've all, okay, good. So now I ask you this. The plane that dropped the bomb, how come it continued flying after the bomb detonated?
Well, because they dropped the bomb at like a high altitude, so they had enough time to escape the blast zone.
Well, that blast is pretty. They say that thing goes for a long ways. So just another thing to think about.
It goes for a long way on the ground, but like when you're up in the air,
Well,
there's a difference.
One thing to consider. One thing is to consider is the direction from which it left. The aircraft carrier or whatever from, versus where it dropped the bomb. Because if the explosion site was in between the place they took off from, then how would they receive radio transmission through that fallout? Because that wouldn't be possible either, right?
Why do you?
Yeah, and how did
Why?
they
No,
record it?
no.
Yeah.
Why would they need radio transmission? Like they had a mission. They had to drop the bomb and get back to the base. That's all. They had to drop a bomb and get back to base.
I understand that.
And also
I
think about
understand
how
that,
far.
but
Think about how long it
if
takes
there
the
was
bomb.
if there was any communication from the point which they dropped the bomb after that bomb exploded and that fallout zone, I don't think that they would have gotten clear transmission through that site. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but think about how far the drop time is, or how long the drop time is from 40,000 feet. And then you think about how far the plane would travel before that actually exploded. Then you start realizing how small that blast zone would be. So radio transmissions could probably,
exactly,
be possible.
Are those
maybe
radio
maybe not
transmissions
immediately,
a
but
direct
after
line
a
of
certain
sight,
time.
or are they bouncing them? Because I'm just saying, like, at any one point, if that transmission had to pass through that fallout zone, there would have been interference picked up. And if there was no interference picked up, that would be heavily suspicious.
I don't think anyone's ever mentioned the interference that was generated by the blast for communications from the.
The plane filmed the explosion, right, guys?
Right.
The said plane. So how, if it was close enough to film the said explosion, then the said explosion was close enough to affect the equipment. No, I'm just trying to use logic here. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but
Angola Gay. I think that was the plane that dropped the nuclear bomb.
I think what you're talking about is the electromagnetic pulse, that wave of electric field that's going to affect transmission of whatever, or the communications or the airplane. But I don't think that comes from a blast. I think what comes from a blast is physical. It's a physical thing. It's not
no, I'm pretty sure.
electromagnetic.
I'm pretty sure, bro. That's one of the things that they mentioned with nuclear bomb detonation. That is one of the main things.
Well, they dropped the bomb at like an altitude of 40,000 meters high, so it should have been way off from the blast zone.
Yeah, but if you're close enough to film it, right? Then surely you're close enough.
It depends on the altitude, You can be 100 kilometers high and you can film it, and you can be affected by the blast zone. Just if you film it from above.
100 kilometers above, you realize what you're saying here? We're talking about a World War II era plane.
Okay, maybe 50K. You're right on that one.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, discrepancies in what they tell us about radiation and explosions and what we see. There's big discrepancies here. A lot. From the fallout affecting human, plants, and all that, to this EMP, electromagnetic pulse, which should have rendered the plane useless unless they thought about it and, fixed their equipment, right? Which I don't see any proof of, but I'm just saying another thing that doesn't wash with the story.
Yeah, wasn't there videos of in Japan, like a week after the bombing, they were like already doing cleanup and they were like already there, but yet the propaganda went out like, oh, radiation is extremely dangerous. You got to stay away from it. Like you can't live there for 150 years until it like all gets out, whatever. But like they literally have video of them rebuilding like that whole entire like Nagasaki and all the the other
yes,
places.
exactly. Like where they dropped the bombs, like Nagasaki and Hiroshima, they actually already rebuilt the whole city. Like
Yeah, everyone lives there again.
they're not having any issues with nuclear fallout, but that's
Look
probably
at
because
Chernobyl.
like the bomb was that small. Like it was a
Right.
small bomb,
Look at Chernobyl and all the plant life and animal life surrounding Chernobyl.
Right.
Years
Right.
after the event, everything's healthy. Everything seems to be lush and green. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, they're saying like that people can go there, but they kind of like just to keep the narrative going, they just kind of like keep people away from there.
dude, I've seen people on YouTube that they are still going to the like, if you know Chernobyl, they went into the chambers, they went into everything, they went into the central plant, and like there was nuclear radiation, but like it was to such a low amount they were still capable of just exploring the site. So like nuclear radiation isn't that big of a thing, you know?
I think there's more nuclear radiation coming from Skinwalker Ranch than there is Chernobyl.
Damn
Have you
right,
seen
sir.
that show on was it on Hulu or what is it called? Skinwalker Ranch. I was just gonna watch that the other day. I haven't got into it though. Is it good?
I feel
I
like
didn't watch.
Skinwalker Ranch is like a hoax, man. I feel like it's a hoax.
There's like a I don't know if it's Netflix
I
or
don't know. You
Hulu,
got a
one of
lot of
those.
high profile people there, bro. Lot of big names that are involved with that ranch.
What was it on though? Like, is it on Hulu or one of those? They have like a whole season of it, 2 seasons actually. Maybe it was Netflix or Hulu or Prime. I don't know, one of those. But they just came out with a second season of Skinwalker Ranch.
There's a guy's channel I follow. He's ex-military. See if I can find it. He just did a video on it. I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, I'll
Good.
probably get into that eventually. I was interested in that. That was kind of interesting. Oh, by the way, I had to change the date, guys, or the time. The Jaren and Nathan Oakley show will be tomorrow at 12. So I don't know if any of you guys we're going to check it out.
12 Pacific?
12 p.m. Pacific, yeah. Because I had put 6 p.m. originally, but Nathan said like 12 p.m. So that way it's like 9 p.m. where he's at. So it'll be 12 p.m. in the afternoon. You can catch it on the YouTube, Asylum YouTube, or in the
Who's
Discord.
moderating?
I'm going to be moderating it.
Bro, we're gonna have 30 people up in here when you guys are doing your shit.
All right. Well,
it's gonna be here?
that'd be good. How was that?
You're doing it here?
No, it's going to be in the Asylum, but also on the YouTube, on the Asylum YouTube.
All right.
If you want to just watch
we
it.
can maybe we can do a duo. It'll be Jeranism and Witsit versus Nathan and QE. That'd be nice.
Can you post a link for that Asylum?
Yeah. I don't, for sure. Gio's cool about it too. He's let me invite people from here. Oops. Where are we at?
Is QE gonna be allowed to add on?
It's not QE, it's Nathan.
Oh, it's Nathan versus Jeranism.
Yeah. Not and it's just
who's modding
it's a
it?
discussion. I'll be talking to them. I'll be interviewing them.
Apo, you know I have to ban you right now for promoting other Discord channels, right?
Always.
So it's a discussion. So of the 2 people that are coming, so they're coming into the asylum?
Well, Jaren and Nathan. Okay, so the way I do the interviews is through StreamYard, so that way they could both do video, and if they want to like share their screen and stuff. Hammer, he runs it through OBS to go to the YouTubes. So then like the actual interview, like where I'm talking to him through StreamYard, that gets sent as video to the YouTube, and then inside the Asylum Discord, we'll have somebody you put like share your screen, and it's going to be sharing the interview of StreamYard.
Oh, so it's just going to be broadcast at the asylum. So my question is, like, while you're interviewing the 2 of these individuals, who has the ability to mute within that conversation?
Hammer, since he's controlling it from that side, but the way it's going to be set up is to where people, they both agree that they're not going to just like argue over one another and it be a shit show. They both agree to that.
Yeah, we'll see about that. And also, Hammer did a bang up job last time he was on that Fight the Flat Earth event. He did great.
Is that sarcasm, Jeremy, or did he really do a good job?
I think it's sarcasm.
So it's basically going to be a shit show.
We're answering the question to Hammer. Let's just Jeremy answer the question, please.
What's the question?
Turtle, take a nap, bro.
What do you mean? You shut the fuck up, man.
What was it? What was it? What'd you ask?
Jeremy's response.
Oh. Well, it's gonna be controlled, but Jaren nor Nathan will be able to mute one another, and it's already established that they're not going to be able to do that. Like if it gets out of hand, so to speak.
Well, you realize like Jaren is not in the trenches of like debate circles.
Yeah,
and you understand how Nathan typically handles himself. He doesn't need a mute button to just railroad over somebody, and somebody like Jaren is not going to just continue to speak, right? So it's audio chaos. It's just going to be Nathan railroading over him. I guarantee you.
Yeah, that's what I see.
Yeah. Well. Apparently, as far as I know, in the DM conversations through Skype with Nathan and stuff, it's not going to be like that. It's going to be he's going to say his piece, Jaren's going to say his piece, and then they will discuss, but it
what
should be science.
Wait. Are you saying that you got Jarenism and the other dude together?
Yeah, they're gonna talk it out. Yeah.
Well, when is this? What
tomorrow?
Date?
Tomorrow at 12.
Great.
12 Pacific.
Yeah, 12 p.m.
Pacific. What time zone are we talking about?
Pacific. 12 p.m.
Okay.
You said 12 Pacific, then I said p.m. I just meant at noon tomorrow Pacific Standard Time. Okay. Maybe it's better if we just say at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
No. The best thing to say is GMT.
Because there's people from around the world here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from Europe, man. Like GMT
no,
works for
you
everybody.
Europeans are used to adjusting to our time zones accordingly. We don't care about GMT.
No.
That takes us way
we
too long.
don't care about GMT over here.
We don't adjust your shit.
Well, then you're either +8 or +9. So it's either going to be 8 o'clock over there or 9 o'clock over there. So you just figure out what you are to 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And
I
then
don't fucking know. Just give me a GMT, man.
But Google will take care of that, Turtle.
General time zone, man.
The topic is just science in general. So is it going to be like a discussion about the definition of what science is? Is that?
Well, there has been a clash, if you will, from one side to the other, in regards to, does science prove things? Does it not prove things? And I think the main argument is from Jaren's side, he's saying science doesn't prove things. And then I think from Nathan's side is, using the scientific method, you will prove things. You come to conclusions and stuff. So I think it's just a misunderstanding.
I think I understand. It's for Nathan, he's talking about the scientific method, and for Jaren, he's talking about this just science in general. So he's not getting hung up on the scientific method and how they come to their conclusions. He's just saying science in general is not going to be 100%.
Correct. Yeah.
Can we just title the video?
Cuz
Your robot and Dysla.
Better?
Yeah. Go ahead. Okay, not better. Not better. You're a robot still. Well, it's going to be interesting. We'll see what road it goes down, because
if you want to make a absolute claim as to proof and you do a experiment, you better be damn sure you're covering every single variable that's humanly possible to be covered to claim that it's proof. Because one could do a scientific experiment, follow all of the rules of scientific experiments, and draw a conclusion that heat causes water to boil, which is correct. But if you were wondering what the cause of water boiling is, it can be other factors other than heat. But you could draw an incorrect conclusion that heat is the only thing that causes water to boil. So is that a complete proof of the cause of water boiling, or is there multiple causes that could be determined, right? Pressure, things
Right.
like that. So it'll be interesting to see where they go with this.
Yeah, it is gonna. Yeah, I do. I definitely agree with it. It's been something that's happened for like a few years, but it's also a little bit more than that. I think Jaron was, he's expressed how he didn't like how FED was the way they treated Witsit, the way they treated Bob, and
Witsit gets it.
yeah, Witsit gets it.
Have you ever heard of Jesse gets it? Or
Turtle, take a nap, bro.
Jesse gets it. Are you talking about Jesse the the light?
Yeah, Jesse gets it.
That's funny. No, but I do think it's a conversation that I'm glad that I can facilitate, though, to try to at least get them, I don't know, understanding one another. I think maybe it's a miscommunication. One saying one thing, one saying another. But I think if he explains, like, look, I agree. Maybe they could even come to like an agreement. Like, I agree with you that pseudoscience doesn't prove anything, but things in the scientific method with that supporting that it can prove something, and it does prove something. I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be interesting, nonetheless.
I mean, we'll see.
We'll see in 28 hours.
But I just don't like all the. I'm not too involved in this, but I do pop into other servers from time to time and see what is being posted in text chat, and just the personal attacks and the blah 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 and just mad talking shit that some people do. It's like, bro, if you go straight to the person if you have the issue. If somebody's saying something, talk to them about it,
I swear the next time I hear someone as smarmy as Nathan say, "How do my balls taste?" I'm gonna fucking throw up.
I think Jaron should just call them scammers, dude, in the beginning and get it over with, so we can, get the show started on the right foot.
Yeah, stutter for me, bitch. Stutter.
Why does Nathan on his show, he has like a limit for how many people who can attend like the Discord channel?
Oh yeah.
That's because he's mute happy. Yeah, he likes to control the room and the panel. He can't mute you. He doesn't have control, so he's got to limit that variable to maintain control.
I'll post the just real quick. I'll post the YouTube if people aren't going to go into the Discord but still want to listen to it. It will be live streamed on the YouTube, so I'll post it as well.
This is gonna be on Asylums?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And then so it's going to be in there where you would just click on whoever's Hammer's second account or whatever to stream the event. It's a StreamYard, like video, and I'm even thinking of like taking questions too if they're up to it, if they could take questions from the audience. maybe. Just depends how late it goes, how long they go at it, you know?
Dicelo, you should be in the audience, and your one question should be to Nathan, and it should be, how do my balls taste?
Yeah, I mean, the problem I'm already foreseeing is the fact that Nathan's main tactic is that he doesn't have any positive claims. He only
Correct.
wants to refute the claims that come his way. So he's already placed himself to be on the defense without having, you know, anything to support. Like it's a scammer tactic, bro. Typical scammer tactic.
Well, if they're coming into this discussion about science and there's two opposing viewpoints, then there should be two claims or a negative claim on one side, right? So there should be. So if Jaron is holding the position that science doesn't prove anything, then thus Nathan would be there to defend the idea that science proves things. So then he would have a burden on him to substantiate his claim from the get-go. That if I was
Well,
Jaron, that's the angle I would go in.
yeah, I mean it's the scientific method. That's the only thing that he's willing to stand by. But how far is that going to get him in explaining said phenomena? Like, is he able to use that and assert it upon deriving an explanation behind a said phenomena, or is it just dismissing all the claims that are made using it? Like, if that makes any sense. Like, they're never really trying to get to an ultimate conclusion. They're only trying to dismay anyone else's conclusions. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean
I don't see anything.
that is the FED way, right? Like, who cares? We don't care. All we know is what you claim is wrong.
Right.
You can never be wrong if all you're claiming is that other people's claims are wrong.
Correct. And that's why I'm saying, like, they need to be held to a level of scrutiny and actually, you know, offering up some viable options rather than just everyone else. Like, they need to be held to that.
You can start off by making no claim, but once you start arguing it, you're gonna have to start making claims somewhere along the line. So, and as far as science proving things, I mean, that's an easy one. I actually agree with Oakley.
I mean, this is all
demonstrable. It's demonstrable that you can. It's demonstrable. Yeah, this is all going to be about the scientific method and how it's demonstrably.
The debates about science, first of all, the term needs to be defined from the get-go. There has to be an agreement upon terms, right? And if they can't get past a agreed upon definition of science, I don't think the debate should even go forward from there, right? Because to say a blanket term like science proves things or science doesn't prove things, what is science? If Nathan's
and if he does define things, it's typically the colloquial, connotative, conventional way of perceiving it, rather than the original denotative explanation behind said topic. So that's a big problem that Nathan's got. I don't know if Jaronism will pick up on that or point it out or address it, but yeah, I can tell you right now, Nathan can't define science. The only thing he can define is his.
Can you define science?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's the original denotative explanation as to what science is, and then there's the current connotative. And Nathan chooses the current connotative and totally just hand waves away the original understanding of what things are. Like he's under the spell of quantum. So there you go.
I don't know if that necessarily answers elbow though, Dice.
Yeah,
So,
that's like not the answer at all. That's not an answer.
so maybe start with the original. Are you talking about science as being defined as like a body of knowledge?
I define science as being a Socratic approach to give a rational, concise, logical explanation behind a said phenomena. What approach you take to do that is, entirely up to you. But again, it's quantifying, right? Is kind of how they interpret science to be. Like if you can measure it, calculate it, give all these values on whatever it is they're talking about, like they're okay with that.
Never heard them define science that way.
You don't hear him talk about the wave probability, photon probability. I mean, they get into quantum a lot, dude. They don't ever really define things.
But that you're talking about quantum when I asked you the definition of science, and then you're saying that they define it as quantitative and all that. That's never their definition of it. But okay.
All right, what's their definition of it?
Well, it depends on, because if you're saying science in general is a body of knowledge, and then what they like to get specific is what it's called natural science.
And what do you mean when you say natural science?
I think according to them, it's something that is quote unquote proven out through the scientific method.
Natural science is the study of the natural and physical world via experimentation. That's it.
And how do we define
the study of the natural and physical world? What's up?
We need a definition of natural and physical.
Yeah, because I mean,
Really?
that's kind of a big hurdle. Doesn't QE say, anytime man's involved with it, it's considered synthetic and unnatural?
In the dependent variable, yeah, but if the dependent variable is a natural, has to be a natural.
Somebody's hot micing.
Yeah, it was me. So,
okay.
So when you're doing your science, the dependent variable is just a natural phenomenon.
You robot it a little bit.
Dicelo, you heard all this, bro. You know this.
Yeah, no, I know they're a little gimmick, but the point I'm addressing is they're never held to any accountability as far as like definement of things. Like they just go with the mainstream flow on a lot of shit.
It's not a gimmick. It's how science works.
I mean, can you give us an example of the gimmick?
Well, yeah, like when they start talking about photons, where's their natural dependent variable there?
What's the observed phenomenon?
I don't know. What's the experiment?
Their double slit experiment.
Yeah.
Or their
what's the observed?
Or their
phenomenon?
Break it up, bro.
That he's states.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Jeremy. So I did ask QE this once on 24/7 one time, and he fucking lost his shit. But I asked what the observed phenomenon was for photons, and he said you're seeing things, right? That's the observed phenomenon. And I'm like, what? So just seeing light is the observed phenomenon, ergo, therefore, photons? Yeah, you can see, you fucking idiot, and blah, 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 and just started going off.
Well, I don't know about all that, but the natural observer. But I don't know about all that, but the natural observed phenomenon for the double slit is diffraction.
Fact that you're shooting a photon down an alleyway, you know, where's your natural dependent variable? You're claiming the aftermath as being the naturally observed phenomenon.
I'm not quite sure they say that's an experiment. I think they think that's an observation.
Natural observed phenomena is, dude. The natural observed phenomena is diffraction. In the double slit.
Where do we see diffraction in nature?
Okay, so hold on. Our natural observed phenomena is diffraction. So what is our
a rainbow
hypothesis about diffraction then?
I don't know what his hypothesis is for the double slit. I've heard him give this all out in detail. I know the natural observed phenomena he says is diffraction. It's in a rainbow.
Yeah, the corona around the sun.
Well, diffraction takes place in like a pinhole camera, right? You have an eclipse, and you can see the eclipse taking place through diffraction patterns around leaves and holes and objects and things like that. So I could see naturally observing diffraction, but then we're trying to prove the cause of the diffraction, right? So what's the dependent and independent variables to prove it out? See, this doesn't really get to the establishment scientifically of a photon.
Yeah, the observer was the dependent variable. I mean the cause, I think, was, if I'm right.
Well, if you get into like the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment or whatever you want to call it, device observation, then yeah, you're allegedly manipulating the quote unquote observer, but there's so many other factors that are taking place that you can't determine anything through that. I mean, my question was about the photon. There's a claim on the table that a photon is something. So if we have this claim that a photon is something, first of all, where did we see it? And if we want to claim that it's the cause of something, I mean, there's so many things that you would have to go into, and how can we pigeonhole trying to determine this into this rigidity of what would be considered the scientific method in natural science? And if it's
Well, the
been
bottom
done,
line is we can prove.
go ahead.
The bottom line is we can prove things with science, right? I mean, let's get real. Can we prove things with science or what, guys?
Yeah, I mean,
whether QE's got it wrong on this photon thing, I mean, whatever people, you know.
Yeah, you can prove certain things, right? Like you can prove that at a specified atmospheric pressure, that water at a specified temperature can boil when heat is applied to it, therefore proving that the application of heat within these specific parameters can increase the temperature of the water, thus causing it to boil. So you can prove like things like that, I guess you could say.
Can we define proof?
That's another good question. Most people say that proof is only something that can be garnered through like mathematics, like a mathematical proof.
Jeremy, what's your definition of proof?
Hold on,
I would
he's digging
say
around in
proof
the
is
pudding for it.
like 100% fact.
There's a body of
Proof
fact.
would mean like Bill told us that. Bill told us it's in the pudding. But listen, I would say like a 100% fact truth about reality. You know what I'm saying? Like you prove something like it's not even.
What's an absolute truth?
It's no question. It's 100%.
So
do you have
like water exists?
Truth statement.
Yes, I have an example. 100% proof, like water exists. That's a 100% fact about reality that we're in.
Can I throw something in there with water? The natural observed phenomena of water laying flat without any external forces on it. So that could be proven through the scientific method.
Doesn't water coalesce upon itself without any external forces acting upon it?
Are you saying that? Are you saying that
small
the
form.
scientific method? Hold on. Are you saying Are you asking or saying that the scientific method?
I'm asking. I'm asking what you guys think about that. So you observe a natural phenomena of water laying flat without any wind or movement. The water's still.
See,
so
this
you
is
could
where you
prove
would-
that this is the case by applying the independent variables and coming to a conclusion.
you would only be able to come to a conclusion within specified parameters.
Right. That would be within the experiments.
Yeah, so within this temperature, within this atmospheric pressure, within this, that, the other, there's a ton of qualifiers that come along with claims, I guess you could say, of quote unquote proof.
It's starting to make more sense the more you talk. Okay, yeah, I understand, but they may need more explanation. I don't know. I'm good, thanks.
Right, so you could put water in a container, and it can appear as though it's flat, but then you can change the atmospheric pressure. You can create a vacuum to the point where that water will start to boil, and then it will actually turn into its gaseous form, so it would not be laying level. So there's parameters and factors that come into play.
Napalm, did you hear the thing I was going over with Rob Noxious? Go ahead, Daislaw.
I stopped, bro. I got 2 words out. I stopped. Go for it, man.
No, I don't know. I might be lagging. I'm in a bad spot in the school. Did you hear the thing I did with Rob Noxious last night about the constant amount of water on Earth?
No, I came into the conversation with Rob Noxious late, but I think me and Gio knocked him down a few notches late into the wee morning hours.
I mean, you understand what I'm saying? No, 100% proof fact about reality. It's an absolute truth statement. That's what science does. It finds out the truth about reality, natural science. Truth about reality, bro. That's what we're looking.
I've often heard people say there are no absolute truths in science.
That's Globers doing pseudoscience say that, yes.
But see, also the absolutes sometimes open up once you think you have some sort of absolute proof based on what you're testing or whatever you're doing, actually opens up more questions, right? So like I was talking about with the heat applied to water causes water to boil. If your initial question is what is the cause of water boiling, you could falsely just do an experiment, apply heat to that water, and then make a false claim that you have definitive 100% proof that the cause of water boiling is heat. That's not always the case.
Yeah, see, I would say, okay, you're right. You're right. I would say that you 100% prove that we can put heat to water and cause it to boil. That would be the proof that I would come out with.
Yep.
Like, yeah, you're not proving like the only cause, but you are proving a cause.
But then it
may not be the only cause, but that definitely is
a cause
right?
based on specific parameters, right? Because the more you start to think about what's taking place, the more you have to realize, okay, well, what is the salinity of the water that I'm trying to boil? Does that cause a change? Do I need to start testing the mineral level of the water? Does that change the temperature or the amount of heat that needs to be applied to it? Okay, well, if I'm doing this at, 30,000 feet elevation, is that going to have a difference? Is there going to be a different effect? Or, I mean, it just starts opening up a huge can of worms to where what you thought was just this easy peasy, dust my hands off proof that I just apply heat to water and that is the cause of water boiling. We suddenly get into scenarios where many different factors can come into play, and we're certainly not going to be able to nail down a specific temperature unless we have qualifiers. So, yeah,
They do qualify. They say at sea level, which dictates pressure, a lot of temperature involved. The temperature variance of the outside temperature doesn't make a huge difference. The temperature of the heat applied to any type of water is pretty standard. Like, I think that's what they mean. So once you take it up to altitude, of course, the pressure is different. Of course, you're going to need either a longer duration of time or a higher temperature or a lower temperature. Water will boil in a vacuum, at a certain pressure.
Correct.
Or appear to boil or whatever. I mean, different parameters.
Yeah, but even then, like, has it been proven out? You said any kind of water.
Yeah, I mean,
is that the
yeah,
case?
it has. I would say yes. In science, right? They actually do this, right? Like, it's stupid to think about, but they take all types of, what we call water, drinking water, tap water, blah blah blah, and then they apply it and they come up with like a generic temperature. So of course it's an average, of course it's this, but it does have parameters. Sea level. We did this amount, this temperature for this long, and it boiled. I think there's some things that it does like state. It does prove this, that under these parameters this happens. I think that's all anyone's talking about when science proves that.
Yeah, based
you
on
repeat that same test. Sorry.
yeah, based on specific parameters. My point was that your hypothesis, what you're trying to put forth needs to be way more specific than most people probably realize, right? Like, if I made the blanket statement, the cause of water boiling is heat, it's proven out via science. I don't know if I could give that as a 100% definitive statement, right?
I would say that's a false statement. It needs more clarification. I agree
Correct.
with you there, but that's not what science says. Science says at sea level, right? It gives the parameters.
Sure.
Yeah. When you're talking about science and you misrepresent it, that's on you, right? Science.
That's the question, Rocky. What is science? That's what originally starts this conversation.
And I answered that. I already answered that. The thing is, I would say that is a true statement. Heat causes water. Can you boil water without heat? Can you ever not have heat?
I think it's a true statement too.
You can?
Yeah, I think so.
What kind of heat are you
that's
talking?
That's absolute zero temperature. You know how heat, dude, you guys are a nightmare. You know how heat is measured with temperature?
What? Heat is everything is heat.
Yeah, you can't get rid of heat. You'll never have absolute zero. So I would say that statement is true. Heat causes water to boil.
Okay,
It's a
well, I've
true
got
statement.
water sitting here at room temperature. It's 70 degrees. It's got heat, but it's not boiling.
That would be one of the causes. That's definitely one of the causes that cause water to boil. Not the cause.
If you lower down the
heat is. Go ahead, Elbow.
Sorry, if you lower down the pressure, it will definitely cause that water to boil with the heat that's around it right now.
Yep.
Is ice not water? So if I have a big ass ice cube and I apply that heat that you're insinuating causes water to boil, is that ice cube gonna boil?
Actually, it's more likely to go to its gaseous state directly without boiling.
What if I took gas? What if
That's what boiling is. Boiling is rapid evaporation.
Okay, so what if I took water vapor and I applied the heat?
But that's not rapid
Then what?
evaporation. Is
the water vapor? Holy fuck! I'll just back.
No, I'm responding to Jeremy. He said rapid evaporation is boiling, but evaporation of ice.
All right, Dicelo, you were already talking, and you just decided to butt in. Took me a little bit to
Yeah,
get to him.
I was just saying, water exists in a few different states. It's not only in a liquid state. So if you're going to make an absolute claim that water boils due to heat, then we have to apply those different states of water with your specific temperature of heat and see if we have the same reaction. Because as far as I'm aware, we've got ice, water vapor, and then we've got the liquid form. So is it applicable across the modalities of water?
Well, it's interesting that you talk about boiling. We talk about in the same breath that it's changing states, but as
Jeremy, I don't know, was that question for me or Xanax?
Can I finish the thought?
Yeah, it was for you, Jeremy.
Can I finish the thought real quick? We're talking about ice turning directly into gas. That's not boiling, because Jeremy already clearly said that boiling is a rapid change of state. Correct, Jeremy?
Yeah, how many questions you guys going to put on the table for me?
Elbow,
ask me a question. Elbow, ask me a question quick.
Okay.
Give me one second.
You said boiling is a rapid change of state.
Go ahead. I will answer Daiso's question first, because I don't know if Jeremy has one eye. You can't handle too many questions at the same time.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I like it.
How do you wink?
Water.
There's a question. Can you wink?
We're talking about water in its liquid form. Obviously, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't think we're talking about ice or water vapor or something. Liquid water. Maybe that needs to be clarified, I guess.
I'm just saying, like, if we're gonna have an absolute truth, then it's got to be hyper specific, because ice, water, and steam are all water. They're just different modalities. So, yeah, if you're gonna talk about liquid water, and what type of heat are we talking about? Is it thermal radiation? Is it convectional? Like, I mean, you got to be specific. Otherwise, it's no longer absolute.
Yeah, there is a thing where you can put water in the microwave, and if nothing else is in the water and it's just water, I think it needs to be like distilled water or some shit or whatever. But I have heard that you can just put it in the microwave like indefinitely and let it run, and it won't boil. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah,
has anyone ever heard that?
Yeah, it's I forgot what it's called. But if it has to be pretty much like a pretty good cup. And the water has to so like you can actually do it with even coffee. When you like if you've got coffee, you freaking shake it, and practically all the bubbles goes away, and then put it back in the microwave, then it pretty much could cause an eruption.
We'll go back to what Jeremy said about what boiling is. So we can put water. It's not just changing state, because you can put water on the table, not add any heat, and it will evaporate. It'll change states without any heat.
You came in late though, because we already said everything is heat. Like, nothing can ever get to absolute zero naturally. So
This is what I was looking for. I just found it.
Is that the cause? So is the heat? So once you define heat, so you like definitions. What's the heat? What is heat? Dicelo?
Positive temperature.
No. Temperature.
Yo, before we get lost in the weeds with Xanac, before we get lost in the weeds with Xanac, I would say that the 100% proof statement you could come out of doing the scientific method with this boiling water thing, I would say that the truth statement you could make after that is heat can cause water to boil. We know that after doing the thing. We can use heat to cause water to boil.
I can use vacuum.
I remember when I was reading a book that I think it was a PDF that Elijah pretty much gave me, and I found what one of the things I was looking for. It says that pretty much boiling point is at the point the vapor pressure of the liquid is the same as the vapor pressure of air.
So it's pressure that causes it to boil, not heat.
No, that's a factor.
Is that microwave true though? Can you hold on? Don't, guys. We're not going to make any progress with. We're not going to make any progress with Xanac. Don't worry about Xanac. Don't even respond to them, or we're going to get lost in a merry-go-round of nonsense. Is that microwave thing true? Where you can?
It is true.
So you could just keep adding heat to it forever, and it'll never boil.
Well, thermal energy, the transfer of it is the heat. So I don't know how a microwave, I don't know how your statement works with that.
You can keep a microwave. You can keep water in a microwave. Don't, guys. Let Xanac talk. Don't respond to him, or we're gonna get off
simple comments.
Track.
I'm making simple comments and questions.
He's trying to teach us, Jeremy.
All right, go ahead, Xanac.
You talked about heat.
I'm trying to get through this microwave thing. Like I'll never get. I'm hosting this shit right now. I'm hosting this. Okay, we're talking about water in a microwave. Are you going to say something about the water in the microwave, Xanac?
Only the fact that you said earlier that you found that pressure can actually cause water to boil.
Okay, so is it true that you can have water in the microwave and just keep adding heat to it forever and it'll never boil?
It's called superheating.
Yeah, it's called superheating, and it does boil eventually.
Yeah.
Oh, it will eventually boil in the microwave?
Yes, because
well, that's only due to the gradient of the pressure, right? Not exceeding its capacity.
You mean not exceeding? What capacity does it have?
So you would have to have a closed container, and then you would have a pressure gradient, and that pressure gradient can only go so high. So once you reach that capacity of that pressure gradient, is it still going to evaporate?
Once it gets disturbed, it'll evaporate. It'll erupt in evaporation.
What I'm saying is when
but what if you don't disturb it though? What if you don't disturb it though, and it won't boil?
Then the law of thermodynamics happens, bro. You
mean the law of thermodynamics? No, yeah.
Well,
if it's not disturbed,
if not disturbed,
it will go well above a boiling point, but not forever. I mean, there's a point at which it will rapidly boil. Once you disturb.
So eventually,
but if you stop it, in other words, if you stop it from, what's the? Well, I thought you said after if it would eventually boil, like if you stop putting heat into it, like you just turned it off. You talking about continuous heat?
Well, so the
if you just keep if you just keep the microwave on and just keep it on and don't disturb it, just keep it on, it will eventually boil.
If the water is completely clean and there's no contaminants and you have no connection to the water, which is impossible, I think that's the idea behind superheating. There's always going to be something in contact with the water. And dealing with microwaves, it's all based on vibration. It needs something to vibrate. It won't vibrate the water. It needs to vibrate something within the water or around the water. That water is never going to get hot.
I don't know.
There's nothing in there to vibrate within the water to increase the temperature.
That's why I said not thermal, right? Not. It's not a transfer of thermal energy, which is
it's creating thermal energy in the water by vibrating. Correct. If you can't vibrate it, then it won't generate heat. You won't transfer the energy of this vibration into the motion and collisions of the molecules, which creates the heat.
Okay, so you guys are saying if we get a perfectly clean cup, perfectly clean microwave, and perfectly just straight H2O, nothing but H2O, that this water will be able to leave it on in the microwave and just add heat to it forever, and it'll never boil.
You said regular H2O?
You keep
just H2O, nothing, no contaminants, nothing.
Oh, is it still water?
You keep on talking about temperature. If the temperature is increasing, it will boil. The problem is, as was mentioned earlier by whoever was speaking before, you have to have that temperature increase in the water. And if the smooth surfaces of the container and nothing's disturbed, you won't be able to get the water to vibrate to create the energy transfer into the water.
Oh my God. Can I get a clear-cut answer on this? If I leave the microwave on with all those things, just water with no contaminants, and we just let the microwave run forever.
The microwave is actually trying to vibrate things, right? That's what makes it create heat in the objects. The energy is the vibrations. This electromagnetic radiation is trying to move things around. If they don't move around, it's like it's immune to being heated up. Whatever that term would be. You can't heat it up. Temperature's not going up.
Oh, so the temperature, it's not even getting hot, you're saying. So you're not even adding heat to it.
Correct. Well, it can't. Right.
You can't say it's not, because if you pour anything, that's why it happens when you try to make coffee. If you put once you put something to if you heat it up, you take it out and you put like coffee grain or anything, that shit will explode. It'll rapidly just create heat. I mean, it'll rapidly evaporate or explode in your face practically. You can't say it's not heating it up. Otherwise, it wouldn't do that. It wouldn't do that.
Why would it do that if it's not heating it up? True. Exactly. True.
Well, similar to what happens when you get water below 32 degrees. If you have a pure enough water in the container and nothing's moving, it'll get below freezing, and then you disturb it, it'll freeze instantly. You'll see it just very, very almost magical. But it can't do that forever. There's a point at which the temperature of the water is actually getting lower. In the water is different than the microwave scenario, because water is actually, the temperature is dropping because the heat will always move outward, always goes from hot to cold. So the heat is always going to go out of the water to the container and to the freezer. But the heat is a little different because we're trying to move the molecules so they make contact with each other rapidly, so that the energy is transferred into the water itself and creating a higher temperature.
Starting to question now if heat causes water to boil.
Well, yeah, you just said it can cause by pressure. If I lower the pressure, I can cause it to boil. So that
we already know that. We're talking about heat, just adding heat to it. We know temperature can make the water boil. Duh. Why don't get remedial on this, Zanuck?
That's because the temperature and pressure correlate. So if you raise the temperature of it, the pressure goes up, obviously, right?
Only in a closed container.
Of water. If you take water, boil water on a stove or whatever, the pressure of that water is obviously going up if it's now boiling.
The pressure of the water is going up? No.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you look into the story of the microwave, the guy discovered it because he had a chocolate bar in his pocket. Do you know the story?
No, let's hear it.
Yeah, there was a dude experimenting with microwaves, and he had a chocolate bar in his pocket, and he noticed the chocolate bar started to melt. So the microwave was discovered on accident, according to mainstream science. So I'm not even sure if we got an exact real definition of what this thing's doing. And then he put a reflector plate in the microwave so he could reflect the microwaves back and forth. And they noticed the microwave doesn't evenly cook things because the wavelengths are, how wavelengths are, they're waves. So that's why they introduced the spinning plate in your microwave. You're supposed to put things on the outside of the spinning plate when you cook in the microwave.
That's interesting, Tora. That was Tora, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's just it's a weird. I just watched the whole story on it the other night. It's funny that you're talking about it, but yeah, it's a little suspicious of a story because if the dude didn't have a chocolate bar in his pocket, nobody would have ever invented the microwave.
Can you say that again, like the rotating plate thing? Say that again. I missed it.
Yeah, the microwave, the way that it does, they put a reflector. So one side shoots out the microwaves and then it reflects it back. And then it reflects back and forth, but it's a wave. So it forms these U's. So it doesn't evenly cool or heat the whole entire microwave. So they put the plate in there so you can put your food on the outskirts of the plate. And then and at that point, it'll rotate through the microwave field more evenly. Still doesn't cook even. No.
I haven't used a microwave for
Oh
years.
no, Kosho got a magical hot pocket.
I don't know about you guys. I'm a bit paranoid about microwaves. I don't know if maybe I've watched too many truther videos, but I don't even stand in front of them when they're on.
Yeah, I stopped using it. We stopped using it in the family.
I'm talking years ago, though. I haven't used a microwave for years.
I'll hide like a weapon in there for safekeeping, just in case, you know.
I mean, wearing headphones could be more dangerous than the microwave, honestly.
Definitely those Bluetooth headsets, but I'd also like to bring up that 5G runs in the microwave spectrum, just so guys know.
Yeah. Right, hang on a sec. Hang on.
We're going off to the weeds. We're going off to the weeds. Holy
That's how they could
shit,
burn up
we're
trees
going.
from the inside in Hawaii and California.
Yeah, that is interesting. I've thought about that.
Listen, so all you got to do is unplug your microwave, and then you can store stuff in it and be near it. Otherwise, it's
yeah,
usually broadcasting.
Hold on, let me get my point. My dog has a microchip. Like, what the fuck, y'all? Like, really? It's going out into the weeds.
Oh no.
Well, no, Wi-Fi seems. Well, I was just commenting on, truther video. I've seen loads of truther videos where I'm like, especially Wi-Fi, I'm very paranoid about it. So, yeah,
I mean,
remember
there's people out there creating their own networks, right? They got their own networks walking around.
We're gonna go back to science, or we're gonna go talk about truth shit and shit that doesn't.
What I said was truth. 5G is microwaves. We're talking about microwaves. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that 5G is microwaves. And you have people talking about not standing in front of a microwave.
Yeah.
5G is microwaves.
We're scooting past the whole thing. Why did this scientist have a chocolate bar in his pocket? That's what I want to know.
You're equating 5G.
He was probably waiting for a snack later, bro. Let's get serious here. Let's get serious. Is there a scenario in which you can add heat, keep adding more and more and more heat to water? There's no cap on how much heat you can add to something. Is there a scenario where it wouldn't boil?
You gotta increase. You gotta increase the pressure.
No, the answer is no.
Yeah, because it means you gotta. I mean, unless you get to the part where you can add more heat and just the pressure overwhelms it.
Right. You keep adding pressure.
So Zanik, you're saying, Zanik, you're saying we'll always be able to add heat to water and it'll boil?
As long as the pressure doesn't change. If you increase the pressure proportionally with the heat, the temperature rise, it'll not boil.
So could we make Zanik? Can I get a friggin' clear answer for once in your life? Is there a scenario in which we could keep adding more and more heat to water and have it not boil?
Yes.
Okay, Jesus Christ! What you just said no a second ago? I thought that's why I asked for a clear answer. Yes, okay, what's that scenario?
It would require.
What's the scenario?
It would require your ability to keep increasing the pressure as you're adding the heat to the water.
Obviously, we're going to have the pressure at a control variable. So,
what does that mean? Control variable.
That means you're not going to change in the experiment. You're going to have pressure, and then you're going to manipulate the heat. You're not going to manipulate the pressure anymore. That's going to be the control.
No, I didn't mean it in a glib way. I just want to know what you meant clarified. So yeah, if you control the pressure and only add heat, it will always boil.
Always. Okay. Always. Just checking. So you would say science proved that?
Science proves that, yes.
100% no question.
100% no question.
Science proves things. Okay, good. I'm glad you're on the team. Kosho
Well-
last night was saying science proves things also, and I'm glad you guys are finally coming around.
Well, that goes back to Dicelow's comment about like, please define proof. We use that word.
Oh God!
loosely in-
See, Dicelow, see what you did?
Hey man, I'm on team science doesn't prove things.
I should be, if I want to be more science oriented, I'll say it provides evidence for, stronger evidence for.
I can prove things. Who cares about what science can do? Myself, can prove things.
100%.
Oh, absolutely. I
100%
mean, there's so many things you could prove. Yeah.
Why don't you prove
without
something?
even using science? I actually think science does. I think not using science proves the bulk of things, like proving water exists. That's not a scientific endeavor, but
Well, I mean, because science is only good for figuring out a phenomenon, right? A natural
cause and
occurring
effect.
phenomenon. Yep.
Cause and effect. Yeah, that's what I mean. The bulk of things gets
Hey,
proven
yo.
without science. What up,
What about the idea that like you could prove something to yourself, but the point is, because again, I don't believe you can prove anything, but like you could prove something for yourself, but the whole concept of like science and the whole concept of like having control over it was the idea to share it, right?
Yo,
You can share proof. You can share proof. We've been made
there's
to believe
definitive.
But I mean, like, what I mean is you can't.
Hold on, there's definitive proofs about reality. There's definitive proofs about reality that unless you're willing to go down that road, you're basically a solipsist.
I can give you a proof right now, undeniable. Ready? 100% statement I'm going to make is true. Nobody here will be able to prove me wrong. Ready? Plants without water or sun, both, will die 100% of the time. Prove me wrong.
Nope. I grew a pot plant in my closet without the sun, so I just proved you wrong.
How about water? Did you use water?
Yes, water for sure.
So there you go. I said water and sun. So next.
No, water and sun
You
means
did.
both.
You did say or.
No,
You
both.
said and?
Let me clarify. Both. If I said or, I was mistaken. Both. The statement is both. I can prove plants will die 100% of the time
he said
if
and.
deprived.
Is,
don't interrupt me. If deprived of water and sun.
No,
see, I came up with
and means both. Wait, come on,
He just said and.
Say
It's
light, not
water
sun.
and light. It doesn't have to
said
be the
and.
sun. It's just light.
Light. Well, you know what I mean.
Can I
Like, do you
finish
want
the
me to?
goddamn
Like, I can
question?
write down all the variables if you want. You know what I mean, right?
SC, you said water and sun, meaning those two are together. I can show you don't need water and sun. I can have water and a light bulb. So no sun.
Light. You know what did I just say? What did I
said
just
water
say?
and
Don't
sunlight.
weasel around. You need light, sun. You know what I mean. You know what I
That's
mean,
a great point, SC.
right?
That's a great point, SC. I like that a lot.
No, I don't know what you mean. Now you're saying light. So now light and water, yes, I agree with you.
Yes, light and water. 100% of the time, if you deprive that of a plant, it will die. 100% proof.
Well, hey, I think this is the difference. Is kind of like what I was getting at. It's like the idea, but everybody has like witnessed and like that's evidence for everybody. I think like when it comes down to the explanation of phenomena and proving things, it's like like you could you could know things for yourself, and some things are self-evident because everyone can find out for themselves. But I think like some things, like proving things, and like science and like that method of like discovery, like that only provides evidence to lead one to suggest, but it is our personal convictions that prove things, kind of.
Not in my case. Not in this case. No.
Proof is subjective. Proof is subjective.
No.
Well, no, I'm saying there's things that are self-evident that we all directly experience as well.
Proof is subjective.
I just proved to you guys that
proof
what
is
you're saying is
That's
incorrect.
self-evident.
There is proof. 100% proof. I'll give you another proof. If a samurai man chops somebody's head off, they will die 100% of the time. Prove that wrong.
Proof is subjective.
See what I mean? There are proofs, 100% proofs that you can prove to yourself and you can show others. So
What
in
was,
none
what,
of
hold on,
this, there's
let's
no
see.
proof.
They're gonna
Let's
go.
see.
What if it's not a
Hold on,
samurai?
let's see. Hold on, somewhat.
Can I get in and say my fucking statement without like I'm not even
Yo, let's
addressing
make a
you.
list.
There's no reason
Let's
to
make a
agree with me,
list, guys.
SC. Wait, hold
Hold
up.
on,
There's
Noah.
no
Hold
use.
on one second.
What?
Noah, hold
But
on
I've
one
been trying
second.
to
We
go
gotta
the
make a
whole
list.
time.
I know, relax. There's a lot of people trying to get in. You're gonna say your piece for sure, no doubt. This is just slowing it down. Let's make a list now. Who wanted to get in? We got Noah up top. Who else?
I just wanted a clarifying statement from. I didn't hear the last thing he said.
Okay,
From
so there's no
ST.
reason.
There's 3 people trying to speak. Now, okay, go ahead, Noah.
Elbow go. Say your piece, and I'll go after you.
Okay, because I just wanted to clarify. What was your SC? What was you saying about the head getting cut up by who?
I said the statement was this: if a samurai swordsman takes a person, a live person, and chops their head off, that said person will die 100% of the time. Always, ever. No exception.
Okay, now that we're clarified, I'd like to say my thing.
I have an exception.
I'm not. No, not Xanix's turn. I'm not.
Exceptions.
I'm not arguing. What is it? SE's point. So SE doesn't need to say no or refute me. This is a completely separate point, yet an adjacent level. Proof is subjective because you can have someone prove that they're a murderer in one court, and in the other court, you can have it proved that they're innocent. Therefore, it's the subjective court's fucking opinion of what the proof is. Just like you can prove the globe Earth to someone, and then you guys can say it's not proof to me. So it is a subjective thing because it can't be proved both ways. So it's a matter of opinion. It's subjective. It could be a collective opinion in the court. It's not just one guy. It's a jury. But that's a group of opinions combined to a consensus. It's all opinion based. That's what proof is. Thank you.
Well, Noah, even SC's statement about the cut a head off dies. Well, no, not if you control the time. If I keep the time to under 5 seconds, you don't die. So maybe it's cause of
Unbelievable.
death is all the liquids, all the fluids
Semantics,
leak
come
out of the head, and then it dies.
Holy
So maybe
shit. That's dishonest hair splitting.
Yeah,
And you know
Xanax, to bring it full circle, you could say it's lost pressure.
Or is it lost pressure?
That is true.
He's a genius.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, possible. You got to be, clear and deliberate with your reasoning.
This notion of non-proof, guys, it's brought to us by the pseudoscientists. So keep that in mind.
Well,
The
yeah, no,
notion of
that's it.
non-proof.
That's it.
Yeah.
What the point is this though? It's like once you enter like the lexicon even of language itself, right? You're dealing with this notion of trying to express something to somebody else. So like when you do that, all you could provide is evidence.
My bad, Issa. Go ahead.
I'm saying all you could provide is
All right.
evidence that would make things self-evident, and then that would confirm the scientific method.
Well, also you're
Okay, anyone claiming that you can't prove hold on real quick. Anyone claiming you can't prove things about reality is just solipsist straight up.
No, we're talking about semantics. If we're talking about the language of it,
No.
because the idea is, as soon as you enter into language, you're trying to explain something to somebody else. So, that's when the concept of proof comes into play, because you've found something out maybe, and then you want to explain it or show it to someone, and they're going to say, "Well, show me proof." Well, you know what I mean. Really, what you're showing them is the evidence. You know what I mean? Like, and that is for them becoming proof. Because then they accept that evidence and that method to be true, and it becomes self-evident for everybody who tries to experience it. I'm just saying,
can I
like,
address that?
Yeah.
Lisa just said they have to accept it, and that's what I'm saying. Well, proof cannot be true,
right?
Because if someone proved a murderer, there's proof he's a proven murderer, and then later he's on death row, and they're like, oh no, he's not the murderer. That means the proof could not have been the truth. It was a claim that was believed by a group of people, and they called it proof. Proof cannot be the objective truth. It can only be what people hold to be true in that moment. But given the fact that be a murderer, and then they come to the conclusion later that it's been proved that you're not the murderer, truth doesn't change. You either were the murderer or you weren't. So this whole thing about proof is kind of garbage. Like, oh, what do you subjectively believe in? Like,
Well, no,
What is facts?
well,
I mean, I think
facts are evidence.
the problem here comes when we don't all agree at the start on what truth is, right? The trick, I think, when the problem comes up is when we're all communicating as if we agree on what truth is and how it works, and then all of a sudden, when someone runs into something that's not convenient for them, they then want to. It's like the only thing they can do is go backwards and say, okay, well, what is truth, anyways, right? It's like they sneakily bring it in. And yeah, I guess it would really just be solipsism at that point, because you've already agreed on what truth is, and then suddenly you're trying to change the definition of truth.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you, how about this? If there isn't a clear example of the fact that truth is somewhat solipsistic, look at the fact that the flat earthers and the globe earthers use the same fucking proofs.
or here's this. How's this for an analogy? The cop comes to the guy's house. He's fucking stood there with his wife with blood on his hands, and there's a knife in the woman's fucking heart. And he's like, some guy came in here and stabbed me. And then he went to court, and they were like, yeah, no, the husband is a proven murderer. When in reality, someone did come in and stab his fucking wife when he wasn't looking. Now, even though the court proved that he's a murderer, in truth and in actual reality, he didn't actually murder the woman. So is proof now the truth?
I don't know, but we should make it a man with a bionic arm and then call the movie The Fugitive. We'd make millions.
Or The Flash.
Look, if you're saying you can't prove things about reality, you're a solipsist. I don't know what else to tell you.
Shout out Shawshank Redemption. Jeremy, you're hot, Mike.
Now that's one hell of a movie. Everybody should watch. Hell yeah.
Oh my God! What the fuck?
Yeah, when you try to prove something with something that has to do with a person, it's somewhat arbitrary. Especially when it has to do with like either murder or any kind of other shit.
We just proved Jeremy hot mics and doesn't like movies.
Yeah, proof positive. I don't know how you can go on.
Mike, I love movies and I love hot mic.
How can you go on your day or your daily life, or if you don't believe in proofs? Like, how can you do that, man? Like, seriously?
You can do it. You can do it. We just call those people solipsists. That's all.
Yeah, but
Chinese is a
It's a
solipsist.
matter of,
there's no reason to live.
Yeah, you know what it is?
Yeah.
It's something I used to talk about quite a bit, is that we suffer from what's called aphasia. Like, I think I'm happy to hear Witsit use this. I've heard him mention it a couple times, I think.
Hold on. What does that word mean? Don't start throwing fancy words at us.
Misuse and misunderstanding of words. So that's why one of my gripes was always gravity versus gravitation and shit like that, because what you guys are talking about as proofs are like evidence, or like, matters of evidence. They're not necessarily proofs I'm sure, like, in some sense you could argue for what you're saying, but in a way it takes away the real value of the term. And so, like, it's like when everyone says to me, oh, well, it doesn't matter, everybody just knows what we're talking about when we say gravity. Like, to me, that's like, dude, that's offensive. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just think, like, it's like, you know what I mean? I want to clutch my grammar pearls, because I fucking feel like it's just a misuse of these terms. And proof is kind of like what you guys are saying too, is like the facts. You know what I mean? The facts.
No, it's true. It's a truth about reality. Like
I'm saying
water
you're
exists.
conflating the terms. It's, for me anyway, I feel like that, like, just like the subliminal connection. You're right. You could use it like that colloquially.
In the scenario where a guy finds his wife stabbed on the floor,
dude, can't you like stay away from the violence, man? Jeez, man, these pictures you're painting.
whatever. The facts would be when the cops showed up, the guy had blood on his hands and there was a dead woman with a knife in her chest. That would be the facts. Him being convicted of murder would be proof that he's a murderer, but his murder would not be the truth if in the scenario someone else did it. So then again, no one has really refuted the point where this guy was proven a murderer, but that proof was not the truth. They're different because in reality, he didn't do it. Even though it was proved to people, oh, I have proof. He was stood there with blood on his hands. Doesn't matter. He didn't do it. So, like I said, dude, proof doesn't mean anything. It's just what people
What proof
believe
that
is true.
what
This is
proof did he
interesting
have?
because I thought
All he had was proof that he was over the body with the blood and the knife. Doesn't mean he actually did it. That's just
Right. But that they would say he's a proven murderer. That's what they would say. He was proven in court to be a
no.
murderer.
That
so. This
wouldn't
is
be proof.
interesting, Noah.
Say.
And I
Go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say, Noah and Isa. This is interesting. Are looking at it from a court perspective, proof in that sense, right? But I'm not looking at it in that sense. I'm looking at it in reality. This is not a word gameplay for me. This is not a court where you got to convince somebody. This is reality. It either is or it isn't.
Well, look at it like this, brother. Look at it like that's why there's judges and there's jurors and that's why they probably identify it maybe even as proof once that conviction even happens, kind of a thing, because it's the proof whether or not is it good enough for the jury to be proof. You know
I
what I
don't
mean?
care
Like
about the jury, though.
look, hold on.
It
What I'm
relevant to
saying
me.
is, when something is self-evident, like even in the scientific sense, like fire, right? It's like some man like discovered that he could rub some sticks and fucking made a fire. Now, when he goes off and he says to somebody, "Hey, I know how to make fire," and they're like, "You're fucking nuts. I want to see the proof." He'll be saying, "Sure, get me 2 sticks and a freaking this, and we'll make this thing, and I'll show you." You know what I mean? Now that becomes a fact. That, like, you know what I mean? That becomes like a proof that, you know what I mean? You take 2 sticks and you can make fire with it. You know what I mean? Like, or not like a proof, but like it becomes evidence, and like it becomes a proof when everyone can do it for themselves, and it just becomes widely known and
Would
accepted.
it?
That's the only risk. Like, you're calling it solipsism, but I'm talking like in the context of the collective mind of man.
Would it still be proof if that one person doesn't know that you could create fire with with 2 sticks?
It would be
Not
once they saw it, but they haven't seen it. So that's where you would say, like, "Hey,
not to them.
you know what I mean?" Like, it's like, and then when they experienced it, they would accept it as truth. They could have heard it as hearsay, but at the same time, like, hearing it as hearsay is not. That's the whole flat Earth argument, right? Like, how
No,
can you
no.
verify it? You know what I mean? So, like, just like in the sense of like everything is, but I'm saying, like, when things become self-evident, they become like, and that's the problem with the globe. Even is that these things that are considered these evidences, you know what I mean, are considered like the culmination of those evidences are considered to be the proof of this dogmatic scientistic shit, right? Scientism. So, like, and that's where they're where they feel vindicated to be the way that they are, because they're like, no, we're fucking right because we've proved it, because NASA went to the moon or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa. I'm just saying, like, we need to be wise of our terms, because in the sense of like, it is a deep philosophical question, and somebody accusing us of being like, of being philosophical about it really shouldn't be much of an offense, because we should be wise enough to know that, and it's irrelevant. They would think that. So, like, I just think it's more like
So
proof.
long-winded,
You can't
Isa.
prove anything.
This is what solipsists do. They gotta like use this wordsmith monologue thing. We know he's
You don't
okay,
like,
but
oh
we
what
still
you
love
got?
you.
What?
Holy
You
fuck!
don't
still
like
love
big
you,
words?
Jesus.
That shit has been concise and to the point every single time, so that's not true.
No, Jeremy just doesn't like big words. He likes to keep it real
No,
simple.
you
Keep it
overextend
simple.
Yeah, keep it simple. He needs a list if like more than 2 people want to talk.
You got to watch out with lawyers and wordsmithing. They can turn water into wine. Yeah.
I don't even know how bread works, so
Fucking right. Yeah, you can't prove
a
that you don't know. You
fact,
can't prove that you don't know how
a
bread
fact
works.
or a proof doesn't matter whether the person, somebody doesn't know it is fact or truth or proof. Because if it's truth, if it's proof, it's been proven or it's been done, I mean, it's still a fact, regardless of.
Yeah, I'm waiting for somebody to disprove the two statements I made about proof. So far, I haven't heard any. So I guess there is proof then.
I'm just saying it becomes self-evident, and now I can't like deny that there is proof for things, I guess, but like I'm just saying like it becomes you enter into the lexicon of trying to explain it to somebody else once you're
Proof
using the
is
term proof. Once you're even
all
using the
right.
term proof.
Can I make my point, man? Because I've been
Yeah,
waiting and it's
you
been
have been.
ridiculous. Yeah,
Go
proof
ahead,
is
Doc.
what someone hold. Yeah, proof is what someone or a group of people hold to be true, i.e., Islam or Judaism, Christianity or Hinduism or scientism. It's all been proved to them. It's been proved to me that Shiva fucking answers my prayers. It's been proved to me that Allah answers my prayers. It's been proved to me that science works. These are statements people say because they believe it to be true. Now, if someone believes something to be true, I agree with SE. It doesn't matter. It has no bearing on actual reality. I could believe that unicorns exist and have no bearing on reality if they do or don't exist in truth, in reality. But I could say, oh, it's been proven to me that men went to the moon. We get that all the time. It's been proven men went to the moon. When you say, oh, proof is truth, it's not true. It's what people believe to be true. That's how people can sit here and say, we have proof people went to the moon. In reality, it doesn't matter if you believe or don't believe. You looked at a telegraphy or whatever, if they went or not. It doesn't matter what you believe. And that's all I'm saying is that if you want to get to the reality of thing and you don't want to convince people, go and do that. Go find the truth for yourself.
Yeah, I
We're all
disagree
here
with
for it.
that.
But when it comes to a real quick, I'm almost done. When it comes to a rhetorical conversation like we're in, and you're saying, "Oh, I'm not interested in proving things to other people." That's all you're doing in the rhetorical conversation, trying to convince someone else of what the truth is, trying to prove it to them. Thank you.
I disagree because they never say that they have proven because if they say they proved they went to the moon and then you ask them how when they show you an image. I mean, so how do you verify that? I mean, you can't validate that stuff. So is
I'll
they
also,
believe they've gone to the moon. Go ahead.
I'll also disagree with the religion point. As a Christian, no one proved to me that Jesus is Lord and Savior. That's where I put my faith. So I think truth
Right.
and faith are far from each other. I haven't been proven that at all, and I can't prove it to you. I can't even prove that Jesus exists or that God exists. So how could that be proof? It's just faith.
Yeah.
The religion part is a little different.
Yeah, another good word for faith is trust. Trust, isn't it? That's a good word. I think they're very different when in Noah's examples, he's talking about opinions a lot, and I don't think that's is the same thing as truth, is it? I don't.
That's my whole point. Is that proof is opinion based. Truth is just what reality is. It's how people can be proven murderers. People when they're not. People can be proven to have walked on the moon when they didn't.
Oh,
It's
okay. I
opinion.
missed that bit.
It's something that exists. It's something that exists within the mind of man.
That's
Not
not
exists
what we're talking about
outside
here.
of man.
That's not what we're talking about here when we talk about proof, like chopping off the head with a sword. You can do that however many times. You can see it done. You have lots of evidence that it's been done, and no one lived through that. Like that's proof to me. What you're talking about is something else. Reasonable doubt and things like that. Things that the court man-made things have come up with and say they're proven. That's not the proof that we're talking about, I don't believe.
Yeah, that's convincing somebody. That's not the thing about that.
So
They're basing their hold on, give me a second. They're basing their conviction on a faith that they believing that the person or the lawyer is telling them the truth about the evidence he's presenting. Doesn't mean that they're proven. It's just they got convinced of what he said.
That's why they call it you got convicted, but you don't have to prove to you that if I chop your head off, you're going to die. You can prove that. You don't have to convince me of that. You can prove it to me right then. You can't prove to me that he actually murdered someone. You can only convince me. If you convince me, then we will convict him. That's total different terms than whatever conviction.
Yeah, good breakdown there, Ricky. Exactly. Those are the differences. One is a court of law where a jury gets convinced of something which may or not be true. And the other one with the samurai and the sword is absolute proof. I mean, undeniable. And the plant as well, undeniable. You can't, I mean, you can't.
Yeah, but
Those are two different things, Noah. But I understand what you're saying, the way you're saying.
you heard it yourself from Zanuck. That didn't even prove to Zanuck. So the truth of the reality is the guy's dead. His head's chopped off. That's the truth, right? But to Zanuck, you still haven't proven that he's dead yet. So proof must be a subjective idea within Zanuck's head that has some burden that you didn't meet yet.
Well, no disrespect to Zanuck, but who cares what Zanuck thinks?
Well, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's proof. Proof is based upon a burden of proof, right? So, and that burden of proof is subjective. In the court, our burden of proof is such and such witnesses, such and such coincidences at the same time, and that's proof for us. Maybe for you guys, you have a different burden of proof. You have a little more strict of a burden of proof. That still doesn't mean that at some point you're going to take the evidence and the logic behind it and the reason behind it and say, this thing is true. I believe it to be true. It's been proven to me. What I'm saying is proof has a burden.
There you go. You
Burden
said
is
the
subjective.
you said the best word there is. You're believing to be true, and therefore it's proven to you because you believe it to be true. Doesn't mean it has
And
to
that's
be.
always the case with
Well, I
all.
mean, that's the difference though. When you believe something, it isn't proof. It's just a belief.
It's proof to people. That's how you didn't prove to Zanuck that the guy's dead. That's how you didn't prove that people didn't go to the moon to certain people because what you gave as evidence did not meet their burden of proof. Therefore, they did not consider it to be true. Proof is about subjective belief. It's not about actual truth. It's about what you believe to be true.
I
Well, I
don't
would
know
say you
about
can't
others,
prove
but
things
we've
that
heard.
happened in the past. I would
You're
say you
not my
can't prove things that
example.
happened.
Right,
Son
but that
of a
would be
bitch.
true, right? You can't prove it because but you can to some people. Some people said I read it in a book, therefore it happened. Now it's my burden of proof. I believe it. It's true in my mind, right? So there's another example of what I just said.
Yeah, and you could be totally crazy, and that's why proof and truth, two different concepts.
Exactly. There's people who are unreasonable that have burdens of proof that are unreasonable and irrational. Doesn't mean that things can't be proven to them. And just because things can be proven to them doesn't mean it's true. And so when you ask for proof, it's like, well, what's your burden of proof should be the follow-up question. What will convince you? What will prove this to you? Because as you can see, bro, someone decapitated can be considered not dead by people. So like that's an example right there.
How, Noah? How is that?
You just saw it. You just heard Zanuck deny that the guy would be dead if he chopped his head off. Did you not? Did everyone not hear that?
Yeah, he wanted to say if you could control the paradigm of time of like 5 seconds, the man wouldn't be dead per se.
Yeah.
For 5 seconds, yeah.
So then you would say that's an irrational burden of proof. That's all you would say. But
Yeah,
even
but
though
he
I
would
can't
say after
that he
5 seconds. Yeah, but Noah, he would say after 5 seconds the man is dead, I believe, no? That's what he would
Well,
say?
they've done head transplants in the past where I think they started off on monkeys, and I think the monkey actually lived up to a couple weeks. So if
Yeah,
we were to stretch that across to mankind, I mean, it
yeah,
is
but now
possible that.
but now you're
But you're adding
changing
stuff.
now you're changing his statement because his statement was if a samurai chop off your head. That's when I asked him. Well, that's why I asked him
Oh,
to clarify because again I was going to bring up the monkey thing, but he said a samurai chopping off your head. So I was
well,
like,
I
okay,
mean, samurai scalpel. I mean, anyway,
that's two
You
different
can
things.
use a guillotine if you want.
what constitutes a samurai to be a samurai?
Now we're going to the part where science and we're saying when you make a hypothesis and you're saying this is the hypothesis and then you want to add or change stuff, then you're changing the hypothesis. You're changing what SE's saying.
What's the
Well, actually,
qualifications of a samurai?
that's another example. According to Glober's, Cavendish proves gravity is real. So now you have more people that the gravity has been proven to them by Cavendish.
They
I mean, these are
believe you.
more examples. Yeah, this is more examples of how proof is just subjective,
But
bro.
again,
Proof is
they
subjective.
they,
Truth
they
is
want to use the word proof
not.
without knowing it.
No, that's
The
double
reason we have
speaking, Noah. That's what that is.
the reason we have the word truth and the reason we have the word proof is because they're different. That's just
But
what it
they,
is.
just because they
Or else
use
we
the
would just
word
have
prove,
one word.
it's like when they use the word science. Well, science says this and this and that. It doesn't mean that that's actual science, natural science, right? You're saying proof, like you just toss in the word proof and believe that okay, because he said it is proof. Therefore, now that because it isn't proof, it's subjective. That's not the way it works, bro. I mean, if they're saying a word just to say it and not actually have factual evidence to actually evaluate and test that, then it isn't proof.
Okay, so if this whole group of people had something proven to them on this server, like flat Earth, let's just say in an imaginary world we actually live on a globe, okay? And you guys have had the flat Earth proven to you. And has the flat Earth been proven to you if we actually lived on a globe? Yes or no? Because I would say yeah, but the proof just isn't true.
Well, one thing you know, there's just subjective evidence and there's objective evidence. Now, if you use subjective evidence to say this is your proof because of this subjective evidence, then that's a problem, right?
I agree. Yeah, you got relative truths and ultimate truths, i.e., subjective, objective.
This should end this discussion of if there's such thing as proof. Yes, there is. You wouldn't be able to live if there was no way that you can prove things.
Give us an ultimate truth, like an absolute truth.
You will die one day.
Oh, damn.
I don't know. Jesus says to the contrary in the gospel.
What?
Well, that's
Jesus said
religious.
anyone.
That's faith. You heard Rakia come in and Rakia
Yeah,
explained it perfectly. Yeah, it's
We
faith.
got anecdotal evidence that people
everyone
have left
dies.
this planet alive. We've got
Who?
I forgot the 2 or 3 people. I know one of them is
Oh yeah, you're right.
Enoch.
Yeah,
Enoch,
right
and then
about
the others. I forgot the other.
Elijah.
Elijah, thank you. And then supposedly even Moses, he actually died, but supposedly came back to life. So
Well, that's
yeah,
the claim,
I mean,
right? The
right,
claim is
right.
Yeah,
everyone
but
gets
that
life.
can we use that
Also
as
came back alive.
Well,
Yeah.
resurrection.
Yeah, he was resurrected. Yeah, and witness. There was witness.
What?
That was his transfiguration. Yeah, he's kind of on it, but it was like more like a vision thing.
See, I just gave Elbow a proof that he just learned. You didn't know that, Elbow?
So I'm sure anybody could agree that if a samurai chops somebody's head off, I mean the poor man, it's game over for him, right? If no intervention or anything like that, like that's not going to La La Land, right?
I can't believe we're still arguing
I
about this.
mean, I'm
Neither
sure
could I.
you could. I'm sure you could convince somebody otherwise. I'll put it that way. And then I guess would you have proven it to them? I would say yes, even if it's incorrect.
There you go. That's what I'm saying.
So you actually believe that there's somebody that actually believes that if a samurai chops a person's head off, they're gonna continue living. You actually
Yeah, you could
believe that
actually. Yeah,
there's
you
a
could
person.
probably. Yes, you could probably convince like a kid. If a kid watched enough Highlander, then yeah, you could probably convince them of that. Like there are situations in which people believe crazy things. It doesn't mean that that truth is different. It just means that their burden of proof was different than yours, or maybe their relationship with truth was different than yours.
Like
Maybe a
global.
child that his brain hasn't
It's like,
fully developed. Yeah, but
no, not
an
even
adult?
that. Not even that. Not yeah, an adult. Yeah, not even just even an adult. Like they have those this Saint Ignatius of Loyola, founder of the Jesuit Society, wrote a bunch of books on his like mystical practices about how he could basically like brainwash grown men, not little kids, no, grown men, to essentially like whatever the order says is the absolute truth, even if you're standing directly in the evidence that it's not true, to a point where it's like the greater general of this order says, okay, this is white, and you look at it and it's red or it's black, but you yourself who believe that it's white because that's how far indoctrinated and mind controlled. Or even these cults and shit where people believe like it's been proven that the aliens are gonna come and scoop us up, so we all have to drink Kool-Aid and kill ourselves as the comet goes by. So yeah, full-grown men can have ridiculous, irrational things proven to them. Ridiculous, like beyond, like you wouldn't even like if someone else didn't conceive of it, you wouldn't have thought of it yourself. Dumb shit that people have been that have been proven to people. So yeah, I mean, welcome to cult studies, like all the different cults in the world and shit.
Look, maybe you're right. Maybe you can't convince somebody that if somebody chops off a head, they'll live. I guess.
Oh, bro,
Yeah.
I guarantee you can. Bro, you have to read this guy's books, dude. Like the practices were to a point where they could convince someone. They would chop the head off and be like, "Yeah, go talk to that severed head." And the guy's like, "Okay, I'll go talk to it for a bit." That's how far gone and traumatized and mind washed these fuckers get, because they do all kinds of like horrific shit to you, essentially, and they have all these like mind games. You should read these books, bro, and these like practices where you have to like focus on something and then make that thing like appear to you in reality. All kinds of weird shit. It was like you read into this shit, bro, because like people can be convinced of shit that you'd be like, no way someone was convinced of that, but they can be. It's been done for hundreds of years.
Look, yeah, I'll yield and say, yeah, you're absolutely correct. People have been convinced of crazy stuff. You remember those Kool-Aid things? People were convinced to drink the Kool-Aid and all that stuff. Yeah, definitely. I was like talking about a normal mind, like, but yeah, I guess if your mind is not all there, you can be convinced of just about anything. Yeah, you're right on that.
That's what I'm saying. So you're saying, and us all agree, yeah, you take the samurai head and you chop it off, but someone who's been under some sort of mind control to be convinced that severed heads are still alive and you can talk to them, will go up and start talking to the severed head because they've been fucking brainwashed. And you would say, this is completely irrational. And they would say, well, it's been proven that the head talks back to me in my own mind. And they'd be like, wow, like you're fucking irrational and crazy. And your burden of proof is essentially bunk. It's irrational. But it would still be proven to them. They would still think that the head's talking to them. Well, they break people down. It's been done in the past. Just like, it's all right. Go murder these random people on the other side of the world. You're a good person for it. And as you're shooting an M16 at a little kid who's doing nothing, just trying to run to his mom, you're thinking, yeah, fuck them. I'm a good person. That person, it's been proven he's a good person to himself. I mean, I'm just listing out examples of
Yeah, I mean,
irrational
another really common example would just be Santa Claus, right? Like kids, I would say a lot of kids have had Santa Claus proven to them, right? Like he ate the cookies, he drank the milk. It's proof.
Or I seen the fucking photography. I touched the moon rock. They went to the moon. It's been proven to me. What does that mean? It means you're a fool. You've been proven a fucking.
Yeah, I don't think you can prove a past event. You could prove that we could go to the moon by you going to the moon or something like that, but like just something that happened in the past. I don't know if you could actually prove that.
What about a volcano, Jeremy, that erupted long ago and left, a large volcano behind?
A volcano erupted and left a volcano behind. I don't even know what
Well,
that means.
yeah, I mean, lack of better words, but Yeah, I mean, you go look at a volcano, right? That supposedly erupted long ago before we were ever around. Couldn't you see the remnants of that? And just like
Of an
determine that it
exploded
happened?
volcano. I mean,
Or fossilized sea life?
maybe,
I'm just saying, like, there is evidences
maybe.
for past events, you know, as long as you have tangible evidence.
Yeah, but can that happen some other way? That whatever we're seeing, is there no other way that can happen?
I don't know if he's roboting for everyone or it's just me.
Yeah, for everyone.
Yeah, he's roboting.
My point is it's the level of evidence, right? Like, that's left behind that tells the tale.
Look, most people can't even say what proof is to them. I've done this a couple of times, and if I was to ask 10 people in here what proof is, I bet you I'd get 10 different answers.
You think it's going to be more than, or you're going to get more answers than the definitions of mass?
I don't know. We went up to like 15, 16. It'll be tough, but maybe, yeah.
So is proof.
Who'd like to give it a go first? What is proof to you?
I would say it's the truth about reality.
I would say there's a significant difference between proof and truth, as Noah addressed that. Different word.
No, you broke up, bro. Try it again, Dicelo. That was Dicelo, right?
It was die slow, but his thing says unstable internet connection, like on his. I've never seen that before.
Wouldn't proof be like definitive cause to an effect? Like that's the proof.
Nice. I like that one.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay,
I like that.
It doesn't even have to be the cause to an effect. I mean,
I present to you Cavendish. Does that mean you're burning proof?
That's 5 different definitions right now. We're doing good.
Someone said cause and effect. So I'm presenting Cavendish. Is that not proof then? Gravity.
They're
exists?
assuming the cause on that one.
So there's an effect, right? There's an effect at least.
When we say cause and effect, there has to be an established hypothesis in an experiment.
There was like a guy some perv mason who put some balls in a shed and looked at it through a telescope or something.
Right. So on the Cavendish, what was the observed phenomena, the natural observed phenomena before they decided to do a hypothesis?
That's a great question. I think the stars.
Cavendish is just straight up affirming the consequent fallacy. They have an effect, whether it's natural or not. That's debatable, but whether you have an effect, you have the effect, but there's no cause. They don't have a cause to it. They have.
Yeah, but before you establish an experiment, you have to have observe a phenomena beforehand.
It's things falling, right?
Cause.
Mass attracting mass, things falling. That was their natural observed phenomena that they try to attribute to, using the Cavendish to further explain. But the problem is the values they derived within the Cavendish, there's no proof to support that. Like, all of that was based on assumption alone. Like, you can never weigh the earth, right? You can only assume.
I like SE question to the people about SE. Well, ask your question if nowadays if somebody would have come to ask that question again.
Say it again. The proof thing?
No, about the Cavendish. If you somebody, a friend of yours or somebody with, you remember the thing you said the other day, like 2 days ago?
I'm not sure. No,
about weighing the earth.
Oh, about weighing the Earth. Yeah. Well, yeah. Now I get what you're saying. Yeah. He's saying, I asked somebody, what would you say if a buddy of yours came up to you and said, "Hey, bro, I have an idea. I have an idea to weigh the Earth. Let's take a couple of balls and hang them in the shed." What would you say to them? Was that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to prove if that person's schizophrenic or not, which I don't even know if it's possible.
The thing is, we went over this a couple weeks ago. In their paradigm, the Earth has no weight because it's free falling. Free falling objects are weightless in their paradigm.
Guy mentions 2 balls in a shed to me. I don't know, man. I ain't going.
You'd run, no?
Well, like I said, I've asked this question days upon days, years upon years. Nobody's answered it. Like, you would have to identify all of the known variables associated with weight to make a determination as to what weight is, if it's a force, or whatnot. And I haven't heard anybody do that. Like, I've heard maybe a handful of associated variables, but I haven't heard all 8 be addressed.
Yeah, that was it.
Can you tell us what they are? Because I know you've been saying this for months and forever now. What are the friggin' variables?
So you've got the medium. It's medium specific. It's vector specific. Phase. I don't have Wheeler's definition list in front of me. I'm driving, but there's a couple.
I've never even heard you say them. You don't even know them.
Yeah. No, I've said them. I've only said maybe about 6. I think I've left.
All right.
I've left 2 out.
Medium specific.
To be honest.
Phase. What else?
Vector.
Okay. What else? That's 3.
Oh fuck! You want me to pull up the list? You obviously didn't hear.
Just by memory. I don't. You don't have to be. I'm curious.
Right. I just pulled over, so I'm pulling up the definition list. Hold on a second.
Definition of what?
Xanac being the police pulling you over, man. Watch out.
Yeah, he fucking did, didn't he?
What are we defining here?
Wait, we're defining the variables associated with weight.
Oh boy.
Okay. So I said phase, I said medium, I said vector. We've got magnitude. So let's see, what is that? That's
4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So now it's your turn to give 4, Xanac, aside from the ones I gave.
Oh, we're gonna play that way. So this is I still don't know what you're really talking about. You're saying these 8 variables are part of what gives weight.
Yeah, variables associated with weight.
Well, number 1 would be gravity, acceleration.
That is the weight, you silly bastard.
No, it causes the weight. The weight, it's not the acceleration. I mean, it's not the weight. The weight is made up of the acceleration and the mass. So the other would be mass. There's 2.
Wait,
I already gave that. That's part of magnitude. How massive the mass is, i.e. magnitude.
No, magnitude is
I already gave
that. Magnitude is just I don't know
how massive the mass is. It's
the
overall.
Okay. Magnitude can apply to a distance. It can apply to a speed. It can apply to anything. It's how much of something that you're talking about. So, but it doesn't.
Well, we're talking about an object. Yeah, we're talking about an object. So if you're going to talk about its mass, that's what I'm implying. How massive the mass is.
I'm just trying to understand your 8 variables. So, well, maybe you should have entitled a little differently. So you're saying, what of mass? What gives it weight? If it has mass, what gives it weight?
No.
Well, then help me understand what you're trying to say then.
I'm asking for it's pretty simple.
No, you can see how I got easily distracted. You just said magnitude.
What are the let me help, guys. Let me help. Hold on, Xanac. I'm going to clear it up for you. What are the variables that affect weight? How much something weighs?
Thank you.
something weighs.
Holy shit! How do you not understand this? You're supposed to be like this
Okay,
globe
so
genius.
hold on. So the magnitude, so how much of the mass? Okay, the acceleration.
The acceleration. Oh my god!
Yeah, the
Are you
acceleration.
trying to trigger me?
No, that's one of the most important elements of what gives a mass of any magnitude its weight is the acceleration. We can actually, and we can prove this by making a lab experiment that actually will start changing the weight of an object. And how do we do that? We change the acceleration. So we use a scientific method, therefore, to determine that acceleration is a critical component and variable of what gives weight. It's what constitutes weight, what causes weight.
Dude, the weight is how much it's pressing down
So
by. The acceleration is how much the thing's pressing
it's a
down.
force.
First of all, you think
No,
objects that aren't moving are accelerating, so that's fucking crazy.
well, it
Anyways,
all depends on the reference frame. It's reference frame. Oh, that's another one. Reference frame.
Jesus Christ.
That will determine what the weight is because it's relative to the reference frame, obviously. So medium specific. I don't know if it's medium specific. Vector.
Well, what is weight?
We've
Die
already
slow.
talked about
Die
weight.
slow. What is weight?
Weight is a force. Weight is a force downward to the ground.
No, weight is actually an
Die
anti-force.
slow. You
If a
sound
force,
different.
It's a force.
if a force is required to counter weight, then weight itself cannot be a force.
No, your counterweighting just means you balance the vector, the force. You have neutralizing, equalizing vectors, equilibrium between vectors. No, weight is a force. There's no getting around that. And that force has a vector because the force has vectors, and it is down to the center of the Earth or downward, perpendicular to level. Phase, I don't know what that even means. Magnitude, how much of the weight will depend on how much of it. I agree. Medium specific, no, that's not a factor. So I like to hear the other 8, all your 8 variables.
So if
I gave
if I
you mine.
put you in water, doesn't your weight change?
No,
Sure, it
measured weight.
does.
What's relative though? It's relative. Well, you're right. I can weigh you on the bottom of the pool, and you will weigh exactly the amount of the water you've displaced less. Right? That weight of the water you displaced would be subtracted from your weight, but your weight would still be the same because the medium is adding buoyancy to counteract that weight. So your net
Again,
weight,
Zanuck,
your weight. Okay,
it's
so
about the
your net
medium.
weight, yes. So net weight would be medium specific, but weight would not. Would you agree?
I'm walking into a customer's house right now, dude. So I've got to step back for a moment. If anyone else wants to interact.
Zanuck, wouldn't you
What do you
say
sell? I'm buying.
more variables would be like centrifugal and centripetal?
No, because that creates forces in other directions, and there are pseudo forces in one case and proper forces in others.
Can you only ever have one force?
Weight doesn't change latitude dependent because of those forces?
Oh, it does. That's why I think it was nice that Geisel mentioned medium specific, implying buoyancy or other counteracting forces. So that's why I mentioned net force, the net weight. If we talk about net weight, yes, those things would be variables. If we talk about actual weight, independent of any other types of contra forces, then that would not be an issue. But yes,
so latitude is a variable then with weight, no?
For net weight, yes. We're talking net weight, or we're talking actual weight.
What do you mean, as opposed to gross weight, like your taxes or something?
Just like your taxes. Yeah, you could think of it as gross weight.
You're getting confused. Weight is a downward force, right? Exerted by an object. What is weight, Zanuck?
Weight is a downward force based on the mass and acceleration.
It's the force we measure of an object pushing downward, right?
Right. Can an object's
Okay, so
weight
it's
change?
medium specific.
Well, if you
Can that
admit that
downward the amount of downward force it's exerting change?
you were breaking up really bad there. Try it again.
Can the amount of exerting
That was even
change?
worse.
Uh,
Not your fault. Something's happening with it. Either it's me or it's you. I don't know. You were breaking up real bad. Okay, try again.
It's Jeremy. You've been doing it all morning.
It's all right. I'm patient. I think he was trying to say, is the weight variable? Did anyone else hear what else he said?
No, he was roboting.
Okay.
Where's SE right now? I just need some down to earth topics, dude. SE always has the fucking best examples.
Sorry, that was Jeremy's mic.
That's good.
that was good. Good shit. Good shit.
I like how he proceeds to say something and it robots again. The Gremlins are giving no break to Jeremy today. All on his wires. So are we officially declaring the Globers scared wusses now that they won't come and debate us anymore? Terrified.
I would like to know how you meaningfully apply reference frames to, I think you're talking about mass or weight.
It's friggin' nonsense. They think reference frames are gonna save them all.
Oh, in a non-inertial or in an inertial reference frame, that object may not have the same weight as it has in a non-inertial reference frame.
So I start
I don't speak robot.
Jeremy, it's really bad.
The shit.
What was that beeping and growling? Is that like that's like it's like a fax machine or something connection? Are you on like a telephone line? POTS line for this?
It's on dial up.
Yeah, dial up. In other words,
Hey, Zanuck, you said inertia. What is that exactly?
a body's resistance to acceleration.
inertia is a body's resistance to acceleration. Is that what you said? I'm sorry, it broke up for me.
Yes. Yeah. The body's resistance to acceleration, it's a property of mass.
Zanuck, can you help just describe how you'd meaningfully apply reference frames to that?
Example of it would be if I have something accelerating, the more it accelerates, the more the mass, the more weight it has. But in the inertial reference frame,
What exactly?
the weight would change.
Yeah. So for this reference frame, and in regards to what Dyson said earlier, say I have a reference frame that's centered on a lake, and I stand above a lake. I drop the rock. So the rock accelerates at a constant rate down towards the surface of the water. And then once it's in the water, it accelerates at a different rate, slower rate, to the bottom of the earth. And then once it gets to the earth underneath the lake, the acceleration stops and no longer accelerates. Can you explain what happened in the reference frame the entire time through all those different mediums?
Which reference frame would you like me to describe it from?
The rock.
Because as it was dropped through the water, it actually reached the terminal velocity, which means it didn't accelerate any longer. It just had a constant velocity with a balance of forces. Then when it hit the ground, it then had a net weight based on the mass, acceleration, and then the buoyant force, which is also based on acceleration as well, of the medium around it that is displaced. Let's say if you look at it dropping before it hit the water, it was accelerating. Even before it hit terminal velocity, it was accelerating. But from the inertial reference frame, it would have no weight. It only has weight because it's an accelerated frame. No different than an object in a centrifuge. Might only have might be a grain of sand.
Frame.
And suddenly, when it's spun fast enough, it has a force of 1,000 men.
Do reference frames apply to rocks falling through the air? Yes, I know you like to hear yourself talk. Do reference frames apply?
You get the same Potts line as Jeremy.
Falling through air.
Well, if you wanted us to hear you talk, you'd have to get on something other than a Dixie cup and wire connection. I think what you asked me is, since I like to hear myself talk, I think I couldn't really understand what you actually asked me. I thought I heard it, thought I understood it, but I don't.
Do reference frames apply to rocks falling through air?
Reference frames apply to everything in the universe. All it is a frame for which you view motion. It's a point coordinate system for which motion is viewed. That's all a reference frame is. So you can look at motion.
Zanuck. If I take a rock in my hand and I stand next to a pond or a lake and I throw the rock up into the air, and the rock goes up into the air and then falls down into the pond, and then sinks to the bottom of the pond and rests on the bed of the pond on the mud. Which reference frame should I use?
Whatever frame you want to use. All reference frames. Your rock and your motion exist in all point coordinate systems, and you cannot escape all reference frames. You can select the reference frame you'd like to look at it from, and if you're looking at
which reference frame for the best and most advantageous description of the rock going through the air, falling into the water, and sinking from the water to the bottom of the lake?
The accelerated reference. There's no best. They're all equal. There's no absolute reference frame. There's no best. There's no preferential reference frame. The reference frame that you're describing is the accelerated reference frame, where you're seeing it go up, come to a stop, and start going down, accelerate, come to a stop when it hits the ground. That's the accelerated reference frame. If I looked at it from an inertial reference frame,
if there's no reason to select a reference frame, then what's the point of using them or one over the other? Isn't that the whole reason they have reference frames, so they can make things simpler and easier to explain?
Actually, they're more complex. It gives you a perspective of what it's moving relative to. So if you have an accelerated reference frame and you're looking at the emotion from it, you will see this rock go up and stop and accelerate. It kind of gives a perspective of what the motion is doing relative to you, the viewer, you, the person, not the reference frame, but you, the viewer, in the reference frame. Now, that same person it could be in the inertial reference frame, but the motion will look quite different from the inertial reference frame. You'll let go of it, and everything else is moving around it, and it's actually stationary. It's not accelerating or moving. All depends on where you want to look at the motion from. For the forces of Newtonian forces are relevant in the inertial reference frame. In accelerated reference frames, they a lot of the bets go off. They're not relevant. As we know, we drop something and it accelerates, yet there's no force behind it. So that's a paradox in Newtonian mechanics.
You said there's no force behind it?
No, because it's
No, Einsteinian mechanics destroyed Newtonian mechanics because you have something accelerating to the ground with no force.
right.
Whereas Newton
Correct.
said you definitely need a force. That was his second law, F equals ma.
That's why I said it doesn't apply for the accelerated reference frame.
Yet Newtonian mechanics Newtonian mechanics falls apart when you're dealing with inertial and when you're dealing with non-inertial reference frame.
Correct. Exactly right.
Well, why don't you speak up next time I say that? Why don't you speak up? Because all the Globers constantly challenge me on that.
Oh, I'll back you up 100%.
All right. Thank
you.
you.
You got it.
All right, I just got back. So what was the
Pretty
verdict
funny in
on
here.
weight?
Everyone's gotten about 3 years of physics in this Discord server that they would never have otherwise had, even if they went to school. Pretty funny. Amazing, actually.
Oh, I've never learned more stuff in my life than I have since I got into this.
I remember when you first started talking about it. It was like 4 or 5 years ago, and you were curious and you were asking all the right questions, but didn't have a clue, and now you pretty much know all this shit. It's pretty funny.
Honestly,
you
I
guys
know
almost
better than
convinced him of your nonsense.
most
Almost.
No.
Jeremy was almost pulled on your side. We had
That's
to
my
pull
point.
him back.
That's my point. That's my point to Jeremy. He knows. He
no,
knows a lot.
it's just that I know they're nonsense.
Jeremy, let me throw you the bone here. Jeremy understands all this now. He may not agree with a lot of it, but he understands it all. That's the key thing. Doesn't matter whether he agrees or thinks it's true or relevant or whatever, but he understands it. That's the key point.
Zanuck just almost called his own shit nonsense. Y'all hear that? He was like, he called himself. That's so funny, bro.
He understands the nonsense, right? Exactly. And he moved away from it. Yeah, you got it, Zanuck.
Well, you say it's nonsense, and he says some of it. Jeremy doesn't say all of it's nonsense, only some things. Like this whole thing with the accelerated reference frame being on the Earth, and the Earth accelerating upward, and yet it's not getting bigger. He understands what they're saying. He doesn't agree with it.
Yeah, of course. Understanding is one thing, right? You hear something, it's nonsensical. You say, no, I understand it, but it's nonsense. And then you disagree with it.
Well, that's a
So
whole different discussion.
understanding, it doesn't affirm anything.
It is logical. It's not nonsense because it is logical. It's purely logical. It's if you said, how can something accelerate without a force? And I said, well, the geodesics of its path are bending due to this warping and bending of space-time. That would be a very logical answer. Now, it could be fantasy, complete bullshit, but it makes sense. So it's not nonsensical, Essie. Get your terms straight.
That made sense to you. What you just said, the geodesic bending of space-time, you think that made sense to people?
It makes perfect sense. Now, whether it's true or not is a whole different topic.
What's the difference between force and motion, Zanuck?
Force is something that can impart an acceleration in mass. Motion is just the displacement of an object from one point to another, a delta distance, change in distance of an object over time.
What did you say force was? Displacement of a mass?
Force is is something that causes an acceleration in mass. Motion is just a positional change of an object. Change in distance. That's all motion is.
So we can have no motion, but yet acceleration.
No, in order to have acceleration, you have to have a change of the second derivative of distance with respect to time is acceleration. So it specifically talks about motion because motion is change in distance.
Can we have no motion and still have acceleration?
Yeah, we have to have motion.
Ooh, you failed that one. You know your model says you can, right?
No, the model is you have no motion with acceleration.
You sure?
Yeah, it depends on the context for which you're using that statement. For example, there's acceleration of an object on a scale, but it's not moving relative to the scale or even the ground, but there's still an acceleration. That's why it has a force.
Isn't your fantasy model, doesn't it allow something not moving but accelerating, redshifting due to the space moving? So the thing should be stationary, but the space could be moving, no? In your fantasy model?
No, you're moving through time and space.
Oh.
Just in time alone. If time and space bend, and if something stops you, then you would be accelerating, even though you're not moving relative to that object. Because before that, you were just inertial, no acceleration. When those lines, the geodesic lines, bend down into a mass and stops this motion, the stopping is a change of momentum relative to that object, and so that will create a force, a proper force to be able to stop it. The pseudo force is you hitting it. The proper force is the object hitting you.
Can you give me an example? Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
So does the bullet hit the deer, or does the deer hit the bullet?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's all nonsensical. Your stuff is like, yeah.
Can you point something not accelerating? That's something that's in a constant movement, or is that just theoretical?
Like imagine thinking the deer is coming towards you. The deer is coming towards your arrow, not the arrow going towards the deer.
Exactly. And I don't even think their orbits are consistent, right?
Right. There's nothing they could point at that is a constant movement. They want to say a car. They want to say a car on cruise control, but that changes speed.
Well, it used to be the planetary orbits, right? Like, and I think that changed, didn't it?
Don't they all have elliptical?
Right. So they're not a consistent velocity. Like, depending on that where they are in that orbit, they either speed up or slow down. Do they not, Zanuck?
Yes, they speed up and slow down relative to the object that they're orbiting.
So what has consistent velocity within natural observed phenomena?
Dropping an object in a vacuum.
I said a naturally occurring phenomena.
Yeah, there's always other forces present in most every situation. So you wouldn't find something actually having a constant velocity because there's always some.
So everything's accelerating.
Everything has a force acting on it. Yes. So everything would be accelerating.
It's a little sus, dude.
Doesn't mean that things will continue to increase velocity. Because remember, acceleration can be one of two things, and you know this. You've said it millions of times. It can be a change of magnitude or a change of direction. So things that are orbiting the sun, for example, are accelerating, even though they don't change velocity, magnitude.
I
They
feel
don't
like
have a change in their
Elbow was
maximum.
going somewhere. Do you have a further point to elaborate on that topic, Elbow?
Yeah, I mean, I was when we're talking about this, just I'm trying to find something that's actually a constant. So this is just theoretical in their point of view. They don't have them to prove this or an example of it being done. I'm trying to see if he could point to something that's not in a constant velocity change, but I don't think he can.
Yeah, you can actually. For all objects, when they are dropped, like in a vomit comet, there's no preferential directions. There's no change in velocities. They all act exactly the same. They're all going the same speed.
Actually, I heard that's it's an average. They're not actually all going at the same speed.
They're all going at the same speed, but their speed relative to something else might be changing. But generally, there's no preferential direction or magnitude.
So
they're all going down. They're all falling. That's the
They're all falling
preferential.
down.
Yeah.
All mass, matter regardless of the density, will all fall at the same rate.
And there's also
They're all going down, though, right? You said there's no
Going down
preferential,
all
but
the
they're all
time.
going down, right?
Down relative to
Wow,
the
what
Earth.
about
Relative
falling
to the,
up?
Yep.
Oh, got him.
Still going down.
Falling up is still falling down. Got it. Okay.
Yes,
Of course.
still accelerating downward. The acceleration is downward. See, you're mixing up. See, you talked about reference frames earlier. This is a classic example of how you look at a reference frame. The objects are going up, but they are still falling down because they're decelerating downward.
While the Earth is moving upwards.
London Bridge is falling up.
Like, come on, man. You guys
falling
got to do
objects
better.
have nothing. The falling objects have nothing to do with the Earth going upward. It's just they're just inertial. Doesn't know or care that there is actually the Earth even there. It won't know until it crashes into it.
So everything is falling down in the vomit comet at the same time while the Earth is moving up. This is what you believe.
Earth isn't moving up. Remember, movement implies a motion. There's only a geodesic line deviation, which is causing a directional change of an object's path through time and space. It may appear to have motion, but it doesn't.
So you
Really?
disagree
I thought
with
everything
Einstein.
has motion. I thought there's nothing at rest in your
No,
model.
relative. No, I was specifically talking about relative to the Earth. Motion through the universe, motion through time and space. Yes, everything has motion through time and space.
So you disagree with Einstein. The ground is not moving upward. You're falling down.
No, the object, the ground is moving, is accelerating upward. You are just inertial.
So now the ground is moving upwards.
Not moving.
You got to
Again,
make up your mind.
I'm going to correct you. Third time. No movement. Movement implies a change of distance. Object's positional change. There's no positional change of the object or the ground. However, there is an acceleration.
Towards the ground. Towards the ground.
Well, the acceleration is seen from the ground going up to the object. The object is accelerating down. The ground is accelerating up. And
I'm done with you. I can't. My brain is hurting.
We know this.
I can't do this anymore.
We know this because the object that is in question here has no forces acting on it. Measurably has no forces acting on it. So it's then said that the ground is accelerating up to the object.
So it is accelerating upwards now.
Yes.
But before you said it wasn't.
I said there's no motion.
So acceleration without motion is what you're saying now.
Yeah, exactly. That was my first question.
Right.
So let's be clear. You're saying, Zanuck, that there's acceleration without motion.
Right. Motion of the Earth. You got to be specific. Your words have meaning, and the context for choosing the words is important.
Okay, say the statement correctly. Go ahead.
Okay. the Earth's surface is accelerating toward the object due to these bent lines of the geodesics. However, the surface of the Earth is not getting larger from its center. It's not growing. So you're saying, how does that happen? Because it happens because relative to the object, the surface, because of the geodesic lines being curved and bent to the Earth, it appears from the object that the Earth is accelerating up to it.
Wow, that was clear for everybody. I mean, Zanuck, come on, man. Is it accelerating or isn't it? Is the Earth moving up or is it not moving up?
It's accelerating, but due to the geodesic lines that are being bent of the object motions through the universe, through time and space. When it's
I
moving
told you
through
what
time
I
and space,
tell
and
you.
then it's now moving, then it's now bent toward the object for a collision course. That bending and changing of direction would look like an acceleration from the observer. But in actuality, it's not. It's the ground accelerating up to it.
Jeremy, you got that?
Okay, I told you guys before you even get into this scenario. No one ever listens to me. I don't know why. Before you even go down this road into this scenario, you've got to put a tape measure around the ball. That way, reference frames don't even matter anymore. We now have a tape measure, one of those flexible Taylor tape measures right around the ball.
That'll solve it, no, Zanuck?
Nope, because I've already said that there's no expansion of in size of the Earth. It stays constant. This acceleration occurs without the Earth changing physical size.
There's a Nobel coming up.
It's
We got
physically
acceleration without movement. Yeah. Has anybody ever postulated that before? Acceleration without movement? I don't think so. I think Zanuck is the first.
No, Einstein did.
Acceleration without movement?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What, the
Because I'm
space
explaining why.
expansion thing that I'm talking about, or what? Something new? Something?
Space distortion, space bending, warping, bending. It's Einstein's first law, general relativity.
That's something different, no? That's space warping and bending.
Space warping.
The
Is a
fabric
general
thereof, the fantasy of time and space
And time
combining
dilation
to
would be
make a
special
fabric.
relativity.
Yeah, that's another fantasy.
They're both related, but yes. Don't shoot the messenger. That's all I'm saying.
Hold on, he goes, they're both related, but yes, he agreed that they're fantasy. See, baby steps, we're getting there.
Slowly.
Could be.
One day, maybe we might believe all this.
All I started out by saying is saying he said it's nonsensical. I said, no, and it makes perfect sense. Whether it's real or not, that's debatable. But it does make
Acceleration without movement makes perfect sense to you.
No, you can't give us an example of acceleration without movement. We tried this and you epically failed.
No, object sitting on top of a scale. That's a great. Oh boy!
You said yourself. You said yourself. No, I'm not quiet. You said yourself yesterday. If something's accelerating, it's moving. Don't make me get back to tape. This is all being recorded. You know that, right?
I know. Yep. You keep on taking things out of context. An object on a scale has an acceleration, even though it's not moving relative to the ground on the scale. I said this earlier today.
So he's trying to hold
Gravity
two
causes-
contradictory ideas at once.
It's in some senses, it is a
All right,
paradox.
let's go through it again. What's acceleration mean, Zanuck? What's acceleration? What does that mean? What's the definition?
Second derivative of distance with respect to time. Change in velocity.
Okay, what's velocity? So we need a change in whatever this means. Go ahead.
Change in distance with respect to time.
So a change in distance. So it needs to be moving. Right. Change in distance means something's moving, Zanuck. OMG. Yep. Why do you double speak so much?
I'm not double speaking.
What's that song? Why you always lying?
Oh, that's an old ass song, bro.
This is great for the audience. This is unbelievable.
Zanuck,
See,
what's the
John,
difference
all
between?
the audience has to do now is decide which kind of popcorn they want for the rest of the show.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I have a family size popcorn. I'm gonna open up right now. Actually,
I got a
I'll
hole
try
in
and
my
get it.
popcorn. You want some?
Hole in your
What's the
popcorn bag?
difference between? What's the difference between principles versus properties in physics?
I don't know how to describe the difference. I know what they are.
I mean, you can Google it, but what? Let me ask
Why
you
don't you tell
this:
me? Tell me.
what are the principles or properties of space? Not
Well,
attributes. Let's not get that
properties would
twisted.
be properties could be synonymous with attributes. Properties is things like, for
No.
example, mass. Mass has. Well, hold on. Is inertia a property? A characteristic? Would you say the other word was it used?
Well, it was principles versus properties.
No,
And
you
I
said
asked what the difference was, and then I asked what the difference. Oh, and then I asked what properties or principles does space have, and I said don't get it conflated with attributes. They're different.
Okay. So okay, that attribute. So attribute and property. Would you say that some objects tendency to resist acceleration would be a property or
No,
it's not a property?
that would
So
be an
whenever
attribute.
we
That
all
would be
say
an
that
attribute.
it's an attribute, which is a property, which is synonymous. In physics, have to be
They're
synonymous
not.
because we
Yeah.
know that the attribute of mass, one of the attributes is its resistance to acceleration. It's also a property.
No,
So I don't know how you can differentiate between the
that's
two.
not a property. Properties, yeah, principles and attributes are different. Principles
Principles and
and
attributes are
properties are
principles are
synonymous. Are you gonna let me finish, bro?
principles.
Or are you just gonna fucking talk
Well,
all
every
over
time
me, bro?
you make a statement, you stop. I thought you were done with every statement. Go
Nah,
ahead.
I
Keep
wasn't
on going.
stopped, dude. I was
You did.
fucking formulating my sentence. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, you said principles and attributes are different. I agree, and I said I agree. Then you kept on going. I thought you were just making a
Well, yeah,
statement.
yeah. I
So
was that. So what I said was right. You agreed. And then the second part to what I was trying to say was properties and principles are synonymous, not attributes.
properties and principles? No, they're not synonymous. You said, and you asked initially what the difference was between the two. Come on, we're getting all screwed
Okay.
up on pedantic definitions. Properties and attributes are the same in my book, in most people's books.
No.
You're saying that, and principles are different. Principles are a little different.
Yeah. Just like, for example, a shadow has no principles or properties because it's not a thing of itself, although it does have attributes.
I love that. I'll probably take that one to my grave too. Something a property. Would you say a property of itself? That line is going to stick with me forever.
So what are the principles or properties of space, not the attributes?
But you can't answer the question because I'm going to give you properties and attributes, which are synonymous.
They're not. No, they're not.
Well, back that up with some
You know what
type
the
of, I
difference
don't know,
is?
citation, or why don't you give me a definition or find a citation and tell me why a principle is not a property is not a principle. God dang it. A property is not an attribute. I believe it is.
Yeah.
You said it
Well,
wasn't.
I just gave you an example, like of something having attributes but having no properties.
Give me an example.
Shadow.
Let's talk about a real example. Forget about
That's a
something.
real
Give me an
example.
example. No. Give me an example of something like a rock. What are the properties or attributes or principles of rock? Well, obviously, principles aren't going to work because we both agree principles are not attributes. But doesn't a rock have properties and attributes? And what are they? Give me the differences between the two. Go ahead. Can you?
So a rock is a property of a rock would be it's comprised of matter,
That's a
and an
property of it.
attribute of a rock. What?
A property of a rock is it's comprised of matter. That's a property of it. All right.
Yeah, that's one of its
Let's keep going.
Well, how
Okay,
could it be a rock if it wasn't? How could it be anything if it? Anyway.
Go ahead, guys. So finish what you said. Properties of rock. Okay, it's comprised of matter.
Right.
What else?
And its attribute would be, I don't know, what's a description of a rock?
Has
I don't know.
weight.
It could just, sure.
Has an attribute.
Hardness?
Has size. Has like color. Right size,
Luster.
color.
Okay,
Weight.
what if the rock? Hold on. What if the
Luster.
rock is free falling? Does it still have weight?
What reference frame?
Reference frame.
Shut up. Just shut it.
So my point is space can have attributes. Literally anything you can conceive of or contrive is going to have attributes. Like I challenge you to. I challenge you to. Fuck, Xanax. You're just like
no.
You got no
Shut up.
fucking
Go.
impulse control, bro.
Just go. Quiet. You're the same thing to me. Go ahead.
So space can have an attributes such as maybe it's temperature or something, but it has no properties. Like in order for something to have principles of properties, it actually has to be a thing. Right?
Okay, well, you've already said that properties are not principles. So let me go back and call you out on that. So would you say color is an attribute of a rock?
Yes.
Would you say that rocks having color would be a property of that rock? Yes, of course you'd say yes. So properties and attributes are going to be the same. You're really splitting hairs with saying they're not. Now, principles are different.
So what's the difference between properties and principles? Let's go back to the original question.
So properties, principles are more like guidelines or laws or organization. It's just they're just different. I'm trying to what's a principle? Like what's a principle of a rock? I don't think there is there such a thing. Can you have a principle of a rock? What does even principle mean? What is your now you got me when you start talking about it's like when you start saying a word over and over again and something sounds really weird. So now what does even principle mean? Why don't you tell me what
I mean, you can Google it. I'm driving. But yeah, I think you were right originally when you said that it follows like specific laws of natural order. Or you didn't actually add that last part, but that's what I would add.
Okay, so principle definition says a fundamental truth or proposition that serves as a foundation for a system of belief or behavior or for a chain of reasoning, or a general scientific theorem or law that has numerous special applications across a wide field. That's what I gave.
So yeah, that sounds on par with what you and I said.
So that doesn't. Yeah, so we all agree that principle is not property, but property and attribute are going to be pretty damn close.
No, I mean like the principle of a rock is that one you might be able to find it on the ground, right? The principle of a rock would be used to like something like concrete or something like clay or pottery or ceramic or something like that. We're like, oh, in principle, I know that I can take these particles of some shit and make them into some kind of aggregated, harder version of it, right? So that principle.
That's not principle.
Why not?
Why not? You used a theorem. I'll tell you why. What you just said was by taking these aggregates of rock and this and that and water, I can make cement. That is following a law. That is kind of a law or theorem that when you do this process, you create cement. That's not a principle of rock. That's a principle of making cement or making something. Properties. We're talking about the properties now, and I think it's a pedantic argument. If it is an argument, but principle principle and attributes are the same. In fact, if I look up principle, I bet I'll get attribute as one of the definitions in the dictionary. I'm going to do it right now.
Just why don't you Google it? Why don't you Google properties versus attributes in physics?
I'm going to property.
Yeah, we're talking about properties and attributes. They're different things, man. It's just so ridiculous, bro. Shadows don't have properties because they're nothing. Shadows don't have properties, for example. They're nothing in and of themselves, but they have attributes. It can be cooler when you stand in a shadow, but it's nothing in and of itself. Doesn't have its own properties.
It does have a property. That's one of them. You actually just said what the properties were. Shadow is prominent properties of a shadow is that it doesn't have any light, or it removes light, reduces the light that's visible.
No, shadows don't remove anything. Shadows are the absence of light. It's
They
it's a
block. They block.
privation.
Shadow.
It's a privation. It doesn't have properties.
Yes, it is. Shadow is an absence of light.
Yes, it is. Yeah, huh.
Huh. So shadow is an absence of light. I agree with you.
Okay, so it's something in and of itself. It's the absence of something else.
Right. It's one of its properties is it's darker than lit areas.
No, that's an attribute. It's an attribute because it has nothing in and of itself. It's dependent upon something else.
So both of us are doing the same thing. I told you it's semantic to begin with, and even it backs that up in definition. The difference is subtle from the Google. Attributes are referring to additional information of an object. Properties are describing the characteristics of an object.
There you go. One's an intrinsic individual.
Hold on. I'm not done yet.
I'm disengaged.
Most people use these two words as synonyms. Okay, so it's not that far fetched. You're not so smart.
That's not. Oh. Nope.
No big deal.
No.
Attributes are referring to additional information of an object. Properties are describing the characteristics of an object. Most people use these two words as synonyms.
Qualities and attributes, but we were talking about principles versus attributes, right?
We all agree that principles and attributes and principles and properties are different.
No, you definitely agree with yourself. Don't say we all
I'm not
agree.
agreeing with myself. I'm agreeing with Dice Flow. Dice Flow, don't try to fucking throw shit in the well, all right? You already had an agreement. We're having a nice conversation. Now you're being a jerk.
Privations cannot have properties because they're nothing in and of themselves. Very simple.
I didn't even say anything, Danik, so I don't know what you're referring to right now, but I was just...
You're poisoning the wells, man. Who knows?
Settle down, Dice Law. Settle down.
We both agreed that the principles were different than both of those other two words. That's what we agreed to. Now suddenly Witsit jumps in and says that they're very different. They're not that different. In fact, most people consider them and use them as synonyms.
Well, we don't care what most people do. We don't care. You don't understand the difference. It's just a fact that there's a difference. Privations don't have properties because there's nothing in and of themselves. They don't have attributes.
Sorry. That's your own definition.
Yeah. I'm back to
Zanuck. Yeah, he sucked you back in. What's it? I know. Zanuck, Witsit is disengaging because you don't know how to converse.
No response.
My bad. I mean, I cut him off.
Yeah, you do got to work on that a bit, Zanuck. Like, you're going to get a chance to share your bullshit ideas, but, just let others, share the facts, too.
They are poisoning the well again.
You get my point, though.
Yeah, he has his own definition.
Doesn't have to mean lies either.
He has his own definition. He keeps on repeating it as if it's this textbook, and it's not. It's his own definition. Most people don't see it that way. In fact, there's a better definition here that I just saw earlier. An object-oriented context, which is actually a good one. This is hold on. You heard me talking. Hold on, real quick. Attribute refers to a class of objects, and then property refers to an instant. That's interesting. Kind of like that too.
I kind of look at it as like attributes would be, the effects or the description of the effects, whereas the principle or property would be the thing in question itself, right? Like it actually has to be a thing in order to have principles or properties. It can't just be a derivative or an effect of something.
Yeah, I like that. So in fact, here's the best one. So a car's properties and car's attributes. Well, the car's property has color, type of car, production year, fuel type, etc. The car's attribute is that color, same thing, but the color is red. It's more specific. The type of the car is BMW. Before it was just the property, the type of car. You're like a high level, and the attributes would be more like micro. The production year was 2020. Fuel type is ethanol, whatever.
Those aren't attributes.
The property.
It doesn't additionally give it anything to be of a time. If it has air conditioning, if it has power seats, it has attributes, right?
Yeah. What kind of air conditioning? That would be more the attributes. The properties.
No, not what do you mean? What kind? Like
a property of a car. Some of the car's properties is that it has color, it has air conditioning, It has a
So
certain
these are
type of
attributes,
bar.
right? I
It has a
just
certain
said
shape.
attribute,
It has
right? So don't say property.
you get more. You heard me say it's more specific with
Like
attributes. Okay, you're impossible to talk to, so I'm going to pull out of your.
you're gonna pull out. Get out of here. I think I win. I need a trophy if I'm so like difficult for you to deal with. I mean, I'm just bringing up facts here.
Not difficult. You're just obnoxious. It's okay.
I think you're obnoxious.
No,
But
you
that's your
are.
opinion,
No,
right?
you are. No, you are. But
Right.
what am I? Come on, don't be
See,
juvenile.
see what kind of childishness you're engaging in. You
You
started
can't
it.
just reflect my childness back with your childness. That means we're
And
both
what?
childish.
All right,
Call
guys.
myself not childish? Okay.
Touch
Who's
tips
more
and make up.
childish?
Just go do something.
Or what? Go ahead, say it.
If I said fill in the blank, go do something.
Yeah. I know what you're telling me. I fill in the blank
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
easily.
you feel okay. Good.
Yeah. I know you are, but what am I?
Bro, you
Come
know
on,
what? I'm
stop
gonna
it.
be honest with you, Zach. I think you just like hearing yourself talk, and I think that even some of the stuff you say is just like confounding, paradoxical nonsense. But you just like to defend it because you think it's kind of like the status quo. I don't even think you truly believe some of it. In fact, I know you don't. How about that?
We just went over the whole acceleration thing. He said acceleration is a change in distance over time. That's movement. But he's sitting here, then he's going to, in the next breath, he's going to sit here and tell me you can have acceleration without that. Even though that's what he says acceleration is. It's friggin' crazy.
Well, I'm telling you, he
Crazy.
doesn't actually believe it. He doesn't actually believe it, right? He just kind of finds it. He finds it a challenge to defend the paradoxes. That's it. So he's here because of kind of like the intellectual challenge of trying to pretend that it somehow makes sense. He doesn't actually believe it.
Boom. Boom.
Zanek's Paradoxical Proofs, Volume 1.
Yeah, but did you guys not know that he doesn't actually believe it?
Of course not.
Nick, speak up for yourself, buddy.
I like the way Witsit tells me what I think. He knows what I think better than I do.
Yeah, you don't believe this stuff.
How do you know that? Why would you say that?
Because
What's your evidence?
I'm very good at reading people.
Okay, how can you simultaneously believe that acceleration is a change in distance over time and you can have acceleration with no movement? How can you believe both of those things?
He doesn't.
Because I understand that if you're on a scale, there is no movement, yet you have a force due to the acceleration. So that you're not moving, but there's an acceleration. How is that? Because we're moving through time and space and something's stopping us from moving through time and space. And that blockage is causing a pseudo force and a proper force simultaneously.
Yeah, I'm giving you guys free game, okay? Like, he doesn't actually believe this stuff. I'm just letting you know. Like, he's kind of trying to convince himself out loud by way of talking to us that it could make sense. But gun to his head, he wouldn't say he like knows this is the case. He doesn't truly believe it or hold it to be absolutely true in any way. It's just like intellectual sparring for him. And he like literally tries to make it make sense to himself out loud as he converses with you. And that's why Zenek won't respond directly to my accusations. Yeah, bro, that hurt you, doesn't it? That I just
I was muted. Go ahead, I'll respond. Go ahead, tell me. Ask me a question. I'll respond to you.
You don't actually believe that these are absolutely true things. You're basically trying to make it make sense out loud as you speak to us. Really, you're kind of like trying to think it out yourself. And you just kind of like the intellectual sparring aspect of it. You don't necessarily hold these things to actually be true.
It's interesting you say that because there's a lot of truth to that. So I wouldn't argue with that too vehemently. But I do think it makes logical sense, and I do think that it is a logical explanation for certain paradoxes that I have no other explanation for, and I haven't heard any other good ones beside them. So, in one way you're right, another way you're kind of wrong. But I'd say you're more right than wrong.
Yeah. No, I'm an empath. I am.
That was amazing.
I try to actually rein it in because it makes me sound kind of like arrogant to like psychoanalyze people so intensely.
we've learned a lot here by speaking out loud, speaking our truths and our feelings out loud here, talking through our.
These
just
aren't
like
your truths.
these are
You don't
these
believe in
are
them.
my. Well, truth is using that word a little loosely, but these are the things that make sense that I've learned that I still haven't. I don't have you said absolute. No, they're not absolute knowledge in my mind. I still question all of it. That's part of science, right? That's how you go through science. You question everything. Does that sound wrong? What about this? What about this loophole? This kind of is a gotcha. How's an expert answer this? And so you ask the questions, and a lot of times you ask those experts those things, and they get, some of them that aren't fully trained in that particular area get dumbfounded. They don't have an answer. They go back to their canned responses.
You're supporting my analysis that it's like this egotistical intellectual sparring competition for you. And you're asking for it, so now we're gonna take it the next step. You actually know that they're not true. You know that the current understanding of relativity is not true. You know that it will be replaced. You know that we have walls of paradoxes that show that it can't be the complete understanding, and that right now space-time is just the best that you guys have, and it's kind of the status quo. And so you pride yourself in your ability to basically represent it, but you actually know for a fact that it's not actually the final answer.
Why? Who's muting me? I'm really mellow and not interrupting anybody. Why you keep muting me?
You're not interrupting me because you're muted.
No, I wasn't saying anything. I looked down. I have a red thing on my microphone. I'm not going to interrupt you. No, there's some things.
If you're muted while someone else is talking, why does it even matter? It doesn't even matter.
It just seems
somebody else was talking. Who cares?
Okay, I get it. When I see things like the star being blocked by the sun, that kind of says that this makes sense. This concept of bending, warping space-time around mass tends to make a little sense to me, but it might be something else. I'm not opposed to listening to other types of ideas.
There were 35 photographic plates in the Eddington experiment, and 33 of them didn't show the star at all. And the two that supposedly did had to have mathematical fixes applied to them.
Mathematical what?
Little fixes. They had to put in little mathematical fixes. Yes.
Okay.
And conveniently, they didn't actually keep these plates so we could see the supposed evidence. They lost them. The two of the 35. The magical two.
Haven't we done it recently? Replicated that particular experiment? I thought we did a lot, no?
No, they do the same thing. They apply mathematical fixes. And of course, even more than that, I mean, if there's just a plasma layer outside the sun, which even your own model claims there is plasma outside the sun, then plasma can bend light. So, yeah. Yeah.
Could it bend it at that distance? And that as a percentage of the plasma field to the distance to the star, to the distance of the star they were looking at, is that possible? Even if we had some type of
of course.
You're implying refraction. I don't know if that's possible.
Hey, why did 33 of the 35 not show the results predicted by relativity?
Hey, great objection. I'd like to know that too.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is I happen to know that you don't actually believe this is the final answer or that it is the truth. You just think it's the best that anyone's come up with yet, and you pride yourself in being able to
understand it.
I got a call, but you pride yourself in being almost done. You pride yourself in being able to try to represent the paradoxes as if they actually make sense. When Einstein himself point blank states, there are paradoxes I can't make sense of in my theory. So,
hey, I'm with you. There's no argument on my side. I mean, that's how science moves forward. A lot of these things over hundreds of years are believed to be a certain way. Then suddenly someone finds a different way of measuring things, and they find for them was totally wrong.
Yeah, and then so what happened was Dayton Miller replicated Michelson-Morley and showed that the effect increases at altitude and changes throughout the year. It's been replicated many times. He did it hundreds of thousands of times at the least, and it's actually been replicated as recently as 2020 and the entire 21st century. And in fact, in 2002, it was replicated with radio waves to millimeter accuracy, showing that it actually changes proportionate to altitude and that it's consistently measured to have a fringe shift. So actually, relativity's been debunked conclusively refuted. So
Wouldn't that measurement change at I don't know the exact test you're speaking of. I know the Michelson-Morley Gale that was done in the early 1900s versus the late 1800s are different tests, but a lot of those actually validated rotation. In fact, the Sagnac effect is used in three-ring laser gyroscopes today to validate the rotation, the 15 degree per hour. They validate
you're
it. Now,
conflating Michelson-Gale-Pearson and Michelson-Morley.
I didn't conflate it. I actually described both.
Michelson-Gale-Pearson has nothing to do with this. We're talking about Michelson-Morley, even though Yang actually replicated the effect with linear path.
No,
With a linear path.
Michelson-Morley Gale, they pointed it to the direction of spin, and they saw that they could measure that 15 degree per hour.
It's Michelson-Gale-Pearson, not Michelson-Morley-Gale.
It doesn't matter if all three guys are mentioned. Why are you being so pedantic?
Well, you seem to be conflating the two, so it is actually specifically relevant. Why would we see the effect with a linear path?
What linear path?
Yeah, Yang replicated the observation of friendship with the linear path, a linearized path in like 2004. Why would it change with altitude? That's my question. Why, if Michelson-Morley shows a friendship, wait up. Michelson-Morley shows a friendship. Einstein claimed that it's because of instrumental error and that there is no friendship. So why would we consistently measure a friendship even when accounting for ambient temperature, introducing radiant temperature heat sources, changing the material, and that the effect consistently increased as we increased altitude? How does that work in your paradigm?
Well, the rate of turn around the globe would be one of the changes, but I don't know enough about that particular test in 2004 to make a comment. So I'll have to look at it. I think you posted a link.
Michelson-Morley is not about that. I mean, that's Michelson-Gale-Pearson.
2004. You said the altitude change was a 2004 experiment.
Not all of them. Dayton Miller did it in 1920 through 1925, like hundreds of thousands of times. It's been replicated. It's been reviewed by, of course, Dayton Miller isn't just some random guy. You know, he won like 30 different physics awards. But anyway, he was replicated more and more. But my question is, if the effect is measured and there is a friendship and it changes with altitude, how could that be explained within your paradigm, or do you readily admit that it couldn't be?
Well, anytime they see a friendship, there's going to be a change of position and a rate of change of velocity, actually. And that change of velocity will give you this friendship. That can be done by, that's how the principle of these objects, this equipment actually works. So if you're at a higher altitude versus the ground, there will be a different rate of curvature, which could be a different rate of change, a different acceleration, and it could be measuring that. I have to look at that particular experiment to make a comment on it. I'll look at it and see. Let's see.
Okay. The answer is that it shows that there's actually a rotational motion in the sky, and as you get closer to that translation of motion, that the friendship becomes greater because the preferred direction effect is greater the closer you are to the translation of motion. So it makes perfect sense on a stationary Earth.
If there's ether, but that doesn't make any sense either.
Oh yeah, the ether drift does make sense though. It's kind of like utilized for GPS and stuff. I mean, no big deal.
Well, that's not necessarily true. And then you would also have the paradox of why you can follow some object with this laser interferometry and see that there is no difference between stationary versus the motion versus two objects in motion measuring the speed between the two. And that would, if ether was a thing, then there would be a differential in those measurements.
Yeah, so Einstein said, I believe that I have really found the relationship between gravitation and electricity, assuming that Miller experiments are based on a fundamental error. Otherwise, the whole relativity theory collapses like a house of cards. Albert Einstein in a letter to Robert Millikan, June 1921. He then proceeds to say 4 years later, my opinion about Miller's experiments is the following. Should the positive result be confirmed, then the special theory of relativity, and with it the general theory of relativity in its current form, would be invalid. Then here is your boy, Dayton Miller, in 1928. The effect of ether drift has persisted throughout. After considering all the possible sources of error, there always remained a positive effect. It's been replicated in the 21st century. Thanks for playing. Relativity's dead. The spinning, tilted, wobbling water ball in a vacuum revolving around the sun is also dead. Welcome to the 21st century, bro. Let your archaic religious cosmology go. It's over. This should be a breath of fresh air because now we can actually begin to explain things without the forced paradoxical nonsense. Now we can be like, oh, well, yeah, of course we always look like we're in the center. Because we are. People should be excited about this. They shouldn't be, like, religiously depressed.
I'm excited about it.
Hell yeah.
We're going places, boys. That's what
Let's
happens
go.
when you go against the grain, dude. We start making freaking revolutions happen. Science is going to advance finally. This is awesome.
This is a tale as old as time. Science has to fight religion to make progress.
Well, one thing is certain. And they gave us this thing called the internet now. And the box is worldwide. So, I mean, they're going to have a hard time putting the genie back in, I think. Too many problems in the model. Just too many. And they're coming out daily almost now at an accelerated pace.
Yeah, anyone actually in pursuit of truth would be like, okay, well, once my theory makes predictions that are consistently proven wrong, I must update my theory and change it. But religious people don't like updates.
I'll give you an update on a model that says right now there's a current model that the universe is not expanding, not contracting. It's in a static form. Static. And they're even able to explain the redshift due to changes in mass. That's a current hypothesis right now. So everything is changing before our eyes. By them, not us. They're doing it. They're realizing the errors and they're changing it.
Yeah, but the layman will always fight
Another
it.
example.
The layman at the bottom will always fight it based on the mainstream. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
another
Einstein
example.
basically,
Penrose.
Einstein's quotes, he's quoting that all of Miller's assertions are based on fundamental error. Says that in the thing you just quoted. Says that. So if that error is not an error, hold on. It says, I believe that I have really found the relationship between gravitation, and electricity, assuming that the Miller experiments are based on the fundamental error. Otherwise, the whole relativity theory collapses like a house of cards. And I would agree.
Yeah. Correct.
Right.
Assuming
Assuming
that it's based on error.
Yes, assuming.
And then
Now,
4 years later, he's saying he still hasn't been able to establish its error because every time he came up with an idea of the instrumental error, Dayton Miller immediately went and tested it.
No,
So
4
this
years
is just where
later,
you don't know what you're talking about.
hold on. Then you just posted another one. Thank you. My opinion about Miller's experiment is the following. Should the positive result be confirmed, then the special theory of relativity, with it, general theory of relativity, and in its current form would be invalid. I would totally agree to that. Experiment summa student, only I can't read this. The equity or the equivalence of inertia and gravitation would remain. However, they would have to lead to a scientifically different theory. So what he's saying is the same thing he said initially, is that fundamental errors are being made. Now, if those errors are not errors, then the whole theory of relativity collapses. I agree. Nothing you said
First of all,
there.
it's funny that you're saying that you agree, but you couldn't even articulate why Dayton Miller's experiments would debunk relativity. You're just saying you agree because you read that Einstein said it. But what's even funnier than that is you obviously haven't researched this. Is Einstein proposed certain things that caused the error, specifically ambient temperature. He claimed that the temperature was causing the apparatus to expand. Okay, that's what he claimed.
What's wrong with that?
So guess what Dayton Miller did? He put radiant heat sources beside it to test that theory, and he changed the ambient conditions and consistently got the same effect, debunking it. And Einstein admitted, I don't know. I don't know what it is. And if there isn't a fundamental error, then my whole theory's wrong.
Correct.
He couldn't even think of anything else.
I know. And I agree.
Well, it's 2023, and no one's thought of anything else still, so.
Right. Well, I think if it had some validity, then people would have been testing it and validating Miller's experiments. But I don't think they
It has been tested and validated by tons of people.
And what conclusions have they made to the errors to
there you go.
The assumptions to what?
There's a list of them right there.
All right.
Thank me later, bro. I actually thank Alan from Space Audits.
No, I already looked at this. He posted this earlier. I said this already. Thank you for posting it again.
Yeah, man. I would say, like, us flat earthers, we could go redo the test at different altitudes, but you guys aren't even going to listen to the physicists that do it with government funding. So why would we be naive to think that you're going to listen to us do it? You guys just be like, stupid flirts don't know how to do the test.
Yeah, the thing I'm talking about came up from a dude called Lombrazier. Google him. Static universe.
Yeah.
With an explanation of redshift and doing away with dark energy, just as a note, as a dessert. And the beauty is, this is their own scientists saying this. This is not us making stuff up, right? This is their top dudes. They know it's inevitable. They know the jig is up, right? So they're frantically trying to, come up with new stuff. So no rebuttals to this? Silence?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there is no rebuttal. We were just talking about it. They just have to say that it doesn't happen. It's the only option.
I just wanted to check that my mic was working. Oh, okay, we still are good. Okay, wow.
Yeah, it's rough. I can just go ahead and get out in front of it. Though, if they even do start to look at some of it, they'll be like, "Oh, see, these guys are talking about how it has something to do with metaphysics. These people are just wrong. They're quacks." There we go. Say this in time.
Yeah, that's what they did with the 5 Sigma guy that I brought out. They threw him under the bus right away. Oh, this guy? Well, he's just theoretical, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, his paper got published, yours didn't. Haha. Which means nothing, of course, except that he's part of the club.
Yeah, Makosha was saying like, oh, these people are biased. It's like, oh, so now bias is something worthy of disqualification. So let's talk about all the physicists biased to relativity despite the evidence, to the extent that they'll make up inflatons and dark energy and dark matter and early dark energy and blah 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 blah, blah. Dark flow. Is that not a bias? Isn't that a bias to relativity? I think that's a bias.
Oh yeah, the dark flow is a good one. One of my favorites, yeah. That one is literally not out of this world, out of this universe. They literally had to make up something out of this universe to explain this flow, this problem of movement that's not explained. They had to make something out of this universe. I think that's the biggest fib that they've made so far. It's incredible. Dark flow. I just posted an image of it in case you think I'm lying to you. There's a thing called dark flow. The explanation of it is something outside the universe is making this happen. Instead of saying they're wrong, this is how arrogant and how deceitful these people are. Instead of saying they got it wrong, they invented something outside of the universe. It's astonishing, man. It's astonishing.
That's not a bias though.
Nah, that's legit. And look at the size of that thing. And what is it? It's a big blue ball. Like, really? Somebody actually said, you know what? This sounds like a good idea. Let's put it out there. Like, what does that say about the minds of these scientists that we're dealing with? I say it says that their minds are fully exploded, gone in La La Land, never to be seen again.
Maybe they take psychedelics a lot or something.
It's got to be something, bro. I mean, how do you come up with this stuff, man?
Despair.
Something outside the universe. Wow.
This would always happen to be like, not all the physicists think that. That's just some random people or some random group of people, whatever. But it's like, okay, the point is, why are they having to come up with it? Okay, the problem is still existent. It doesn't matter if you agree with some of the proposed solutions. The problem exists. They do that every time they use this tactic where they're like, not all the physicists agree with that. That's just a few people's idea. And they ignore that the problem exists. And if you force them to acknowledge it, then, only then will they acknowledge it and they'll say, that's how science works. We don't know everything. So it's just like, we can just save time. I mean, that's all you're going to get back.
Yeah, that's an important point. Not what they came up with, which is totally out of this universe. We have a new term now. But the problem on which they had to come up with this nonsense is still there. The movement of which they predicted, it just doesn't exist. I mean, it's wrong. They will never admit that, ever. The problem still remains, though, in their model. But I think this has got to be the biggest fib that I've seen so far. Something outside of our universe. How could they beat that? Something outside of the outside? I don't know. Maybe this is the hidden space they tell us about that space expands into? Jeremy, there it is. There's your space, bro. Where's Zanuck? Where's Chirality? Where's everybody to comment on this? Kosho, where's Kosho?
Oh, I think Kosho got run out of town yesterday by Alan.
Yeah, that Alan's pretty good. Shout out to Alan.
Hell yeah.
If we lowered these diesel prices, do you guys think the food prices would go down? These
I don't know. We
groceries.
need Trump back. He's our savior, man.
What's that?
We need Trump back. He's our savior, man.
I'm just saying these grocery bills are outrageous, and then when I look at the pump for diesel, it's been expensive for a long time now.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a relationship there. Are we gonna hang out when I get to Florida, bro?
Bro, let's meet at the Bach Tower. It's perfectly in between the two, and it's an epic spot.
Let's do it. Just give me a week or so to get settled in.
For sure. The other thing we got to do is observations at Lake Okeechobee. These guys ain't even ready for it.
I had to wrap up this job, so I had to fall back on the chat. But what was the outcome with Zanuck and his principles versus attributes? Did he ever coherent understanding of that, or was it?
He conceded he was wrong about everything and conceded intellectual superiority on behalf of the flat earthers and apologized for being so paradoxical and redundant.
Yeah, he even said he wasn't the citation anymore. It was insane.
Yep. He actually then followed up and said, Dyslow is the citation. He said, please send him my sincerest apologies.
Dyslow's going up in the world.
Yeah, man. Then he said Ken Willer's a genius.
Oh, that's all I needed to hear. You got me at that.
Does that put Dyslow in the top 10 for flat earthers now?
You have to, yeah. Because, you know, we're a cult, so we have to have leaders.
Sick. Well, I mean, congratulations on your promotion, I guess.
Yeah, man. You'll be paid in the form of not making money.
He doubled his salary overnight from $0 to $0.
Yeah, man. And as an added bonus, well, you actually get persecuted and effectively harassed. So, you know,
That's a great deal.
save up your harassment points.
You gonna be around for the debate tomorrow? What's it?
For the what?
I guess it's Nathan versus Jeranism, not QE. My bad.
Oh, yeah, no, I already talked to Jaron about it.
What's Jeranism say?
You'll see.
Oh shit!
I messaged him and said I messaged him. I said I heard you're a cuck. He said, "You must not know me too well." And then I said, ironically, that's exactly what I said to everyone when they brought it up. So Jaren's gonna crawl on all fours and beg for forgiveness.
I think you should just start off the debate with just calling them scammers, like outright.
I don't think it's even like it's not really gonna be a debate. If you're real.
You think they're gonna like kiss and make up or what?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Aww.
Jaren's gonna say he was wrong, and he's gonna go sign up for Nathan Oakley's Patreon Live.
Nice.
Yep. Then Oakley's gonna say, "I'm sorry that I used your name for clout incessantly for 7 straight months. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry, and thank you so much for all you've done to Flat Earth. And sometimes I can be a bit egotistical, and I apologize."
Is that before
That's
or
definitely
after
the
he
outcome I
offers to? Is that before or after he offers to teabag you?
Just before. So it'll be short-lived.
Oh, shame. I mean, we do like tea in England, but it's not that kind of tea.
I don't know. That's not what I heard.
Well, he's from the Midlands. They're different up there.
I gotcha. Dude, I saw the funniest video. I saw this alien is a skit, and it has an alien talking to some like Earth representatives about how many genders there are. It's just hilarious. Have you guys seen it? He's like, "Wow, you guys have a very adaptive species. I mean, maybe you guys will start growing extra limbs or something while I'm here. This is fascinating." They're like, "No, you don't understand." And he's like, "Oh, well, on our planet, we have the male and the female nurtures and helps continue our race." It's so funny, bro. And he said, "Oh, I get it. You guys have male and female, and then you have the mentally ill." Anyway, I butchered it. And I brought all that up because that's what I think about when I think about the UK. I'm sure you guys have a remnant of people that are pretty based, though.
So, Zanuck, usually you're so talkative. No comments on Dark Flow? No baller? I find that astonishing.
Dark Flow. I didn't hear you speaking about Dark Flow.
Oh, you didn't hear about Dark Flow?
No.
Okay, scroll up to so you can get an idea. Seventeen past the hour.
I'll check it out.
So they noticed a whole bunch of galaxies moving in a certain direction, which is not predicted by the Big Bang Theory. As a matter of fact, it's completely off. And instead of saying, well, geez, we got it wrong, they came up with this dark flow explanation, this huge, huge ball of whatever that is outside our universe. So plausible nonsense. What say you?
Plausible nonsense.
Both plausible and nonsense?
Outside. They saw a ball outside the universe. How is that plausible?
Exactly. So even you agree, Zanuck, that this is ridiculous, right?
Well, I'm not an astrophysicist, so I don't have enough knowledge to either dispel or confirm or agree with. What are they saying? How do they?
No, but you can have an opinion.
Well, I don't know anything about it to be able to make an opinion one way or the other. What did you hear? You must have.
What do you need to know?
What did they say? What was their logic? I'll lean on you for having done the research.
There is no logic.
Well, you said there's no logic.
There is no logic. This is what they
said, that there was no logic in the Earth accelerating upward yet not getting larger in size. So if you use that same type of logic, maybe it would make no sense. But what did they say for being able to detect a sphere outside of our universe?
They didn't detect anything. They just made it up. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. What they saw was an anomalous movement of galaxies.
And that was
unexplainable speeds and directions.
And there could be a force pulling out of the universe into another universe that's parallel, maybe, or adjacent to ours.
Well, the explanation, they came up with a giant ball of I don't know what outside of our universe causing this. I repeat, outside of our universe.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't even make sense.
I know.
Kind of
You think they're trying to push the parallel, like the multiverse thing with that? What's going on here?
Maybe, or they're just making up oxymorons. Outside of the universe makes kind of little sense, right?
Yeah, this would be if you want to take the multiverse thing, right, which is another nonsense thing with the quantum interpretation. But yeah, this would be something in between those universes, because they're not saying it's another universe. They're saying it's a ball of something, which I don't know what they could even conceive of.
Are they saying they found God? Is that what they're getting at here?
I guess we're in God territory here, yeah? What would have been the intellectually honest thing to do is, holy cow, we got it all wrong. The Big Bang, the expansion, the speeds, the vectors, it's all wrong. We got to start from scratch. No, they had the
Their
gall
God would be a
to
ball.
say, well, this. Sorry?
I said their God would be a ball.
Could be, yeah. Yeah.
He's a big old ball.
No, see, you just don't understand. You're not an astrophysics, like Zanuck said. You're not an astrophysics professor. So how do you even know if we're going to appeal to anything that they say?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. I'm
Zanuck,
just a
how would
dumb.
you even if some actual astrophysicist told you something like this nonsensical to your face? How would you react to would you say, can you? Are you just going to accept whatever they say? Well, okay, yeah, whatever you say, Mr. Astrophysicist, Mrs. Astrophysicist.
No, I know enough about physics to understand things in from a high level, and they might have some ideas and some theories about why they are conjuring up this
But
oxymoron.
right, but a moment ago you you just said that I don't know, I don't have a comment, I'm not an astrophysicist. So
Right,
what are you talking about?
because I don't know enough about it now to make a comment on it because I don't have that breadth of knowledge, but I can absorb to being taught by astrophysicists what their ideas are and if they make any kind of plausible sense. Just like if you're not a race car driver, but I can tell you things that you don't. If I ask you a question about something right now, you wouldn't know how to answer it, but I could easily coach you on where this theory I have about racing or technology or mechanics comes from, and you'd be able to grasp it. You wouldn't be able to do it.
But he asked
You'd be able to sell. You'd be able to say
he
whether
specifically asked you.
You'd be able to then.
Sorry, I didn't know. I thought you were
Yeah, you'd
done,
be
but
able. You'd be able
he
to then.
specifically asked you your opinion on it, and you said you didn't have one.
I just gave you a perfect analogy. You seem like you were talking, but I didn't hear it. I said no different than if I asked you something about racing, you wouldn't know it. But I could easily give you the high level, and you say, "Oh, that makes sense. Oh, okay, I'm learning about this. Okay, I get it. That makes a lot of sense. This theory you've come up with makes a lot of sense. It could be a theory, nothing that's hardcore clad."
But again, he just
No,
asked you.
hold on.
Again, he
You can't
just
let me
asked
finish.
you about your
Well, I'm
opinion.
gonna have to do this 3 or 4 times because you keep on interrupting when it comes to the punchline. Just shut up for a second. Let me finish.
It sounds like you're not talking
Just let me
anymore.
finish. You
You've
can't
made
do
the
it.
point.
You
I'm
can't.
sorry.
You know
I'm
what?
driving.
Disengaging. Sorry.
I'm driving. I
No
thought you
excuse.
were
There's
done.
no
I'm
excuse for
sorry.
interrupting. There's no excuse for interrupting me. Just let me finish. So it's no different than me being coached on basic physics. Astrophysicists who would tell me about this particular idea. Now, if I'm brought into this conversation blind, no clue. If I have some coaching, I can say, I believe it seems plausible. It doesn't seem plausible. It's that simple. Just like I do that with racing. That's why I use the analogy. People can learn things very quickly and have an opinion on just a high level of knowledge. Doesn't mean they know anything. Just means they can say whether it's plausible.
Okay, let's take the racetrack as an example. You know how the racetrack turns, right? Let's take an oval track, NASCAR. You know how it's sloped, the bank and the turns and the banks and all that. You're aware of all that stuff.
I've driven.
And we see a wipeout,
I've raced
right?
on NASCAR. I've raced on NASCAR course before.
Perfect. So you know better than me then, right? Okay,
I
so
hope so. Since
we
I've
have
done it, you haven't.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we have a crash on turn 3, whatever, right? And we want to find out what happened because we see the car skidding, and it went up and it overturned and it smashed into the bank, right? So we're doing an analysis of what happened, right?
Okay.
And well, one guy comes up and says, you know what? I think it's something outside of the track, outside of the state, that affected the car doing that. What would you say to him?
I'd say, tell me more. Is it some kind of EMT blast that's focused on his car that rendered his ECU inoperable, and then he lost control, crashed his car? Yet the EMT was focused and released from something 5 miles. Oh, you said out of the state too? Yeah. I'd say you're probably crazy. That's the answer you're looking
for. Yeah. You'd think the guy is like off his rocker or something, right? Your initial thoughts, right?
Right.
Okay, so why don't you think that the same thing here? They're saying it's out of the universe.
Because you could say something like,
Out
there
of
was
the
this
universe.
satellite that fired a electromagnetic burst of radiation on the track, and his car was more susceptible than the other car, disabled, rendered his ECU useless, which actually had braking and computerized traction control inputs all rendered, maybe confused them, maybe forced them to make certain inputs that weren't done by the driver. It forced the car to spin and crashed it. That could be one. That'd be an answer. Like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Is that true? Is there capabilities of satellites to do this? Fire electromagnetic radiation to the area of the track. Why aren't the other cars? Maybe they were affected.
That's like saying, like, also, Gandalf could have sent a magical spell from Middle Earth that landed all the way into the track that hit all of the braking computers.
Yeah, you're just trying to fight it.
Right.
So then I start interviewing the other drivers. Yeah, right about that particular time, my car did some really weird things, and all these lights started flashing. And then the guy on the other side, I had locked up the fronts too. No one saw it, but I felt it. So suddenly everybody, started corroborating that. Yeah, there was something crazy happened at that particular time. One car crashed, but the other ones all were affected. So maybe there's other clues that say that this outside ball, whatever it is actually affecting other things that we can get evidence for.
So instead of reality,
Wow, Zach, I must say, bro, you do it
I
well.
mean, I don't know. They might just be making shit up because that's what they
Almost
do.
sounds
These scientists
believable.
together, they see certain things. Say, what if there's this big other universe right next to ours and it's fucking sucking the matter out of our universe via whatever dark energy,
It's
dark flow it has.
what you just said sounds like you're the type of person who would carry a conversation with a crazy rambling homeless man talking about space bunnies in his head.
Yeah, it
Because
doesn't
any
sound like that at all.
normal person who at the racetrack would look at the guy talking about something outside the state affecting the race, wouldn't even give him a second. But you're there and you're going to ask him questions and figure out where he's going on about it. Like you're going to give him the time of day.
No,
Really?
he would be the one that actually would have to substantiate. I'd say, yep, this guy just ran out of talent and brakes at the same time, and so he crashed. But then
That's not what
he
you
was
said.
the one.
You said you'd
Hold on.
listen to him and
Yeah.
you'd get an explanation.
He would have to substantiate laser beams from space.
Yeah. Well, no.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Exactly.
he'd be able to
So
do that.
suddenly, everybody at the drivers' meeting says, "Yeah, it's funny at that same time about I had this funny thing happen, or my ECU went down, and we have the computer data." So everybody corroborates it. Then suddenly it's believable. But if it's just him, yeah, he's a crazy person. Give him the time of day.
Right. What if he got a bunch of friends together and they came up with a story and then came to you?
I'd listen.
You'd listen to him? Okay.
Solar flare hit the track that 1 minute, and everyone's car got fucked. Only one guy crashed because when that was in a position where he could crash if he had.
So not only would you listen to him, you'd make up your own story with them.
No, I just said if they surmised,
Like,
or if that happened, it could be that. I don't know enough about solar flares to say whether that can happen or not.
Like SE didn't even add an explanation to the guy except for something outside of the state did something, but you're adding the details to this crazy story.
No, he was asking, making an analogy to the astrophysicist that saw something happen in the galaxy and says he thinks it's due to something outside the universe doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible. I have to hear his explanation of how he thinks that this is possible, or why he thinks there's something outside of the universe. I'd be inclined to not believe anything.
I'm sorry. What can exist outside the universe? What's outside the universe? Non-existence or existence?
I don't think there's any way that anything can live outside the universe. The universe is the universe. It's all encompassing. It's everything.
Okay.
But that's my uneducated, non-PhD physicist approach to it.
Hey,
you study this stuff,
since
maybe
everybody,
would you agree that
hey,
if you
since every,
learned about astrophysics, that you might have a different perspective on this type of question? Or no, you think you know everything already. You don't need to be taught.
You still don't realize how much of an appeal to authority that is, or an appeal to credentials, or whatever, a fallacy.
No, that's
that
not
would be, if that's the only substantial.
It's not a logical fallacy in that context. Saying that people that have been studying this for lives may have a perspective that you don't have or share or understand about the universe and how these things could happen.
You just define
Everyone has a
appeal to
perspective,
credentials.
right? Yeah, but that's not science. That's the person's perspective, or that's the person's idea, right? That's not backed up by experimental any kind of proof, right? That's the whole point.
Wrong. No, that's not the point. Their education and the people that have educated them have based all the information on certain types of experiments, data, And based on that, which we don't have proof to, you might be inclined to accept, at least evaluate some type of seemingly outlandish claim. I'm not saying that I would,
So
but I'm saying
what
that's possible.
experiment can an astrophysicist do that's repeatable?
Okay,
No,
I don't want to go here. I don't want to, because you know what I'm
well, I
saying.
mean, I just don't understand.
I
I
know you
don't.
know.
Can
You
I
said
ask,
that they could do experiments, right?
since everybody's asking Zanuck, right? Can I ask Zanuck a question? Since it seems to be Zanuck hour.
Yeah, I don't know why they're asking me. I told you I don't
Yeah,
know
I
about
don't
it.
think I'm gonna get an answer for an experiment in astrophysics.
I just, it's all good, bro.
I'm not
Like,
gonna indulge you the question because you know there's
I'm
just
not gonna
no idea about it.
listen. I'm not gonna disrespect Zanuck, but I just want to ask Zanuck. Zanuck, do you think that the universe came from a void? And if that void existed, do you think that void had anything in it that always existed also? What do you believe?
I personally believe that we did start from a very small concentration of matter, and it expanded very rapidly into the void of the universe. The universe is what it is, and I think it actually might be a constant cycle of expansion and contraction, although it doesn't show any signs of that happening today in our measurements evidence. But I kind of think that I don't believe it all was in the size of an electron, the entire universe in the size of an electron. No, I don't think that. But mathematically it works that way, because I think there's other things that man does not know, and there's no real evidence for. So they just fill in the blanks with things.
So basically, you believe in the traditional Big Bang theory that we
Modified
came
version
from
of
a singularity, right?
Correct.
Infinite source or infinite density, right?
Not infinite.
Something like that.
Something very high.
Infinitesimal density, right? A
No,
point in existence, right?
not a point. Something
Isn't
small.
it a rip in the fabric of space and time that started this existence? Isn't that how the theory goes?
I don't know why the Big Bang actually happened. The impetus for
That's what they say, because of
primordial.
an area smaller than the pin of a needle or the end of a needle, right? That was infinitesimally dense, like more dense than, basically as dense as a black hole or a supermassive black hole, or more dense than that. That's what they believe.
Infinitesimally means small. It's not infinitesimally small. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. It was both.
Infinitely dense. Infinitely dense.
Both.
Is what you say.
Both.
So very
factors
dense.
apply. It's very dense and very small.
Yeah, I don't
Small,
believe
like we're talking about very, very small.
I don't believe it was. Well, I mean,
atomically small.
No, I don't believe it was atomic.
But regardless, I don't. What, you ever entertain the idea that maybe, just maybe, that water always existed, and that air or electromagnetic fields always existed?
No,
it was just within a void. Like, you could have still had a void of emptiness, right? Space could have always existed. This idea that it had to begin at a certain point, that's just human dogma. That's just man-made traditions that's been passed down. For all we know, water has always existed. It's always been a part of existence. It didn't have a beginning. You ever pondered that?
Yo, these guys believe space is expanding, but it's not. It's not expanding into anything. There's no room for it to expand. It's crazy.
But they just put something outside there where you say it's not possible for dark flow, to explain dark flow. So yeah, it is crazy.
I had another question for Zanuck, and then I'll be done. My second question is, what do you think about solar flares? I know you brought up solar flares, X flares, all these flares. How is it that they predict these flares? regarding, you know, they do have some sort of space meteorology.
Space meteorology.
They forecast. Yeah, they forecast
Yeah,
X
they're
flares and
so they've studied the sun at great lengths, especially over the last 50 years, and they've actually seen that the sun goes through certain cycles of intensity, mass ejections, solar flares, etc. So they can, with maybe the precision that we can predict, you know, tornadoes and hurricanes and things, earthquakes, maybe more better analogy. They can, you know, know that, hey, you know, we're due for something to happen statistically. So that's how they're actually solar flares and mass ejections and electromagnetic anomalies from the sun.
now I just, for the flat earthers in here, I'm wondering myself, because I'm very curious how they're able to actually forecast solar flares or when the sun's going to shoot a certain, and they predict it pretty accurately. I mean, within a couple days, they can tell you, hey, this in 3 days, a flare is going to hit us, and it might affect telecommunication systems. If unless it's propaganda and I'm falling for the news, you know, for the forecasting of these things, if it is real, a real phenomena that they can somewhat forecast, how are they doing it?
I just told you.
What? No. But I'm asking the flat earthers because
Oh,
I'm curious
you're
because
right.
how could it take that long for it to reach the Earth if the sun is local? That's something that I'm curious about myself.
Are you asking us what the globe position is?
No, I'm asking for an explanation of how that could be plausible. How you could forecast days in advance after a sunspot, right? After a sunspot, they forecast, oh, well, in a couple of days, we're going to get hit with solar storms. How do they know that? If the sun was local, it would only take a few seconds, right? If it's only 3,000 miles away, 6,000 miles away at most, the sun, why is it taking so long for these flares to hit the Earth?
Well, who knows what the sun is and what the sun's flares are and what they do and how long it takes for them to do what
I
they
mean,
do.
here's what I know. Everything is on a circuit and everything is done at its precise time. So just like how they what's it called? Forecast meteor showers or whatever. These are all things that happen all the time and they happen at the time they're supposed to happen. It's literally like reading the stars and the motion of the stars. Like we know that these meteor showers will happen at this time every year or every few years or whatever it is. Like it's all on it's like clockwork. But
All right,
like,
real quick,
I don't know anything about
That is true, but this is good.
exactly, SE. I understand forecasting orbital mechanics, right? Like forecasting the luminaries, because I mean, once you know the pattern, it's consistent. Like Kepler's Kepler's second law or whatever, I forget. But they have these beautiful patterns that the luminaries make. They're like flower patterns.
Yeah.
Right? And you can predict, once you know the pattern, you can easily forecast thousands of years in advance if you did the calculations, right? But the sunspots is erratic.
Yeah, I
The sunspots,
personally haven't done
it just
research on it.
it doesn't seem to be on a specific pattern. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's the one subject I really haven't looked at with solar flares or sunspots.
I've been filming them for a while. So I can give you a plausible explanation. It's just an idea, right? Using electromagnetism. So the way they explain it, and they explain it in the same manner using electromagnetism, they say that the sunspots that we see, right? Well, 2 of them or more in that area form an arc. Everybody could understand what an arc is? Like an electrical charge between 2 wires, like an arcing, right? Then you see the thing there, Electrical charge. Well, think of that and think of the breaking of that. That's what they would call a discharge. An electromagnetic discharge. I'm not saying I believe it, or you asked for an explanation, that there's one right there.
Thanks. No, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Something along those lines would also affect your computers and things that it actually affects.
Yeah, that's exactly what they say, an EMP. They call that the EMP wave.
Another thing you got to think about is what is the medium between the sun and the earth? You know, got it. The standard model, you know, says that it's space between us and the sun. It takes a certain amount of time for the light to travel through that space, but don't know what the medium is between us and the sun. So how, you know, for how long things take to get here is kind of questionable.
Ooh,
Yeah, but if
I
it's
like
an
that. I
electromagnet,
like what. Sorry, Essie, go ahead.
go online.
No, so I was
No,
gonna
you
say
go, bro.
that actually I find that fascinating because what if the substance that is between the sun and the earth, if it is some superfluid, some crystalline structure, possibly, right? The scriptures talk about what if that's causing to, for whatever reason, take longer than expected, making it seem like it's a lot farther away, but it's because it has to travel through an unknown medium, an exotic medium that we don't even know all its attributes. And how thick it is.
Yeah, sure, why not? But superfluid has zero impedance, so I don't know if that would be the fluid, but yeah, something. Yeah, of course.
Interesting. So you believe it has zero impedance. Why is that?
It's not, I believe, it's what they say. It has zero viscosity. Helium in a superfluid state is supposed to have zero viscosity. I think
We're
it's helium
speculating right
3.
now, right?
No, this is not speculation. Well, if we're to believe what the research on superfluid helium 3 is. I can't say I know for sure, right? But I'm just telling you what's out there. That's the whole thing of it, is because it has zero viscosity. That's the whole wow thing of it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I hear a lot of debates of what's going on when light hits a crystal, how it reacts with the crystal. What's going on? Refraction, diffraction, crystal. What's going on? Refraction, diffraction, reflection.